Okay, we're live. Here we go again. Tried and true. Some things we learn works. Some things don't. Some things are an experiment. Here we go. Why isn't it connecting? There we go. All right, we got microphone connected. We got webcam. Microphone. Lower the volume. Loop it. Let's go time. Okay. Here we go. Okay. So, well, first of all, hello, everybody. Good morning. This is kind of like my morning right now. I know that sounds really weird, but that's what my morning is. I mean, I've done a lot of things, but my day is really just beginning. This is my main activity for my day, and it's the beginning of a new journey, right? We're healed. So what happens after you're healed? A new path. Just like after desolation happens, a new path, right? So even if the desolation is fabricated, that's where we began this journey, right? And we did a 7-day healing journey. All right, my little shepherd, my little hero. Thank you. So what's happening now is that we have completed our healing journey. And now it's focusing on other people, but the whole healing journey was also a guide. We really flipped it. It wasn't just about us. We flipped it to give a guide to people about how to heal, how to become a healer, and how to understand how the world actually works. Because the truth is, the majority of us we thought the world worked one way, and it doesn't. And that's just really all there is to say. Until something happens that disproves it for you, and you catch it, you never understand. I just want people to understand this, okay? So, who do we have here? It's just a reminder to heal. We have Mr. Leah. He's been joining the stream a few times, but I wanted to start with him today just because he's one of the main reasons why I became the shepherd. Why I started the shepherd path, and I unlocked it. The shepherd path is the star diplomat, right? So I became the person who was giving deliverance and guidance, but I started walking another storyline that was my storyline, but I didn't take the reins. Do you guys understand? Like, I let something else dictate my story because they were pushing good things. I just want people to understand this part, because most of us assume that I'm talking about bad, right? And there was a lot of bad, but I let something good take over my storyline. Okay? And we're going to talk about that today, right? Reliance and necessity. We get controlled positively by things as well. People need to be aware of this, because we always just think, oh, well, I got to block these negatives. But we never think that a positive could actually be controlling our storyline. And once you break that pause or break free from that, you realize, wait, not only is everything better, because now we all can choose. Trust goes up, faith goes up, belief, right? Now we become so much stronger. Now we're much more connected, because now everyone can choose and everyone feels like they have belief. So why do I say that? Because, well, I started walking the Exodus storyline, and it was the correct storyline for me. I just want people to understand this. Even knowing that it was the correct storyline, I walked it, but I walked it as if I was exactly recreating Moses' story and like the Jesus storyline. Okay? And all of those things are great. But the problem was that I started doing a little deviations, okay, to make them my own. I've always done that. There's nothing, and I've only kept reinforcing that. So even though I was still making it my own, right, I was modifying and I was taking inspiration. Inspiration is a nudge. I want people to understand that. Doesn't mean it's for bad, but I want people to understand that you're getting nudged. Your path is being guided when that happens. So I started deviating, right? I started making my own version of each event. Like, I'm like, okay, these are the plagues. These are my version of plagues. This is when they go to the Red Sea, or this is when he's playing with the big boys and doing the illusions and fighting them and stuff like that, and showing who actually really has power and the power, right? So you see, like, I made my own version of that, right? Of the Princess of Egypt Exodus storyline. But then there came a point where during the Red Sea, the Ramses part, where I realized I wanted to change it because I didn't want to end up at the same location, even if that story overall is a positive, right? I didn't want to end up at the same spot. I didn't want to recreate a story. I wanted to make my own story. I was like, wait a minute, if I recreate it, the same thing is going to happen. Is that necessarily a bad thing, right? Like, would people complain like you delivered people to the promised land? Yes, things fall apart later, but would people really complain about that if you think about it? You delivered humanity to the promised land. Is there anything bad about that on paper, or just right? No. You guys see, like, I still changed my storyline and took control over it because I realized that otherwise it's not my story. Otherwise, I was doing their story. And who's they, right? They is going to be personal for you. But what I do want people to understand that we're going to talk about more over and over again is that there are spirits that exist in this world, okay? Humanity and spirits are at war, and I'm going to talk about that, but it doesn't have to be that way. I'm trying to change it. I'm trying to get them to realize it doesn't have to be that way, and it's starting to change. I believe that there are more and more every single day spirits and humans, as humans start understanding how it actually works, that are going to realize that it doesn't have to be this way. And once enough go over the hump and understand that, wait, we could be together, we could be at peace. And just think of it like cousins, friends, family, anything, right? Like or bosses, stuff like that. If you can't think about it yet at the spiritual level, we can be at peace with them, right? We can work with people that were hurting us before, but we can also choose not to, right? We can just create distance from them. We can learn from them. We can learn a few positive things that maybe we got. Like, actually, there was that one moment that was good, okay? Like, we could take from every single thing. But then we don't have to ever interact with them. And that's what I'm proposing right now. I'm saying right now, there's this war going on with the spirits and humanity. And I'm saying that we don't have to interact with them. We don't have to believe their signs. We can actually ignore them. We can minimize time outside because that's their playground. That's the spirit's playground, just so people understand. The outside world is their playground. When we're inside here, there's still a few things they can do, but we're significantly more protected. So what I'm proposing is that we're going to create a world until they change it and understand that most of us are just going to operate like this. We are going to communicate and talk to each other like this. There's the internet. We're connected across the stars. Right, we're going to be doing streams. Everyone's just going to be streaming and doing videos, and this is how we're going to interact, right? And you have to create a way. I'm giving you guys the answers up front, but this is also just my warning. We have to create a way, right, Liam, that we have fun with it, that it's a repeatable process, that we can enjoy what's going. Okay, you want to jump down? Okay, thanks for joining the stream. Good job, Liam. And so that it's a readable process, right? Like, you have to be able to do that. And if you can't get to that point, then you're not going to be able to survive, right? And that's one of the things that I'm going to talk about today, right? Again, reliance and necessity. Just making sure that they haven't muted anything. So you start learning from mistakes, right? Because they will try to use everything. You just have to keep changing paths is really the big thing. But you get to a point where you just understand, like, can I do this every single day? And what is this? Like, that's what I'm encouraging all of you, if you've been following along the journey, you have to do the arc, right? You have to give yourself 40 days. You have to give yourself time to figure that out. As you heal, then you're going to understand what that is. But then you're going to do something like what I'm doing right now, discussing something, educating something, sharing something, doing something that you have fun with, that you enjoy. And it doesn't mean that there's not dark stuff going on. It doesn't mean that there aren't problems going on. Like, I just want people to understand, today, I received because of what I did yesterday. So this is why I said, don't do what I did yesterday. I just did it. I took a risk because I wanted people to understand what's actually going on in this world and how you can heal. But please do not go down the paths of your worst things that have happened to you. Don't do that, because you're opening yourself up you've seasoned yourself and you put all the recency up top. Do you guys understand? Do you guys understand? That's why take what I said, but do not actually execute on that, because that's what basically yesterday's stream, every time I give an example of all the things that happened to me or when I felt it and the attacks and stuff like that, that's what they do. Okay. That's what the spirits are doing. That's what they recreate in you, or try to figure out how to do that. So rewatch day 7 and pay attention to how I talk about it, because that's what they're doing, but they're doing it through little reminders that are placed around us, through associations that we have, like with clothes, with symbols, with sounds, with scents, like all those kind of stuff, right? We're going to talk about countering those things. How do we counter each thing that pops up? Because you're going to realize the world works very differently than we thought, right? You're soon going to, like, for example, I'll talk about this more in depth, but cologne now for me is not like, before I viewed it as a way maybe to like draw in like the ladies, right? The girls. That's how I got my goddess, right? I'm like, no. It's a counter to their attacks. Do we understand, guys? It's a counter. It's a tool that is used as, think of it like in a video game or in a movie. Think of it as like armor that you put on. Like, okay, I need to protect right now this part of my body. Like, that's what it is. You guys see that complete. If you start getting to this level, your view on everything about how the world works changes. There has to be an event for most people that gets them to realize that. Now, the problem is that if that happens to you and you're not prepared for it, it destroys you because it shatters your worldview. That's why a lot of people end up becoming mentally ill and other problems like that, because they're like, wait, I just saw something that completely goes against everything that makes sense to me, but I'm like this. You guys get it? So that's why I am currently educating all of you, easing you. And I'm not dumbing anything down. Yes, I'm explaining it in simplistic ways and in complex ways, but I'm respecting your guys' intelligence because all of you are really good. You've always been really good. You've always been amazing. All of you just were made to forget. And now you guys are going to start believing. Okay? So you're going to end up reaching a point where you can do something like this, where you just have fun with it, because it has to be repeatable. Why does it have to be repeatable? Because if we can't keep walking, then we lose. One of the things that happened today, and I'm going to go in more depth, not going to go into specifics, but one of the things that happened to me today because of what I did yesterday was I realized I deconstructed and reverse engineered and figured out how they did it, because that's why I encourage them actually to attack me now, because I learn every single thing about how they operate because they attack me. Like they can't help it, right? They see a light. We talked about this. They see a light and they have to turn it off. Like it's just, they must. It's also like why I say you have to learn your reactions, right? If right now an ad plays, before I would always run over them. I'm like, now, well, maybe could I counter it by just like putting music really loud, right? Or turning on the water on the faucet, like if I'm at the kitchen, and just start singing da 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 da. You see, like, could you do stuff like that instead of having to go over there and like mute it? But now, can you see the visual? You guys see, like, they learn your reactions. So we're gonna get to a point where we're just saying F it. So I'm gonna say fuck it, but I want to understand I learned from my mistakes. Okay, some of my posts on LinkedIn got reported because I wrote fuck it. Do you guys get it? So do I want, now you see, like, they're still changing my storyline. They're trying to stop me, but I can still convey the same message through a thing. As long as you guys understand what I'm trying to say, fuck it. From now on, I'm going to say F it. You can say, like, aren't they suppressing you and changing you? Yes. But you guys see, like, you have to just react. You can't react. It's not about the how. It's not about the why. It's not like, why should I have to do that? It's not about that anymore. It's just, you take it, right? You're just like, oh, okay, whatever. F it. Just got to keep going. We just got to keep walking. We just keep going forward, because what happens if we don't, right? So this morning, I had a terrible, terrible, terrible reminder of, like, what the main insecurity that was created in me was, okay? I just want people to understand, like think of it like your worst trauma event, your stuff. Don't get focused on it. So we're going to do an interrupt here. Okay. I just want to say I have a lot of props and tools around me, and it's really freaking cool because I don't even know what I'm going to do next. Like, this is why I'm saying, guys, it's fun now. Despite everything I'm telling you, I got attacked, and I'm saying I'm having fun with it now. You guys understand? That means it's repeatable. So check this out. I was going to do something, but I'm changing my path. You guys all need to get to this point and do it your way. But I recommend something like this. Okay, so yesterday we did it on stream. Now we're doing it again, and we're gonna talk about what we're doing. So, you guys see this? These little hubs right here? I got some positive inspiration from nudges from outside, right? From info, from other people that had, like, their hair a little messy, like if they are clean shaven, right? Because I was like, I wanted to grow a beard back in the day, but I can't that well. Like, it would take me forever. But then it would get, like, weird, right? So I just didn't do it because other people would, like, make fun of me before. I could do it now. I wouldn't care, but it's a lot of work, and I don't really need it. Do you guys understand? Like, there's no reason. If I'm happy with this, like how I look or this thing, unless I want to change it up for some reason, I could. Do you guys understand? But it's my choice. Do you see that? I can choose. So I took some inspiration from people as I was getting older that I was like, maybe I do like a messy hair look. But then they attached it to a negative. Do you guys understand? Like, they tried to attach it to a negative. So it brought me back to a negative time period, right? I took a positive from something and then they immediately poisoned. So I want people to understand anything positive that you do, anything, even this, what I'm doing. So that's why, let's do another interrupt here, guys. It doesn't matter what it is, but it's just, why do you guys think that there's sounds attached to things? Could it be that it's just so that we recognize it? If you had your eyes closed right now and I'm doing this, would you know that this is what this is? What about this? Do you guys get it? Do you see the power of senses and why I'm saying that those are spirit attacks as well? We'll get more into that, but you guys get it? So anyway, it's kind of cool, right? If you think about that. See how I'm flipping it, but flipping it is not enough. And we're going to talk about that. It's not enough, because even if you make it a positive reminder, it's not enough. It's why we can't look back. We just have to keep walking. So I'm going to talk about, this is going to be the transition to what happens at the end of a journey, right? It's a new journey. The moment you finish one journey and then you take the next step, the next journey begins. So then now it's like, well, should I keep looking back at my old journey? No, your old journey brought you here. But don't look back at it, because it's now part of you, right? If you need it for something, we're going to talk about this more in depth, but if you need it, so what is that something? For positive shields. So if like right now, like I get consumed by something and I need to like re-heal something, I can now choose to rewatch my 7 days. But otherwise, I should never do it. And that's really weird, because I got so much value from doing it, but they started weaponizing it. Do you guys understand? Because you'd start attaching a lot of positives to something. So then when I rewatched it, they were starting to nudge me so that it started going dark. Do you guys get it? So let's stop there. And because you see, like, we're changing our paths. It's the shepherd path, right? There's nothing else to do. Everything is just a reminder to heal. So check this out, guys. I learned from my mistakes, right? Because you learn what they weaponized in the previous stream. They weaponized this. Think about it. For you, it means nothing, okay? These little hairs, just like, but it's the approximation, the angle, right? Like this has no problem. I want people to understand that when I'm facing like this, I could keep my hair like that. And right now, there's nothing, right? It's not poisoned. This is the key. It's not poisoned right now because I didn't get pre-seasoned negatively toward it yet. Yet. Do you guys hear that I said that? Yet. But if I keep going this way, if I stay on this path a little longer, they're going to start sending things at me. What does that do? It starts changing my lens. If I ever go down a path, that's why you see like how I'm interrupting it. If I ever go down a path, now this thing is going to be interpreted differently. It's going to be negative. You guys also see how I'm talking around it. I'm pointing at it. If you're just listening, you don't know what I'm talking about. You can guess. You guys see, like, if you have to react, if you have to say the F it, just keep going, talk around it if you have to. Or use your response, right? It's just a reminder to heal. Just a reminder to be the shepherd. Because the past doesn't matter. Okay, like, do you guys understand? Like, I learned from last night that if they midstream at the end, they were trying to stop me because I was on a roll, and they used it to interrupt my flow. Do you guys get it? So now what does that mean? You start identifying the attacks. You start learning what they do. So I'm like, okay, that happened yesterday, which means that even though like I have a lot of things right now that can take me in different paths, right? A lot of good things and actually no bad things, but like I left this one intention here to show you guys something, right? But I know that yesterday was bad. Right now it's fine because like I said, I've completely changed my lens. I've changed my interpretation path. I've changed my recency. So it doesn't have that same effect. But I wanted people to understand, like last night, because I was going down negative paths and talking about things just to show people what they do to us. They nudged, I had so much shield, right? Because I was so empowered by my shepherd shield, and I was empowering the force field that's protecting the promised land, all these good things, but it still got through one attack, and it got me to pause. I actually like adjusted my, I'm like, do you guys get it? That's how things happen. And if most of you don't understand how it happens, all of a sudden you get dark consumed, because then they're going to reinforce it, because then you're and then you look somewhere else and you don't understand that your room is poisoned, so you look somewhere else, and then you started the shepherd path. But what if you looked over there and something had poison over there that was a reinforcement to this negative? Because right now it's a positive, but yesterday was a negative. Do you guys understand? It's not so simple. It's not so simple, but here's the problem. It still has even one negative, always. That's never gone, but it's just I've made it more positive, right? I attach it to like my messy hair look, right? Like I enjoy that. Like it's just not doing effort plays, right? Like who cares? Like I'm not gonna get my hair ready completely like perfect. It just doesn't matter, right? So that's the key. Don't look back. It doesn't matter. So we need to practice that. So let's practice. So we're getting rid of an attack that they did. We learned from our mistakes. I could have brushed my hair differently or styled my hair differently, or I can just do this and I use this as a learning tool. So what do you do? I'm just fucking cutting it. Oh, I missed. See, it's actually kind of harder to do than I thought. Done. You can keep it if you want. Oh, wait, you guys see? I'll talk about what you guys see here. See, already we're starting a little path right there, just so you guys know, through approximations. Okay, so we're going to do one more, just because it gets easier after you do the first one, right? Done. But they started a little path right there. So actually, I need to do an interrupt. So what's going to be my interrupt? This is good enough, right? Here's the other lesson. Good enough. I could keep going because now I see like, oh, there's one over here, right? And there's one over here, right, that I could cut. Do you guys see like that? It could be both light and dark. That's the problem. So you have to choose. That's why we're going back to you have to choose your story. You just have to keep walking. But if you stay on one path for too long, this is truly the answer. And I say that every day, but these are answers. Everything's an answer. It all connects. It all works together. If you stay on one path too long, they start nudging you. So if I kept doing this, all of a sudden, eventually there's going to be a negative thing that pops up in my head. That's them. And they're going to try to either attach it to this or just actually there's something related to this, right? So I already know where they're going. It's just a reminder to heal. So I'm going to interrupt here, but I'm going to show you guys an approximation. Like, so it's approximations. What if this reminded me of something? What is this, right? Like it's a hair, but you guys see like, what if it reminded you of something? So here we interrupt. So what did I do? I went over there and I put those hairs on a plate, okay? Because I'd cut my dog's hair before because I'm trying to get, if you guys listen to my stream yesterday, I'm trying to break, I don't have a chain related to it, but it's not a chain. It's a choice, but it's not something that have been repeatedly positively conditioning myself or reinforcing because I'd already broken it a long time ago, but I just kind of stopped, right? Do you guys understand? Like you stop. For example, if I enjoyed World of Warcraft, right? And like raiding and being a guild leader and shepherding there and healing and all this stuff like that. But I stopped, right? So you see, like I don't have like all this positive and like a path, okay? My shield, if I relive those memories, I have a positive. Do you guys get it? So the only thing that you should focus on from the past, I know I said, don't look back. It doesn't matter. The only thing, I'm giving all the answers up front so that people can learn. I'm planting the seeds up front. So then when we get to all the answers at the end, it all connects and makes sense. The only thing that matters from the past is you use it for your positive shields just when you need them. It's just to change paths. Positive shields, just change paths. I'm going to write down that. All that positive shields do is they change paths. So why do we do that? We do that so they can't season us, so they can't change our interpretation lens, so they can't change how we view things. Because like I said, the same thing was viewed differently because of what I was seasoning myself with, right? Because I was protected, but I wanted to talk about it to teach people. So I exposed myself to new attacks, and then one got through, and I'm like, oh, that was all that was necessary. Do you guys understand? So when I went over there, I had placed my dog hairs there before. So then which has some associations, just so people understand. And then I cut hair, which has some associations, and I was building it up. So I kind of knew what I was talking about, but I hadn't reinforced it, right? I hadn't started any process path, but there's some little mental in there, right? So I put it on the same plate. I was like, I'll just toss it later. right? Because I wanted to out of sight, out of mind. Just because if it was still here, it could maybe serve as a distraction, right? You have to be careful what you have around you, right? Anything that's in your visual, okay? It's the shepherd path. Thanks for being the hero, Leon. You guys get it? Just little interrupts like that. And sometimes even little distractions like this hair that's out of place is actually a really good distraction, because every so often, like, I could focus on that and be like, oh, look at that. It's so cool that I'm doing a stream with one hair out of place. Like, oh, well, there's many. But to see that even started a little path right there, so I have to be like, nope. Everything has something attached to it, guys. It teleports us to time periods, to locations, to situations. Even if it's a positive, you guys understand, positive or negative, it doesn't matter. It still can. The impact depends on what was pre-seasoned to you, okay? What you talked about before. But if it teleports you to a time period and you've had a lot of a negative seasoning, that time period, even if it has 80% positive and 20% negative, now it's going to have the lens from the negative, because that was your seasoning. You guys get it? It's really complex, but that's why we're trying to explain it and break it down. So when I went over that, I'm like, ooh. And by the way, what I saw over there, it was actually a positive, but I know that they've been trying to weaponize it because it has, it's connected to a lot of my negatives time period, right? But it was a really positive time period for me back then, okay? Something that I saw over there. The 1+2, because it created a 1+2. And just an approximation of something. And it popped up in my head because that was them. They nudged me, okay? So what I want people to understand is, what I realized in that moment is, I was going to just leave it. I'm like, it's okay. I'm going to forget about it. What would that do? What would that do, guys? I'm going to be done talking here when we take a break. I don't know, in 40 minutes, 10 minutes, 2 hours, 1 hour, whenever it is the first time I take a break. So now I'm going to get up, right? And I'm going to walk over there and I'm going to see it. So now it has the same 1+2 from earlier. Do you guys get it? If you know that something like that happened somewhere, or it brought something to mind, and even if it was just because of that lens at the time, you don't want to ever go back to that lens. You want to be able to choose if you ever choose to go down that path. The whole key about everything, why I'm trying to say, follow me, listen to me, keep walking this path with me, is because I'll set you free. Because think about that. Now you no longer get to choose, because now you've gone that path. So it means the next thing you see after that, whatever it is, so if I keep walking towards the kitchen, anything I see after that is going to be seen through that lens. Now, eventually, yes, if you get to the point where I am right now, and you guys are going to get there because you're my disciples, right? All of you who are listening, thank you. You're awesome. You're amazing. I believe in you. We got this. Don't get overwhelmed. Anything that catches your attention and you think is interesting, write questions down, write notes, and just keep reconsuming it. We got this, and follow along. There's no rush. As long as you're learning this and putting in work, it doesn't matter. As long as you keep walking and trying to create your own version of this, okay? Then it's going to be great. Then you're my disciple and you're crushing it. Trust you. So all of a sudden, I was like, I need to put those away. I need to toss them away. And now here's also a problem. Here's actually, I'm going to even double down on it. I put them in the trash, okay? I put them on the trash. But what's going to happen? Now when I look at the trash, when I open the trash the next time, I'm going to see them again. So I'm just going to put something else to cover them, just like a paper towel or something, right? Because it's white. And well, that reminds me of the white bikini and having sex in a hot tub with my guys. Okay. So, as you guys can see, a lot goes on in this world that we weren't aware of. It's that simple. I'm saying that a dog hair and my hair were weaponized attacks. Do you guys understand what I'm trying? Oh, my coffee. Okay, so let's get started. I mean, we already did, and that was all a warm-up, but it was also just I I gave the answers. I set it up. But I want everyone to understand that grab a drink, get a snack, something you enjoy. Coffee is great for me, right? It has a lot of positives. I mean, I'm not even going deeper down that path, but yeah. Okay, so something that when you look at it, even the mug, and if you don't have a positive association with that mug yet, or you want to change it right now. Grab a mug but be careful, because if you guys don't understand detoxing yet, you can make a mistake. So for me, you have to make sure you have the positive, you're on the right path. I'm like, my sexy lit girl, white bikini, hot tub. You keep looking at it, and keep looking at it, and keep looking at it, and you keep repeating it. You can start changing what you think. So every time I see it, right? I'm like, and we had sex in the hot tub with your white bikini. Okay, anyway, I needed to stop there because I was going down that path. You guys see, like, now I'm going down that path. It's danger. Why is it dangerous? Because if you keep going, now I am able to still choose, but the problem is I want people to understand I've broken everything, right? Like, I'm completely free. And even if I go down paths, I can just jump off the path, right? And go somewhere else. I can do that. But there's one thing that I still haven't been able to figure out. And we're going to talk about how I figured out how to counter it and reset it, but it still doesn't change it completely, right? Because of recency, which means that as far as I know, you can't. So what's the actual play? Just don't go down past too far, because now everything I look at that has multiple interpretations, because I create multiple interpretations of things, is going to be related to my sexy lit girl, my goddess. Do you guys understand? She's incredible, right? Progression. Just because I went down fully that path, even if I can now change paths, because I'm about to change paths without breaking it, without doing anything, without doing a 1+2 to go there, I can do that. But even then, you guys see my interpretation lens is still different. It's a good one, but do you guys get it? Most of you right now can't choose if that happens, because then you just keep getting pushed things. And then the next thing populates, and the next thing populates, and then you see the next thing, and now it populates very on that. So what happens? That's how people get completely dark consumed or infested, or they end up going down the dark path and do the wrong thing. So this is where we interrupt, because they were trying to do something. Just a reminder to heal, guys. But also, you see, anytime they do anything to you, so that's why I created that response, that reminder. Because anytime they try to do anything to you and start a path, you can use that as an interrupt. It's one of the keys that I realized today. Like, I've been trying to do it. I've been doing it without fully realizing it. Is that, I guess that's really the takeaway, right? You guys are doing things correctly without even realizing that you're doing it. But there's a lot of things you're doing incorrectly, again, without realizing that you're doing it. And how am I to say that it's correct or incorrect? Listen to this knowledge, listen to my story, and we'll defeat sin together. Do you guys get it? See how you feel after. See if you feel protected. See if you feel healed. If you do, then I was correct. If you don't, then I was incorrect. That's all there is to it. You guys see, it doesn't matter. Okay, so let's practice breaking conditioning again, as I'm going to get started to talk about this stuff. I like eating cereal on stream now. I stream for so long. I don't know how long I'm going to go, by the way. I need to eat, right? Because I'm using so much creation energy. I want people to understand, like, the reason why I can do this is because I know how to create. And we've talked about it a little bit, but just really think about it like this. You have to get in flow. You have to get in flow. Do you guys see how I can do one or two things? The same thing. I can choose. There's so many people that every time they eat, they always eat the same way. That's dangerous, because that means you're predictable. They learn that, right? There's something that learns what we're going to do. All right? I just wanted people to know this. Freaking banana. All right? That's the intro. You guys get it? So I was just baiting them. They thought I was going to start a certain path, and I didn't. You guys see this? Today, the reason why I have fun with what I'm doing now, because I'm healed. Do you guys see the difference? Because I'm healed. Now, I said I create challenges for myself every single day. I've set up props around me. There's different little things that I can use to explain the concepts that I'm trying to talk about. So what did I want to talk about today? I'm still trying to get everyone to break all their conditioning, show them that it just doesn't matter. Don't look back. Just keep going. Just keep walking. Just creating you. So what am I doing? I wrote down, I'm like, yesterday, I'm like, it was an idea. I didn't know. I almost didn't do it, right? Like I had my shepherd coat over there because it makes me feel safe. It protects me. It's a huge shield, right? It reinforces it. So right now I'm not wearing a 1+2, right? This is part of my shepherd path, my shepherd shield, right? The Star Diplomat. Now I work alongside God. Now I'm not its champion. I work alongside it. You guys see, like, it's evolved. Like, that's what I'm saying. I took control over story. But I have my shepherd coat over there. I still can see it, but I'm not wearing it. But before, when wearing it, and I'm constantly looking at myself while streaming, I created always a constant shield like that. Just between this and that and other stuff that I'm looking at. You guys get it? I made it easy for myself to create shields. You guys understand? So, like, that's why I'm always so shielded and so protected. And I could always say whenever they inserted something, it's just a reminder to heal, because that's also all tied to that. Do you guys get it? So that's the power of shields. So even what you wear when you're like streaming or you start doing these journeys, you want to attach something positive to it. Because be careful, like they baited me one of the days and it wasn't necessarily a negative. Some people understand. It had a lot of positives. Like it reminded me of something, and it did push me in a certain direction. But you guys see, it still pushed me in a certain direction, but it also distracted me then, because I realized that it was connected to something. I'm like, oh no, I'm wearing the 1+2. So like for me, this does have a 1+2, but I've rewritten it. But for most people, you can't. It's extremely difficult. You have to do it over time repeatedly. So if you want to rewrite something, that's why I said, like, hey, I want to rewrite this mug fully. I've already have, but I want to add another one. So now it's like, sex is my sexy light girl in the hot tub, their white bikini. You just keep repeating it, and you just think about that moment, like when that happened. And you guys see, like, now I might see this 3 days from now, and I'm like, oh my gosh, I'm getting an erection. Do you guys see how I'm talking? Do you guys get it? Like, this is how it works. You just break all your conditioning chains and you can just do shit like this. So anyway, why am I doing this right now? I wanted to challenge myself. Can I stream in the pajama? Like, is that really a challenge? Maybe not for you, but maybe for someone else. I haven't done it before. So that means that it is a challenge. Remember what we talked about? This is why I'm fighting the spirits, because they believe that they have to make us insecure and they have to make us sad, and to cause problems. I'm saying, if you heal someone, look at this. I'm healed now, right? And you believe and you're just having fun. I'm sad, right? I want people to listen to yesterday's stream. I'm still sad. I'm still disappointed, but now I'm not sad and disappointed at my you anymore, my spirit, right? We're aligned now. We're aligned. Doesn't mean that I'm worshiping them and they're not worshiping me. We're just connected. We're aligned. I work alongside them, right? Think of it like, as yesterday I gave the example of the Russian president and the Ukrainian president, or dark god and light god. Even if they work together, let's say the Russian president or the dark god was still like above the other one. Like, I'm number one, you're number two. I'm saying that we're equal. Do you guys get it? We're the same rank. But that doesn't matter. It's just we're on the same team. Do you guys get it? Even if they don't help me, I'm just like, I know we're still on the same team. Got it? So that's why I create these little challenges. That's what I'm saying. Like, if we create progression challenges for ourselves, whatever we're doing, we can grow. So I'm pushing myself to further grow while doing this, by always doing something different. Do you guys understand? Like today, I'm streaming my pajamas. And back in the day, a few years ago, this had positive, but they poisoned it, right? So now I completely rewrote it. So it's also cool to see that I overcame that. And that's also something that happened this morning, right? There was a really dark negative attack. And that's why to see that I'm performing like this, and that I'm happy, and that I'm excited, despite knowing what the world is, despite knowing that they truly brought back the day that the worst insecurity and trauma event happened in my life that controlled me for so long. I relived it and experienced it. Do you guys understand? And I rewrote it and it wasn't the answer. Do you guys get it? So imagine that happened to me today. How many of you would be performing and functioning like this if that happened to you? It's not a competition, but why am I saying that? Because I want people to understand why you should listen and just take this seriously. You don't have to believe every word I say, but try it. And if it works for you, be like, wow, I'm actually healed. Why didn't I listen before? Because you were conditioned not to trust someone who doesn't have 1 million followers, because that doesn't have $1 million, that isn't an expert, that doesn't care about titles. Imagine, I'm telling all of you that is bullshit. You think they want you to know that because it's the answer, okay? Do shit like this. Have fun with it, especially if no one's watching. And who knows, maybe they are. I'm telling you, the spirits are watching. They're watching you every single thing you do. They're watching every single thing you do. I promise you. How many? I don't know. I know that I have a lot of them watching me now because of who I am and what I'm doing. But you guys might only have like 1 or 2 or 3. I think I have a few billion watching me. Just think about that. I'm operating every day, every single thing I do. Like even knowing, like, let's say if I wanted to fucking masturbate right now. Do you guys get it? I know that they're watching me do that. I just want people to understand to the level that you just get when you just hunt in the open like a lion. You just keep walking forward. It doesn't even matter anymore. You don't care. Do you guys understand? You guys are going to get here. Why did I do that? 1, to prove that I can do it. 2, to show you guys that it's possible. Am I going to talk about all those topics again? On all those phrases? Some of those things that probably made you go, oh, that's because, again, you still have conditioning chains, right? That's okay. You're going to get there. It's progression. So we do progress check-in. So that for me was a progress check-in. You guys understand? That was a progress check-in. I wanted to see how far I've come. I've come so far. It's the shepherd path. Thanks, Leon, for being the hero. That's fun. You guys see, like, you make it fun. You want to make sure that you find a way to repeat it. And we're going to talk about this part in depth when we get into reliance and necessity. But think about, like, we'll just do a brief overview. Here's like, just think about if I was reliant on my shepherd coat, right? I was relying on that to feel strong and powerful and stream. Now that means it becomes necessary to streaming. Is that a bad thing? What do you guys think? I'll wait. Before you answer, I want you to look around you and come up with an interrupt. Do something that you haven't done before. Okay? Whatever it is around you, just take it and find a way to just use it to like interrupt you. So for myself, I brought this prop over, right? I mean, it's what I use to massage my sexy leg girl, right? Massage your butt. So it led to fun times in a hot tub or white bikini, right? You see, like now, yeah. Anyway, so I'm just gonna shoot some moisturizer, so it makes me feel a little cool, and I'm just gonna do this, and then I'm gonna go. I don't know why I did that, but just felt like the right thing to do. So I'm just interrupting, right? And also, I'm changing things up, right? So it's gonna change sense. It's gonna change. It's gonna make me think. Oh, here's one. This is really good. Nice. Maybe you planned that. You probably did. You're too good. And I know everything. I just want people to understand, like, once you get to aligned with your spirit, and like, I don't trust the nudges anymore and the signs that happen outside. Okay, I just want people to understand I don't trust those, and I don't consume info. But now we get to a point where we're aligned, right? We communicate and do things together. Sometimes we talk at the same time. It's kind of cool. I mean it. So you start learning some of your vulnerabilities and weaknesses that they fabricated in you. For some reason, like, moisturizer is really good for me. Like, I get dry skin, okay? Like, that's one of the weaknesses they chose for me. I don't know why. It's just something that might, like, truly, like, from one day to the next, like, even if I'm moisturizing every day, this spot, like, tomorrow, this spot might be completely, like, broken dry skin. I'm saying they fabricated, okay? It doesn't matter what you do. Yes, they're tools that we've created. Humanity is, this is a perfect transition where we're going to get into that. There's tools that we've created to fight back, but I'm telling you that what I realized is that if I put the moisturizer or certain creams in a different spot, or like close to my eyes or something like that, all of a sudden it will trigger certain reactions, right? Like, make me feel like maybe like my skin will feel like a little weird, or like, and just close, not even touching my eyes. Do you guys understand? Do you guys get it? What I'm trying to tell you? So you start learning that maybe it's like a sense or something, like, and you know where they always put some of the dry skin? Right here. What would that make me do? What would that make me do, guys? If these are the spots that have dry skin. Okay? So I need to wash my hands, though, really quick. And I'm going to actually go to the bathroom to do so. Because if I accidentally touch my eyes, what's going to happen? Do you guys get it? So why do I say we should just talk, right? And keep walking. I'm going to keep bringing it back to this, right? Why do I say that? Because when you don't have a set outcome, when there is information that I'm trying to get across and cover, but I don't have a set way that I'm going to do so. So, and I don't know the time period. I don't know anything, right? So that's why even like people who say, well, my talk is 2 hours. I'm like, well, that you're limiting yourself, and self limitations are good. I told you that's how we push ourselves. But what if you just needed 10 more minutes? But now you can't. It's just a reminder to heal. The reason why I interrupt that right there, guys, I just want people to understand. They nudged me something positive that I have a lot of positive healing thing stuff with. But I just want people to understand, like, it still teleports you to time periods or when certain things were happening, right? Or it can change like how you talk about something, right? So just anytime they try to nudge you to start a path, just remember, don't let them, okay? No one does it our way. No one. We are not anyone else. We are the shepherd. We're the star diplomat. And now we work alongside our spirit. We call it God, doesn't matter, right? We're both gods. God and God, okay? Got it? And so we've created. So I just wanted people to understand, like, right? Like, I learned from my mistakes. I learned that, hey, that moisturizer, if I put it around there, I have to be very careful. Maybe I have to like just do like little things like this because it's just a reminder to you. Okay, we're gonna have to change your paths. I just want people to understand, just so people understand what happened. Just my finger motion, what I did, reminded me of a picture of a moment, an experience that I had with, just that I had, okay? Based on what color is moisturizer, right? Do you guys get it? And what does it do, right? Just approximations. Do you understand how just by talking, we nudge ourselves? Because we process it, we hear it. Do you guys understand? That's why I said, like, just by looking at my hairs, right? Like yesterday when they weaponized that, I got nudged. I was nudging myself just from looking at my own visual. So we can start paths for ourselves. So that's why, please do not get into arguments. It's not worth it, ever. Please don't do it. Because you're going to nudge yourself and you're going to go further down the path, and it's almost impossible to break that. Even if someone like you guys apologize and figured out, I'm just telling you, poisoning each other. And even not arguing, you're poisoning each other. Remember, if you ever get dark consumed, like what I just did, now, if they won't keep making me repeat that, they can now create a little program and an approximation for it. So now all I have to do is do that again, and I will think of it. And it doesn't mean it's a bad thing. By the way, it's a really positive memory. I just want people to understand it. It's a really positive one. It's really good. We're going to interrupt when you're done with this. But I just want people to understand, like, it teleports you to a time period, okay? And you know where that can lead to. So you have to learn what your attacks and weaknesses are, okay? We're starting to learn how to reverse engineer. I'm like, oh, so that's what they're trying to teleport me to a time period, to a time location, to a situation, and then they're going to start nudging me along slowly, right? It doesn't get there right away. And then it's going to get to the sad moment. And you know what your sad moments are. You know when your trauma events are. You know what your fear events are. And they're going to try to recreate those. You guys understand? Okay. So what interrupt did you guys do? Did you guys overthink it? It's okay if you did. Just practice right now. Make another one. When you guys look at this, what do you see? I know what to try. Do you see a color? Do you see con? Do you see hairs? Do you see a line? Do you see a diagonal? Q-tip? An ear cleaner? What's up, wax? Which one? See, guys, I interrupted you by asking some questions, right? You can even ask a question, right? Doesn't matter. Why do I have a sticky note up there, guys? Why do I have a paper right there that says, what does it say? They tried to make a little nudge right there. They're trying really hard again. Interrupt! Da-da-da. So why did I put that there? What do you guys think? Because it helps me start the shepherd path. Oh wait, that's posture. That's a different thing. Thanks, Leon, for being the hero. Ah, nice. It's just changing the angle. Do you guys understand? Like, when I see this though, I know what that paper says. Do you guys understand? This is how dangerous things are. I know what that paper says. But you see, like, it's a little ripped. So if I see on a walk now a paper that's kind of like looks like this, that's ripped up on the floor when it's outside, you want to know what? I can't even see what it says right now because of the light. If I go outside and I see this, I'm gonna be like, oh, I should do an interrupt. Do you guys understand how this starts? I wrote that. So even the viewing angles like that, you see how right now it's different. Like, is it the same thing? No, this means that we are one. Do you guys see how just even change? Like, I looked over there and like there's some things that could be a positive or a negative, but because of the viewing angles of where I'm sitting, I just see the color. Do you guys understand how this works? So I see a color that I have very positive associations with. Okay? This stuff gets really complex. Okay? So we're going to get there one step at a time. If you're not there yet, just keep watching, keep listening, keep hanging out with me. Just relax, chill, have fun. And maybe you can have, you can create a new association with something. Like I said, get like your coffee or some water, and maybe it'll remind you of when you had sex with your goddess in the hot tub with her white bikini while it was snowing. So do you guys see, like, why did I put that there? Because every time I walk by, and I'm not always going to look at it, but also when you're aligned with your spirit, regardless if you have full faith and trust in them, right? We're connected. I don't understand. I don't believe in all the nudges, right? So I'm against nudges. I'm doing, whenever I do positive ones, I'm going to try to warn you guys that I'm influencing you and I'm impacting you. But the problem also is that half the nudge, at least more than half, truly, are dark. So like even the reason why it's so hard to trust the nudges, why you can't trust them right now in spirit system, if you catch on to this, is because most of the way I actually ended up getting to my trauma event this morning was, it started with a really fun, positive one last night after my stream. Because you guys hear how much I believe in progression. It's everything. It's why I got so attached to World of Warcraft and being a raid leader, because I would bring a group of people who all thought they were nothing. They didn't believe in themselves at all, right? And I created a guild and organization. And I'm going to create something. I don't know the name yet. I was back when I called it the Order of Stars, but now it's going to be something else. But one day I'll do it, right? But it's already happening here. If you're listening and you're becoming one of my disciples, that's already happening, right? You're going down the shepherd path with me. But I always believed in progression because it was so cool to see, like, hey, do you guys remember when you were here and now we're up here? Like, it's so fun, right? And it's the same thing with like even my day one stream to now. It's just so fun, but I'm not going to go back and rewatch it because you never look back unless you need it to heal. Never look back unless you need it to heal. It doesn't matter, okay? So what they ended up doing was they sent me a progression check-in nudge. So there was a time period of my life, I'm talking around just so people understand, because I'm going to have to interrupt here shortly. Otherwise, I'll start the path again. Where I was the first time I lived by myself. Okay? So think about it, if any of you guys have ever done that, right? There was a lot of things that you had to learn, okay? Because you were probably conditioned, you had so many conditioning chains and locks that were installed in you, but then you kind of were just like dropped into the ocean. You're like, I have no idea what's going on, okay? You see how good they are? Woo! We're gonna have to do another interrupt. All right, guys. What is your interrupt this time? For me? See? I'm about to eat cereal with my hands because it teleports me to a different time period when I used to play World of Warcraft, and I was going for the Realm First challenge. So what is that? See how we're running? This is good because we know their tactics. So you see, I'm learning what they were trying to tell you. They were trying to teleport me to time period. See how dangerous it is to start paths? You guys get it, how much I risk. Don't start paths, please, guys. So in that game, there would be a new expansion. So think of like today, the new expansion came out, right? I finished my old storyline, the healing journey, right? Now we're still healing. That never ends, right? We're always healing. Everything's a reminder to heal. I need to start saying that more again in the stream, but you see how different it is because we're healed? We don't need it as much, but it's still a reminder to heal. So we're just healing focused. So we're just always doing it. But now we're just talking, okay? Because there's knowledge that needs to be shared, but we're not. We gave the 40 hours, the last 7 days were the baseline. It's everything. If you have that, you have enough. But now we're just going to keep repeating it in new ways or add to it as what I'm experiencing, because I can deconstruct anything, right? XT deconstructor. Yeah, or the Warcraft. So I was doing the Realm First challenge, which was you have to try to level your character as fast as possible to beat everyone else. Is it necessary? I don't think speed is necessary. I just want people to understand this. It's not a race, okay? We're not competing against each other. The only goal is that we all have to heal. Yet, it was just a fun little thing. I was trying to push myself. I had never done that before, and I wanted to try it. So you had to stay up for like 18 hours straight, 16, 18 hours, something like that. And like I ordered pizza and I had cereal. And I was just, because you have to just, you're trying to level up. You have to kill enemies. You have to do quests. You have to do missions nonstop over again until you level up, until you reach max level. The first person who reaches max level. So a lot of people who would get a new expansion, just so people put it in perspective, might get there over like a month, 2 weeks, 3 weeks, right? But to get Realm First, you have to do something that no one else does. So that's what I'm saying, trying to make you guys understand, like, I'm doing something that no one else is doing, okay? Because I'm trying to teach all of you the knowledge. I'm trying to heal all of you. So that's why I'm taking these risks, but you're not meant for them, okay? You don't have to do them. I'm just trying to show you the danger of starting paths, and it just happens just from talking about it, because it teleports you to time periods and locations. Even if it has positives or negatives, because then what happens is it's the follow-up. So when I was doing the Realm First thing, like, it was cool. I was hanging out with a group of people on Skype. Like, it was all stuff. We were having conversations. But what ends up happening is that you just got to keep going, because I'm like, oh my gosh, other people are doing it too. I'm like, ooh, I was ahead of the race, but you can't stop, right? When you're ahead, you can't stop. You have to keep walking. But I was trying to help other people, but encourage other people in my group and stuff like that. But you have to keep going. So the only time you could take a pee break was there was times when you travel from one zone to the next. So like, let's say right now, like, hey, when I take breaks, when we are going to change topics, right? Like, that's when I can pee. I think like that, because like your character is just like flying on like a griffin or a dragon or something like that for like 5 minutes. I'm like, okay, that's the only time I can take a break. So I just had a pizza next to me, some water, and I was just eating cereal with my hand as a snack. Progression, right? Now I can do it on stream. I'm eating cereal with my hand. You guys get it? Do I have to do it again? I can choose. You guys understand? Do we understand? Now you can choose. Well, I'm just to really prove it to you guys. I would never do these things before. One of my fingers is a little sticky, right? It's something I've healed. It used to be one of my annoyances. They target your annoyances, all of your weaknesses and vulnerabilities. They know all of them. And that's how you get attacked. It's not an accident. If you're like, why does this keep happening to me? They're doing it intentionally, okay? And this is where we're going to transition to Spirit of War. Dunk my finger in. Just clean my hands. Right? Holy water, so we can defeat that one Deathbird in Elden Ring, right? Yeah, that one was strong. Was it the Deathrite one? Yeah, we'll try again one day. We'll get there. Okay. So you see, like, I'm adding in little positive shield paths for myself if I ever choose to re-listen to it. But even for you guys, it's an intro. It could cause confusion. Like, what is he talking about? That's enough. Do you guys understand? That's enough. All right. So just remember, guys, progression check-ins, right? They weaponize that. I started somewhere. That's where I started, right? Like, maybe you didn't know how to do certain things. And then you feel a cool reminder, right? Wouldn't you guys be like, well, look, think about the stuff that I'm doing right now, right? I'm eating cereal on stream, sometimes talking with my mouth open. I'm cleaning my hands with like dunking my fingers in a glass that I'm going to drink from. But actually, really what I do is I just now pour it like this, right? I pour it into the other cup that has a positive associations with me. I'm teaching people how to all this knowledge. I'm streaming in my pajamas. I just mess my hair up like this. I cut my hair on stream. Do you guys understand? Like, I can keep going, but I just want people to understand, like, You see, like, I remember when I was at that time period, like, afraid to go outside without like perfectly matching clothes and style. I would spend like 15 minutes styling my hair, and like if there was one blemish here, I would try to get rid of it, right? Because I'm like, oh my gosh, do you guys get it? Like, oh my, are my clothes wrinkled? Like all these things. Do we understand? It's the shepherd path. And now, if you're listening, you're a disciple. You're a healer now. So keep healing. Make sure you're healing yourself first, okay? All right. That was really good. That was really good. Do you guys see, like, they weaponize the progress check-in for me. And it's something that I enjoy doing because it's just cool, right? We all should do it frequently. I'm trying to do it every single day with these streams. Do you guys understand? But it doesn't matter. Like, if tomorrow I repeat this exact same stream, it's still okay because I'm talking about new information. Do you guys understand? I'm creating new. I'm walking forward. I'm not looking back. I could repeat everything except the topics that I'm talking about. It's still going to be different. You see, I'm creating new. I'm walking forward. The only thing that they can't counter, as long as we keep talking, as long as we keep creating, they can't counter. Now be prepared, guys. They're going to try to attach your past to what you're creating. Or anything. It's absolutely ridiculous. You're like, how is something that happened 15 years ago relevant? Right? It's not. It's like this, what I'm doing right now, the future didn't even exist until I did it right now. You guys understand? Every single action decision we do in every second creates the future. Future doesn't actually exist. I want people to understand this. The future does not exist. Each one of us. That's why I say, like, you can think of yourself as a god if you want to, if this helps you. We all create our future. So that means if we wanted to change Earth or the world or how it operates, if we all just collectively change direction right now, we changed our future. You guys understand? This is why I'm so pissed off and annoyed. But everything's just a reminder to heal. So that's why instead of that, like getting dark consumed by it, it makes me sad. It's a little annoying, but it's fine now. I'm just happy. But now I know I just got to keep repeating this forever. Like I figured out how to make it a repeatable process. Do you guys understand? Like now it's repeatable. So I could be done right now. Like I did enough. Truthfully, guys, I've done enough today already. I just want people to understand that. I could stop here. And I've given you guys a lot of information. Good information. I'm not dark consuming you. I'm not baiting you. I'm not nudging you towards bad things. All I'm doing is trying to break you free and heal you. That's it. And help you now process everything you've learned so far. That's it. Do you guys understand? Like, my job is done. I can feel great about it, but I'm gonna keep going because I can choose. But if I got tired all of a sudden, or like something happened, or if just my goddess came home or it was just she woke up right now, she was taking a nap and she's like, hey, you wanna spend some time together? I'm like, actually, yeah, let's do it. You guys see, like, there's no necessity, there's no reliance, there's no need to do something. I can choose to do something whenever I want, even if I get nudged. But if I tell her, no, actually, no, I'm on fire right now. This is really good. Okay. But and then all of a sudden she walks out from the bathroom right now and she's wearing that white bikini. I'm like, oh shit. I'm good. Because I broke my reliance and necessity. I'm like, hey. And they nudged me something right now, which is fucking hilarious. But it's just a reminder to heal. Again, I keep repeating it, but every time I say that, guys, they nudged me something mentally in my head, even if it was not something bad. But now you know, anything that they present to you, because just you heard what I said, they weaponize our positives. So they were trying to attach another girl nudge to my goddess. Do you guys understand? Doesn't mean, here's one thing that I want people to understand. Doesn't mean that you can't then rewrite it and then attach it to your goddess. Okay? It's possible. But do you understand how risky that is? Because it has all that points and associations to the other one. So that means until you fully rewrite and detox it, now every time, if they just have to keep getting you to say that word or that phrase, and you yes, you're rewriting to her, but it's dangerous. You have to detox at the right time, one thing at a time. And when it's not that theme, when they're not presenting you that, because if they're presenting you that, don't do it. Do you guys understand? Like, so even I need to be careful right now about, need to keep changing, but I need to be careful about keep pushing down this path of trying to detox and rewrite certain things with my goddess because I just caught on that they're trying to weaponize it. Do you guys see? You catch it and you're like, okay, well, that's that. We did pretty good. This was pretty good. But you know what? After when we take a break, we're going to change something up. I don't know to what, but we're going to change it up because, and yeah, we're letting them know. But maybe, so now maybe we won't do it anymore because they react to us. I just want people to understand they react to us. They hear, they listen. So then now I'm saying it. So that means now they can start planning an attack. Okay. I wrote that I was going to give my dog a bath yesterday. They planned they weaponized some things so that they would ruin the bath. They tried to create the pre-seasoning so that it would bring me back to the one negative that I have towards it. Do you guys understand? If I hadn't written it down, they might not have done so. They learn what your plans are. So you have to just be able to change paths on demand because otherwise, if you are like, I have to give him a bath right now, you can bet if you've been planning it for a while that they pre-seasoned you for it and there's going to be some bad things that happen when you do it. Bad things are just, like I said, they teleport your time periods and it might not be, because like I said, my progression check and they weaponized something that I really value. And then I didn't think anything of it. Nothing bad happened immediately. Okay? I went outside and a sign that before I interpreted as bad, so that people understand, a sign that I before interpreted as bad, I walked by it and I was like, oh, nice. Now it's positive. I even said that. Do you guys understand? But then in the morning, they made their play. When I woke up and they got me to the spot that I haven't got to in a long time. And it's because of how much recency and how many paths I started last night. But if you guys don't understand that, if you guys don't understand how dangerous that is, you have no idea what you walk into. You just don't. Okay. So what does this mean? I want you guys to think of it as like the spirits and the humans are at war. Okay? Just think about what I'm talking about, right? Like all these nudges, all these mental things. Like even if you can't believe that there's invisible things doing this stuff to us, right? I want you to think of it as, well, it's just a reminder to heal. They're funny. See, I laugh about it now, but it's not funny. I keep saying it every day, but I laugh about it, but it's not funny. Because they're guiding your path. They're inserting shit in your head just based on what you say out loud or what you see. And it's not what you would have chosen. I just want people to understand sometimes it is. Sometimes we get to choose. Right? And yesterday we talked about practicing the radial menu, right? So when you see something, I'm like, well, what is it? It could be this, it could be this, it could be this, it could be this. And this is how you can force detox and condition yourself differently, right? Like, hey, snow, white bikini, hot tub, my goddess, my sexy like girl when we had sex, trying for a kid, right? You guys understand? When I realized that I don't rely on her or need her anymore, but she's the best bonus of all time. She's the reason why I became the shepherd. Why I became aligned. Well, now there's two gods in this world. We don't care about the dark god. They don't mean anything. Do you see, like, they just don't matter. And that's the key. I keep bringing you back to it because it doesn't matter. Don't look back. The only benefit in value to the past is for positive shield paths. That's it. So take a few, find a few, remember a few, or you can create some new ones if you forgot them. Okay? But everything else, if something happened, that's it. F it. Just gotta keep going. There's nothing we can do. It's over. That's it. So what ends up happening is that they try to prevent you from thinking that. This is why I'm saying we're at war, right? Because even like, it's like they don't want you to move on. They want you to stay attached to it. People are like, wait, really? I thought other people sometimes tell me to move on. Why do you think they do that? This is the worst part about what's going on with this mental war, the spiritual war. This is what people don't understand. They think, but other people are telling me to move on, that I should just get over it. They're not doing it to actually help you. By the way, I never had connected the dots like this before. This is why I keep saying it, but the value of talking it out on stream. The reason why they do that is because you know that you can't, okay? Because you have reminders. They're mentally inserting them through you, through anything that has even one point, that has even one, either positive or negative. They'll try to teleport you to time periods and then nudge you other things until they can finally get you back to remember something. They do it intentionally, okay? So they're forcing you to remember it. What happens then when you tell everyone outside is like, you're still on that? Make sure you interrupt here. They brought you back to that. You see? They did the same thing with me right now. Just from that phrase that I said, you're still on that. Do you guys understand how this works? My sensitivity to everything is so, like, I've unlocked base. Just think of it like this, guys, right? The shepherd path, I climbed up, I ascended, okay? I'm now talking to you guys. It's like, if you want to think about it from it, just think of it like if I'm talking to you guys from the heavens. And that's not me saying I'm ruling over, because if anything, I'm beneath you. I'm hanging out with the people that are at the bottom of the pyramid, and I am trying to push them all the way up. Got it? So I made it up there, and now I jumped back down, and now I'm walking with you guys. Okay? Think of it like that. So I'm not saying that to rule over you or lord over you. I'm saying that so you guys understand. Like, like my sensitivity is, I used to say like my sense of smell was bad and stuff like that, and maybe my hearing wasn't good. I am so hyper aware, and it's not, people say like, do you develop like paranoia and stuff like that? In a way, yes, you kind of do, but it's just, there's a reason why you hyper focus on it, because you know that that's their attacks. Every sense is an attack. I'm telling you guys, every sense. See, this is why I washed my hands before, because you see, like, I just felt nudged to touch my eye. If I wouldn't have done so, right now, I would have had a reaction right now. Do you guys understand? Like, it's this crazy. Like, they can change your bodily senses. You can feel that, right? So that can guide your path. Do we understand? Like, everything is an attack. So, like, me putting moisturizer as an interrupt, but then I'm like, oh, I need to be careful, because if not, they're going to weaponize it down the road. You see, like, I had to learn what attacks could possibly happen from this. And that's why I'm sad. Do you guys understand? That is why I'm sad. I'm fully healed. I'm having fun with this. But I can't write new storylines. I'm writing a new storyline like this, but I can't write it the way I want. Do you guys get it? I would want to build a school outside, a physical one, and have interactions with people in person and teach them all this stuff. I would love to do that. Do you guys understand? That would be a lot of fun. Oh, but I could also do it virtually like this. Do you guys get it? Like, it doesn't have to be like that. You see, I found workarounds. There's always a way around suppression. There always is. There's always another path. There always is. So that's why you just have to keep walking. But you see, like, if this ties to everything. Imagine if I needed it, or if I was reliant on having to go outside and build a school, a physical school to teach people. Do you guys understand what I'm trying to say? If you have that need and that reliance for it, then now you're vulnerable. Now it's a control lever. They can destroy you like that. Because what if they take it away? You attach all your positive to that school idea, or maybe you actually built a school. And then what happened to people when the pandemic happened? Now all of a sudden they couldn't go to the office anymore. What if people's pride and joy is the big skyscraper building that they built, right? And now it's empty because everyone wants to just work from home. It destroys the person who built it, because that was their pride and joy. That was what gave them the value. That was what gave them the worth. That was their need. That was their reliance. That was their shield. Do you guys understand? It became their shield. So now if their shield is being devalued, or like now it's not being used anymore, they don't have access to it, they start getting destroyed. So that's what they try to do. They try to they try to attach a shield, and they try to positively control you by attaching it to need and reliance. It's what we're working on destroying, our need and our reliance for anything. So like, if I needed to put or drink coffee right now every single day, I still it's a bonus for me, but I needed to break the need and reliance on it. I broke it over time. I really have. I drink a lot less than I used to, but there's still some days where I drink a lot. It helps me, right? It helps me keep going, because I use up a lot of energy creating. It helps me. Do you guys understand? But I don't need it. I don't rely on it. Just like, think about this, guys. Yesterday, if you watched the stream at the end, I thank my disciples, right, for following me down the shepherd path. And I tell them, teach this knowledge, everything that I'm giving you. Truly, take all of it and reinterpret it and teach it your way. Just don't mislead people, okay? If you interpret it and it works for you, right? Teach it. but make sure it actually worked for you. Please do not mislead people. Don't charge people for it. We're just trying to help the world heal, okay? Because if we all do that, then we can all be free. Then we're not going to be at war with the spirits anymore. And then hopefully by then, as more people start waking up and realizing it, then we're finally going to be free. You guys get it? Then we can be free. Then we can start choosing our own stories, because now everyone gets to choose. And now we're like, hey, spirits, we want to work with you. When are you guys going to get the memo? Okay? Do you guys get it? So if I break my need and reliance with coffee, what happens when I drink it? I haven't drank any coffee until right now, today. Normally, it's the first thing that I drank. So what happens when I drink it now? It makes me happy, because it's giving me an energy boost right now, right? I needed it. Sorry, I'm wrong. I didn't need it, but it helps me. It helps me, right? It takes you from here to here. So that's why I drank so much coffee, because it always brought me here, right? It always brought me there. So that you keep doing it, because why wouldn't you, right? Think about the benefit that it gives you. You guys understand? Like, why wouldn't you do it? Think about that one. If coffee helps you perform better, if it makes you drink or stream better, or whatever now your main focus is, right? Because again, we're trying to cut out and limit everything outside. I want you guys to figure out a way to be able to live a repeatable process without needing to go outside anymore. Hopefully, as everyone starts waking up and realizing that's the answer, right? Because the outside is the spirit's playground. Okay, I'm writing that one down just for myself to remember. I'm not going to forget it, but I'm just writing it down. Because reminders, right? Just like interrupt. Everyone, while I'm writing this down, this is my interrupt. You guys should do an interrupt. Write down something, anything that that caught your attention or is making you think. Okay. So what do I mean by playground, right? It's just, I'm telling you, illusions and anyone who's dark consumed, like if I got dark consumed right now and I went out there, they're going to put shit in my head, right? The majority of us can't resist. Right now I got nudged, just like a little minor thing, to look at my cereal, right? So what happens if I look, whatever I look at, whatever I'm shown, whatever I feel, whatever I see, the majority of us, it populates into our head, okay? I talked about this yesterday, but like Dr. Ford, Westworld. Oh, I always mix it up with Xenoblade X, right? That song, it's good because it's a little intro, right? But now, if you know Xenoblade X, that video game, and you know Noctilum, Sylvalum, Cauldrus, right, Mims. Oh goodness, just a reminder to you. It's still a good intro, right? It's just our path starts getting controlled by what we hear, what we see, what we feel, what we sense. Do you guys understand? So most of you can't resist. Most of you can't resist. And if you're dark consumed, it's nearly impossible. And if you have conditioning change, you have locks, and you're not fully on a path, and you reach the threshold of whatever it is, like if I keep looking at cereal and keep talking about cereal, eventually I'm going to reach the threshold. If I smell the cereal, if I've been craving cereal, it's been a while, you guys see, like eventually you reach the threshold where like, I want cereal. But if the recency is not there, it's not as impactful, right? So if I haven't seen any visuals or pictures of cereal or anything, so just think about coffee. Like if you haven't smelled it, if you haven't looked at it, if you haven't talked anything about it, the recency is not there. So it's not as powerful, okay? Recency is really impactful. This is why what you set up in your rooms and your castle, the decorations and everything. See, I mean, you can use anything as a positive, right? They use trash to against us outside. So I've used some trash as a positive. Do you guys understand? There's truly things that are just placed in random places that are now served as a positive. So don't underestimate anything. It's what you attach the meaning to. You can create your own meaning. You can choose your own conditioning. We talked about it in the previous days, but I'm just reminding people, let's work on that, okay? So just remember, guys, if you can break the need and the reliance for it, just start like, okay, maybe start one day, right? One day, just a reminder, heal. They try to do a little nudge right there. It's okay. One day without drinking coffee. Or even just, can I go 6 hours without drinking coffee? Right? That's great. That's all you need. Hey, tomorrow, can I go 7? You guys understand? Like, think of it like 6. you understand that what it is, right? Like you understand the function and the purpose of the coffee. Do you guys get it? You understand what it is, and that's what matters. So I know what I'm using it for. Okay, it's a tool for a purpose, but I do enjoy it, and also has positive associations and starts positive paths for me based on one of my ultimate shield. Okay, do you guys get that? So that there's a lot of great to it. So there's no reason not to do it a lot. You want to do it a lot, but here's the problem. Now we're back to problems yet again. Is that they learned that, right? So then if you keep using it for as your counter to everything, they're going to weaponize it. They're going to try to poison it. They're going to any positive. And also, right, you drink less water, you get dehydrated. Like there's some negatives, right? But they're so minor. But now it can control you. So if every single time you feel a little tired, I'm like, I need more coffee. Just a reminder to heal. Just so you people know, like whenever they start sending a lot of attacks, I know I'm on the right track. And by the way, I say that and I could be wrong. I just want people to understand. That's my findings. Those are my findings based on everything that I've studied and researched and reverse engineered and deconstructed and World of Warcrafted over the last 10 months, 33 years. Okay? My findings are, if you're getting attacked with noise, and noise is primarily mental nudges, it means that you're on the right path. So keep going. Some people can say, oh, isn't that just you're coping? And I'm like, well, then if it helps me, do you guys get it? Like, don't listen to people, I guess is what I'm trying to say. Don't fucking listen to them. They weaponize things. Like someone will be like, you shouldn't drink coffee. I'm like, fuck off. Sorry, F it. All right, I'm trying to rewrite it to that. I'm like, F it. Like, are you kidding me? No. I'm just going to keep going. Whatever. If you say that, oh, you want me to stop drinking coffee? But what does that also do, right? I'm trying to prove someone wrong. Don't do that. Why don't you want to prove people wrong? Because it doesn't matter. Don't look back. We're doing it for ourselves, okay? But could you use it for motivation? Yes, dark motivations, light action. We go back full circle to all that stuff, but they intentionally say those things to nudge you. And like I said, if they know that could push you, they can nudge you like that, right? Like if I know that you're never going to clean, unless I say, wow, if I just say like, it would be nice if someone cleaned again, and you actually clean because of that. Do you guys understand? Like, now it's a control lever. So if I know that you're going to drink coffee, if I just say, you shouldn't drink coffee, I can just say that to you and you'll drink coffee. Something learns our behaviors and our patterns and our repetitions. Do we understand why that's so dangerous? Because this is why I'm telling you guys the answer is you have to learn from your mistakes. You have to recognize their attacks. You have to learn how to deconstruct World of Warcraft, their attacks. You have to learn the skill set of figuring things out and analyzing things. Because otherwise, they're going to repeat them again and you don't know how it happened. And you got there and you're like, how did that happen? Why do I feel this way? Whenever you feel bad, whenever you feel negative, anything that, like, you guys know the feelings, right? I'm not going to say the words, but anything. So you guys think of it like the positive, right? You know how it feels to be like happy, right? You know how it felt with love with your goddess, right? I mean, just think about that, right? Like, it felt so good. She made you happy, right? Like, you guys recognize those feelings, right? So that means you recognize it. So you can start deconstructing World of Warcrafting it, progressioning it, video game figure. That's why I say play video games, guys. Try it out. Try figuring out how to play a video game. Get some video games and play a single player game. That's actually what I challenge you to do. Not because multiplayer ones are bad. It's just they can nudge you. So we have to be, and even single one can, but it's safer to play single player one because it's more controlled, the information. You understand? We're trying to limit the variables and ins and access to information that can get to us. That's all we're doing until we heal. Because once we're healed, then we know how to do shields, we know how to rewrite things, we know how to create new meaning, we know how to just pay attention to the fabrication of it, like all those stuff, right? We know how to change time periods, we know how to counter it, like we learn from our mistakes, we learn how it doesn't matter, we just keep walking, like all these things. Then we can handle it. But still, this is also a key. Don't get overconfident. Don't do what I did yesterday, because truly, if I was not healed or if I didn't know all the tactics, right now, I probably wouldn't be streaming today. You'd be like, why didn't he stream day 8? Because I would have been destroyed. You're like, but you were fully healed yesterday. Exactly. Do you guys understand? That's how powerful, if you get back teleported to that time period, is. It can completely consume you. And because then they just reinforced it. And then everything you look at is just that. And then when you go outside, everything is interpreted through that. But they also are nudging you more of that. So now you're completely infested. Do you guys understand? That's how it is. That's all it takes. So do we get why I say that we're at war with these guys? Think of it as humanity creates tools to fight back versus them. These computers, music, like I said, my cologne, like the scent. And we are countering their attacks, right? So like a hat, it's black visuals, their illusions, their negative nudges, right? So in one way, you can think of it, it almost makes it a little more fun, right? It makes it almost like a little video game. Doesn't make it better. I just want people to understand that. Yes, we're changing our outlook on it, but it doesn't make it better. It's not funny. It's fucked up. It's that's why we have to do the F it play, right? You just got to keep walking. And I challenge all of you to learn all this stuff. I challenge all of you to start healing. Challenge all of you to do this, because otherwise, like, it changes how we view everything. Do you guys understand? Like, too many people, even though humanity's creating these tools, they weaponize it, right? They've weaponized AI. They've weaponized ads. Like, truly, YouTube, every website, anything, turn off all ads. If you guys created originally to get messages across, that was the ultimate bait. They baited you guys to care about the superficial, about the numbers, about the money, about the stuff. So that's how you guys could start going down the path of using ads. It doesn't matter, okay? So that's how they got everyone to use them. And now they control them. They took them over. They get to choose which ad populates next for people. There might be a few things that have set ads, right? Like if you rewatch an old DVD, they had like set ads in place. If you want to do something, guys, that's how it should be. If you really want to present ads, but we don't need ads, because if the moment they can control it, it's dangerous. But actually, let me even take a step back. It's still dangerous, even if it's set and fixed. Here's why. But it's less dangerous, because if they change your lens, if they pre-season you, now all of a sudden you might feel like, I want to watch that. Like, here's one for my family, but also for me. Like, I want to watch Jack Black, School of Rock. You guys ever watched that movie? Really good. You watch the video. Some of the songs, they're really good. It's a great movie. Here's the problem. When you search for YouTube, there's going to be an ad that populates. Unless you have premium. But you see, you have to pay money to avoid it. That's not okay. We shouldn't have to pay money to protect ourselves from attacks. You guys understand? 2, the drop-down menu gets searches. They can modify it if they really want to. I believe it costs energy for the spirits, but they can modify it. Which means that if you see a word there, it can start you down a path. So when you're typing, just look at what you're typing, or just look at the keyboard while you're typing. Like, do you guys get it? This is how serious it is. You got the key to paradise, right? Sirius got the key to paradise. So, they nudge you based on what you're doing, or what you're seeing, or what you're experiencing. The suggested videos, they can change that order, right? So they took over all these things. And then if there's an ad that populates before you get to the video you want to actually watch, you type in School of Rock. Then when you click on School of Rock, an ad pops up. If it's the next reinforcement for what you just saw, you guys understand? Now you're on a path. Now, you could say that the song in School of Rock could change a little bit your path, but just a little bit. Well, what if actually it now poisons it? Because they attach something to it. Or, so now you're like, oh my gosh, now it reminded me of this. Now I don't want to watch it anymore. Or they couldn't do that, but still, you're still on that path because the recency is there now. Do you guys still see like now the recency's up there of these negatives? Do we understand? You just wanted to type in a video and watch School of Rock. That's all you wanted to do. But all of you have no idea that that's happening. And yet, all of a sudden, after you watch the video, then a suggestion pops up when you end the video. And you're like, oh, that's actually a good suggestion. Probably is. But it's the next step to continue the path. Because they're trying to get you to where they want to hurt you. A sad event or a traumatic event or insecurity event or something, just a bad reminder. Try to attach it to, or try to remind you of a person or a situation or a time period that could bring up bad things. Okay? Guys, just remember the past doesn't matter. Okay? What does that sound remind you of? Do you know what it is that's making the sound? A sticky note. Did it remind you of that? Okay, you guys see? Experts who are my enemy, not because I hate them, I actually really respect them, just like how I respect the dark spirits. They're my enemy, right? I respect them. I want them to work with me, right? But enough about that. We've talked about that a lot. So we have these like scientists and other people like that are always focused on trying to get answers, right? All I've been doing my entire life, just so people understand, just a reminder here, they're doing a little lunge path right here, is trying to get answers. But it was a good one. But you see, like, still, I don't want to go down any path that they're trying to create. I've been just always trying to get answers, but especially for the last Final Fantasy 14. We need to answer together. But yeah, her butt. You see, I'm just making sure I'm changing a little bit of my path so that it's neutral, right? Because that's really the key, guys. Like, no matter what happens when you're talking about things, you want to make sure that you're always on a neutral path of balance, because otherwise your interpretation lens or what you're talking about, it's slightly influence is modified. And doesn't mean it's for bad, but it's not then fully your choice. Especially when the majority of you just don't know it's knowledge yet. So you think it's your choice, but you're not. Everything you're saying, especially if you have any dark consumption, I'm telling you, if you're not fully healed, you do. They know exactly the one thing that's left that they can dark consume you with. Or they're going to try old things again, praying that this time it's going to crack and break you. You guys get it? So we're so focused on, well, how does sound work? How does are like noise waves like right? Like the spirits attack us through that, right? But we can't see it. So it's good to think about that, right? Like, well, how are they actually attacking us? That's what it is, right? So everything that humanity's trying to figure out is how the spirits are attacking us. But they're also they're trying to push us to develop, right? So basically they're developing new attacks, we're developing counters. It's kind of how it works. But we can attack them back. How do we attack them back? Through healing. We attack back through healing. It's really the ultimate attack. So once we're at 100% healing, then we can start doing. So that's what you guys are seeing here live. I'm just doing. Do you guys understand? But really, all it is healing. But I'm creating new. I keep walking. But so many people are just so worried about, like, how does it work? Like, what are they? How is it possible that they can mentally nudge us directly into our head through just our visual? Like, can someone explain that to me? Because I really would like to understand that. How is it possible that even if I block everything and I'm on flow, that once in a while there's still an attack that gets through? What happened? What did I do that let that happen? Like, is it actually possible that that they just can throw they're sending a million attacks my way because I'm just the ultimate threat? She's the ultimate shield. But it's cool to, like, it powers us up, it protects us a little bit, right? Preemptive after. I'm just giving myself some notes, right? Even though I'm not going to listen to this again, but maybe down the road I will. How is that possible, right? Like, how can they do that? How do they manage that? Can someone explain that to me? Because I really would like to know. I'm not bullshitting you guys. I would truly enjoy knowing how that's possible. I would truly want to enjoy figuring out, because I enjoy figuring things out, right? So a lot of you are going to be stuck because now you quit your job. Now you don't no longer care about money, right? You're trying to decondition yourself and break all your conditioning chains and heal all your insecurities. Now you realize how they fabricated and all this stuff, right? You're creating these shield paths. You're doing all these things. But you're kind of lost. You're like, I don't know what to do. I don't know what to do, right? So it's just like, so we try to look for answers, right? It's interesting. I learned the skill sets that I enjoyed from my work. Really, the only thing I really enjoyed, I thought it was like talking to people. Turns out it wasn't that. It was figuring things out. Turns out it was figuring things out, because what would happen is that we don't even need it. I'm just going to say, just a reminder to go on the shepherd path and progression. It's really progression, I guess, and figuring things out. That's really what it was. She's incredible. She's yours. That's the best part. But anyway, we don't rely on her anymore. We don't need her. She's the ultimate bonus. Right? So I enjoy figuring things out. I realized that's what I enjoyed from my sales jobs and all those other things. The progression aspect, the World of Warcraft, League of Legends, things of that nature. Do you guys understand? Like everything, right? I can keep going, but that was the part that I enjoyed. But I always thought it was other things, but it's not. For me, it was like a chess match, like trying to figure out how is it possible? Like, how can I get these people to believe that they're amazing and that they're great, that they got this, that they don't need to work, that money is poison, that they're getting poisoned at work or at the location through all the info and suggestions that are being presented to them because they're playing in that playground of the spirits. And if they just hibernate and create an arc for themselves for 40 days, that they will heal if they listen to everything I'm saying. So I'm like, wait a minute, I can just figure things out. So you guys see, like, I want to figure these things out. I want to figure out what they are. I want to figure out how they do it. I want to figure out why they do it. I've asked that question a few times. I talk about these things. You guys understand? I talk about it, but every time I talk about it, I always get to the same answer. And what is that? It doesn't matter. Right? So we start learning what actually matters and what doesn't. And 99% of things just don't matter. But what does is recognizing what it is. It's really just, that's it. This could be my last stream. I say that every day as well, just so people understand, but it's because every day the answer keeps evolving, but we get from one path to the next. We keep going. Like if you followed your path, you get to see. Like think of it like everything you do, every stream, every recording, every post, it's just a path. You get to see it. And that's what happens to us. That's what they do to us, right? Like say, how did I get here? There was something that happened, right? They nudge us along. Suggestions, reminders, everything, music, all those things got us there, right? If you're not free, if you haven't broken free, if you don't understand how the game of life works, how the spirits do it, and the mental nudges and the conditioning chains and the locks, and how to write your own storyline and how to create your own meaning and all these stuff, then unfortunately you got there based on majority. There are some times where you are free, but it's an accident. What you guys don't understand is that there are times where you break it by accident. Maybe you set up 2 positives in your room without even knowing why. You're like, yeah, this is cool. And when you go there, and every time that happens, you break free, right? Because you have like a song going at the same time. It's like, I broke free. Every single time you go there, you're like, I feel better now. I'm like, you don't understand even why. That's what I'm saying. Like the majority of you are playing the game of life blind. You don't have no idea why things happen. And I'm telling you, it's all mechanical. It's curated. It's designed. It's planned. It's fabricated. But it could be created, which is the light path, for good. So I'm teaching all of you how to create, right? So then we can create new things. We create new things, and they can't do anything to us. Even though they try to attach it, you're like, okay, I understand the past. But now you don't care about any of the past. 80% of it, 95% of it doesn't matter. It's only the 5%, the good, you use for the positive shields. Everything else, bye. Trash. People are like, how can you do that? I'm like, that's just, you have to. It's not that by the way, just so you guys know, I don't want to do that. You guys understand? I don't want to do that. We have to do that. Why do you think I'm trying to change how the game is designed? Because they weaponize our past. It's the only thing that they have. Because otherwise, if you're doing this new, right? Like they've been trying to fabricate a few events to cause negatives, but they still attach those like the other day, I'm gonna have to check, right? Like they try to mute my microphone, right? And like disrupt the stream and steal stuff, right? That was based on the past. But if it was the first time it happened, You guys see, like, it doesn't have a lot of impact. Like, if right now they like knocked over that star, like, I would be a little annoyed. I'm like, are you kidding me? Like, what? But now I'm just like, it's just an interrupt. It's cool to do, right? You see, like, I say, F it. I just got to keep going. I got to keep walking. It doesn't matter. Never look back, right? I learn from my mistakes. This is the way, right? I'm not relying on it. I don't need it anymore. I just got to keep walking. It's a new journey. Do you guys see? Like, that's the takeaway, right? But I kind of lost my train of thought. That was good. It's good to sometimes do that because it interrupts your path. I just want people to really understand that you got to where you were because they've been guiding you. And then they enslaved you there. And now you guys know that we always think it's slavery. We got enslaved negatively. Most of us did. I just want people to understand the majority of us got enslaved negatively. But we talked about yesterday how the rich are enslaved. Most people would say that the rich are not enslaved negatively, are they? They are actually, but we don't really think about it that way. In many ways, they're enslaved more than the poor. They have way more chains that keep them there because it's much harder. Like, you guys understand, their impact can be greater because they currently design a world that operates on money. If we get, which we're going to get, if we get away from the world of money, but maybe can create a world of Warcraft. So what we end up doing is if we all quit our jobs and stop caring about money, then all the rich, it doesn't matter anymore, right? Because we're not reliant and we don't need money anymore, right? That's the end goal where we're going, right? That's why I'm trying to show you guys. If you haven't broken free yet, if you don't understand all this, your entire storyline is being written by them. We have to write our own storyline. We have to break our storyline. That's what you need to take the first step. You need to. There's no buts other than hers, ifs or maybes about this anymore. Okay? Do you guys get this? Like, it's time for you to wake up, but don't worry about the terminology. Like, oh, am I awakened? Am I spiritually awoken? Am I enlightened? Like, who cares, right? That's the wrong focus. We're focusing on the how, the why, the label. It's what it is. Do you understand this knowledge? Do you understand how they create paths? How they make us do the next thing? How they that when they insert those things in the head, that's not you, that's them. You can choose sometimes. Like, hey, right now I look at MacBook Pro. For you guys, you might just think of a MacBook Pro. It makes me think of something else. Right? There's a radio menu that pops up, and I get to choose the meaning. But there's also a color on there, and that has different meaning for me. Do you guys understand? Leah, thank you for starting the hero path and being a shepherd. Really, guys? Just a reminder to heal. Right, like, you just laugh about it now, but it's not funny. I'm just letting you guys know that they tried to start a path. You guys have no idea it's happening. I know all my code. And once in a while, there's one that I still don't catch, but I know that I'm like, I know how it makes me feel, right? So, like, you understand how it makes you feel. So if it makes you feel negative, that means it's an attack. I just want people to understand. If you ever feel negative, that means that you got N1 plus R1, and they led you down a path negative. But they got you somewhere without you even realizing it. And sometimes they didn't even mentally nudge you in there, and you still felt it because each thing has what I call invisible germs. Okay? So this is how the world actually works. We talked about it in episode 2, 3, 4, somewhere on there. But I just want to explain it in one different way. Each thing has invisible germs on it. Okay? Here we go. I didn't think I was going to do it. This banana, right? The color's changing a little bit, right? So you guys can think of these things as the germs on it, right? But what if you only saw it like this, right? Like, there's fewer, but it actually has this many invisible germs, right? Those are all negatives, okay? So each of those dots, each of those things are artifacts. Each object houses invisible artifacts. And what those artifacts have are positive conditioning points or negative conditioning points. Hey, Leon, can you give me a high five? Thank you. I just interrupted myself there, so I didn't start. But by the way, just me saying that, Leon, can you give me a high five, teleports me to a time period. multiple time periods. So you see, like it doesn't have one more than other. But you guys understand, like there's so many time periods that it can teleport me to, but it still can start paths, right? It has invisible things. There's a lot of positives. Just the phrase saying it has positives for me, but it's attached like 4 or 5 different locations because my dog has followed me around to different places. You guys understand? So that's why it's fairly neutral. That's why it's fairly safe. But what if they've been reinforcing one path exclusively? And I say that it could start a path. Do you guys understand? Because now I'm interpreting it based on that location. Do you guys get this? But I'm also doing this to make sure that I don't start another path. So do we understand? Just a phrase holds invisible germs. Because we can't see germs, right? But we believe that we get sick. True or false, right? You guys believe that you get sick from invisible germs. So I'm saying that that's actually what happens to us, but mentally. That's how they guide our paths. That's how they start paths. That's how they condition us, and that's how they create associations. And it's mostly through approximations, right? But for example, when you see this, you're going to feel something. Something's going to populate into your head. What is it, right? Like you look at the color, you change focus. Like even just changing your focus can change what populates your head. But I'm telling you, if you see this up front, they're trying to nudge you down a path for a specific reason. So for me, like this, when I look at this right now, they're trying to attack me. I just want people to understand. They use this to try to attack me. Yet I have a lot of positive with it. So I'm going to change it. I'm just so that I stop getting nudged negatively, but also to show you guys how you can break your conditioning, right? You guys always peel bananas the same way. So check this out. Okay, I have cereal here, right? I'm not going to show the cereal bowl, but you're going to see things dropping into it. Okay. So have you guys ever added banana into cereal? It's pretty good. You can add fruit and other stuff, right? Try doing something different. Eat something different, like eat it differently than you normally do. But what if, I just want to I'm breaking conditioning change, right? What if I just wanted to, and also I'm using it as a explanation. Like some people could say bread and mold is an example of Final Chronicles, right? The model of the world, right? Miasma, like how the world got poisoned, right? Because over time, like think about it, if bread gets moldy, right? It's spreading the corruption, because that's what it is, right? We if we're not healed, we're poisoned and we're spreading corruption. And objects that have invisible germs on them poison us, and then we spread the corruption further. But I'm going to stop there just because I want to heal this first, because it has poison on it for me. But it has a lot of positives, right? Like I usually eat it with bananas. I've had as positives for banana smoothies. My dad taught me that. That was his secret smoothie thing. So you see, I'm starting a path here, but I just want people to understand, but they're all different, right? But cereal, right, as well. Do you guys get it? Like I could take the radio menu. I could take it the other way, but they were trying to remind me of something else that I'm not going to specify, because it could start a path towards one of the insecurities and dark things in my life. So you learn what their attacks are, what their themes are. So I'm like, and by the way, this thing that relates to that event wasn't actually a bad thing, but it's the topic. The topic of what it is related to an old insecurity that I healed. You guys understand? Just because there was something, you guys understand, like you can connect the dots probably, but do you guys get it? Any of you, right? Just a reminder to heal. This is a good one. This is good. This is really good. So think about this, guys. This is a model. My goodness. This is a model for how they attach artifacts, poison, corruption, positive and negative, to the world, to every single object. Okay, that's what a banana is. That's now what we see a banana as. Fucking banana is now how I explained artifacts to the world. But here's the problem with it, right? Regardless of all the stuff, all those dots, right, are the negatives and positives. So this side, this is a really negative, right? Do you guys see this? All that right there, the dots grouped up together. It's completely poisoned right there, right? So this is their main attack. This is their main attack right here. This is what they want to remind you of when you ever see a banana. This. But what if I look at this side, right? Like, do you guys see like the yellow itself, not the dots? Those are the positives. So there's a lot of positives, right? Do you guys see this? There's a lot of positives. But this side is pretty corrupted, but there's still positives over here. Ooh, really bad. Oh, this is us cracking it, right? But do you guys see like this? If I just looked at this side, right, it's positive. Do you guys understand what I'm trying to talk to you guys about? But so depending on what we repeat, what our recency, like if I start a nudge path and the recency is all this side, because we did a 1+2, right? Talking about like my dad's smoothie. We talked about like now it's like Crystal Chronicles, like how Amidati used bread as a model for how the world. Remember when you do that experiment when you got here and you wanted to see if mold like actually would get corrupted depending on like if we have it in the kitchen or the bathroom and stuff like that. Really cool things, right? You were experimenting to get answers. Yep. But what if actually, so now banana is an example for artifacts that we learned from Crystal Chronicles that hold positive and negatives. So how cool is that? Yeah. Do you guys understand? So I right now just nudged myself to this side. I started a path to go to this side of seeing all the positives and negatives for a banana. It's a tool to explain how the invisible germs and how they poison any object. But what if the things that I talked about before led me to this path? But what if it's actually just like this? Look at that. That's pretty corrupted, isn't it? That's pretty corrupted. Do you guys see? That's all that now is in your head. So that's your path. Do you guys understand? That's what's active. That's what recency does. They try to make it that it's only this, and now they start a path to it. And now, what if they couldn't get here? What if they couldn't get here because you're too good? You keep changing it up. You keep changing it up. You keep changing it up. What if they're like, hold on, well, let's start them here. And they're like, oh, do you remember this? All of a sudden, your brother walks by and says, oh, do you remember this? And he goes, Droop. Oh yeah. Oh, do you remember that? Yeah. And then all of a sudden, ad plays. He's like, we're getting close. And then you go outside because you have to take out your dog, right? And all of a sudden, someone walks by. It's an approximation of it. When you get here, if you react and you process it, now it's active. Now you're dark consumed. Now the mental path that started, but you were probably processing it, now it's fully active. Now you're dark consumed. What happens when you're dark consumed? You're controlled. Anything they nudge into your head, you do. You just can't resist. Because first of all, how many of you thought that something is inserting those things into our heads? I say, if you're dark consumed, what pops up in your head is not your choice. When you're light path, you can still get once in a while some nudges. It seems like a lot of light. I actually do believe that it's my you, right? Since we're aligned now, since we're working together as two gods. I really do believe that. So they're putting positives into my head. I just don't want people to understand, but still, they're also still doing that. But you guys see, like, now that it's much more likely that they're positives than negatives. But still, like, I have to be careful because now I don't even need them to nudge me and we can work together as one. But we have to get to that point. But before that, you rely on information, things that you see outside and senses and smells and visuals and sounds. Do we understand how dangerous this is, right? You guys get this? You guys understand? So I'm almost ready. I'm almost done here. Guys, this is not a joke, okay? They build these up over time through creating a negative situation beforehand. So every time, if I nudge you something, if I say a banana is the coolest way to explain artifacts, conditioning points, positive or negatives, how we get conditioned, how we create associations, because it's based on an approximation of the banana. So you just have to see a banana emoji, by the way, and it still could cause this to pop up. I just want people to understand, but it could even be words. Like that word has a positive for me. You guys understand? But, and yet, nothing will be as powerful as actually this, the object. So if I see even a banana peel outside now will change, is going to be a little different, but it's not going to be the same. A complete banana like this, or a slightly peel is going to be the most, but all they have to do is create an approximation. So if I see something outside like this, it's not as powerful. Got it? You guys understand? It doesn't have the same points as if I had it like this. We still know that it's a banana. Do you? You do. So, but I mean, like I said, that paper, you guys know what that says. You guys might remember, but if you don't, Interrupt. You guys now know that that paper says interrupt. I could start moving that paper. This is how I could brainwash you guys. This is how they do it. I could move that paper to different points. I could even put it on the wall, and you now will start recognizing the shape of it. And in my I can start conditioning you and creating an association through an approximation that this means anytime you see this, you should interrupt. So I put it right there on that wall, and I move my head a little bit. Like, you guys understand? Like, this is how I stream. But then I do this. Oh, you guys just see, like, I should do an interrupt. You guys see, like, I could condition you and program you through conditioning points and associations and approximations to do whatever I want. Just like that. Because now you know what it is, right? Your brain now knows that it's that approximation, and you know what it means to you, right? You see how we can create our own meaning to it. But do you guys get it? So I'm creating that meaning for you, but you can create your own. And you're like, it means something else. But now you have to repeat it, because if I keep repeating this to you, that means an interrupt, that means an interrupt, that means an interrupt, eventually I'm starting programming you to believe that. It doesn't mean that you're wrong. It doesn't mean that I'm right. But the point is, regardless, it pops up. That's what I want people to understand. It now gets added to a radio menu of which of the things can pop up into your head. Yet they choose, especially if you're dark consumed. Even if you're not, though, they can still push it. But if you're dark consumed, they push what they want, but you don't understand that that's them, and you just choose it. You just do it because you can't resist. When you're light consumed, even if they push it, you're like, it's just a reminder to heal. And you're like, wait a minute, no. Banana is an explanation for how we explained invisible germs and poison and corruption and associations and approximations and how they condition us. But here's the final one. And then we're going to show people how to break your conditioning chain. It still has what I call the N1. What is the N1? It teleports you to a time period. Okay? I am rewriting a banana to be as positive as possible. There's a lot of positives, right? Like my dad teaching me how to make smoothies when that's such a progression check-in. I didn't know how to make a lot of food. So when I first started, that was something that it helped me diet. Like, I really learned how to make smoothies, so it's positive, but it also could lead me down another path because I taught someone that, right? So you see, guys, now I know that it's an N1 starter for that path too. Do you guys see, like, it has a positive for my dad, but it could be an N1 starter that leads to eventually a sad event. So I'm like, maybe I shouldn't talk about that one anymore. But it's always going to exist. I want you guys to understand, no matter what, even if I fully cleanse this banana, right? And all it is light now. Even if I did, let's just say, like, if you peel it, all that is just light, right? The whole thing is just light, okay? The whole thing. It's just light. You see that? It's not even corrupted at all. It still holds the N1. That's called the path starter. That's why it took me, like, I believe it was 2 days ago now, where I broke the fear of it, because it's terrifying. When you realize that no matter what you do, no matter how much you detox it, it's always going to still have that, but it's just reduced, right? But it has one dot left. And that dot is enough because they can choose, just a reminder here, they can choose to weaponize that, especially if they pre-seasoned your lens so that dot pops up. And you're like, oh no. And then if you react, it can teleport you to time periods, right? So if they get that dot to pop up, now they can use this dot to then take you somewhere else. So what does this now could remind me of? Like, if I see a banana, it could actually remind me of the shepherd path. You guys understand? Because I use it to use it on stream, and I use it to remember that I'm the star diplomat, and this is how good I am, right? And progression check-ins. But you guys see, like, I'm trying to attach positives, but it's never going to mean that it doesn't have the other one that I said could be a path starter for a negative. It always exists. And the problem is that they pre-season your lens through repetition and recency to change it. So even though I have so much positive right now with this, you guys understand there's so much positive. If they choose tomorrow to poison me in my sleep, in my dreams, because they can do that, or in the morning when I first wake up, I could go to the kitchen and see it and be like, oh, that's right. I'm the star diplomat. I'm the shepherd. And I use this to explain invisible germs, conditioning artifacts, and associations and approximations, and how they use N1 path starters. That's how they teleport your time periods. You guys see, like, I changed it, I prevented it, but I created a path. But like, as a monitor in the kitchen, I should say that to myself to make sure that doesn't happen, the opposite. But you guys get it? And how do they create these little artifacts? Every single time something is processed. So right now, every single time that I'm poking it with my finger and the nail and feeling like different things here, I'm creating a conditioning artifact, a positive one. You guys see, like, while looking at it and talking about it, I'm creating positive conditioning artifacts to it because it was the secret for me to explain something really complex. Because artifacts are super complex and they completely destroyed me the first time I learned it. Because I'm like, wait, you're telling me that each thing holds invisible conditioning points and path starters. And this is how they create us to go down paths. Because now if I just have to have a banana, if I just put a banana here now, right there, like I could hang it on the wall or draw like a banana thing right there. That could be a path starter. It could be an N1 plus an R1. So I might feel more inclined to think about that I'm the shepherd and that I'm the star diplomat. And I'm so good at this. Do you guys understand? I could put a banana right here next to this and it'll always be a path starter for me for this. Do you guys get it? Do you guys get how crazy this is? This is what I'm saying. You guys are playing the game blind. You have no idea that it's this complex. You have no idea. So this is why it destroyed me. Because I'm like, what am I supposed to do? Like, and then I realized that almost everything in my surroundings, at first, I cleansed most of it and I rearranged most of it through other people in your castle. They poison you, right? Like, so example, you've been using my brother over and over again. We made peace, right? How did I make peace? We call it the eternal calm. So I recommend, while everyone does the arc and everyone heals over the next 40 days, quits their job and stops caring about money, that all you do is heal. Okay? Create distance. As you start healing, if you want to, do a positive activity. Play a video game together and learn it together. Okay? Do something like that if you have to. But really, make sure both of you are healing first, because otherwise, I'm telling you, if they're not healed, if they're not putting in the work, they're going to start doing things to poison it. It's funny because you catch it because you know it's like, for example, tomorrow he's going to do something with a fucking banana. I promise you guys. He's going to put it somewhere to try to poison what I'm creating right now. I'm telling you, straight up. And you ask yourself, how is that possible? He didn't mean to do it intentionally. All of a sudden, like, he walked in the kitchen because he saw something that dark consumes him, because he doesn't. I'm trying to figure out the things that dark consume him, and I'm trying to move them so that he doesn't start paths, because all it needs is one thing that holds that holds this. If he sees this, and I didn't realize that it's this for him, or that has an N1 for a dark path, all they have to do is mentally nudge him. And since he doesn't know this tactics and he refuses to try, that means he gets dark consumed. So then all of a sudden now he's like, I don't know why. Like, truly, this is what they're gonna say. Like, or I feel inspired to grab bananas, but then all of a sudden, like, he's like, well, actually, I have to go to the bathroom. So he just drops it somewhere. He places it, like, I placed it right here, okay? And I'm like, why did he do that? Like, I then go somewhere. I'm like, what the fuck? Like, let's say it's attached to something else. Like, right before that, I went outside and they nudged me something really bad, right? They try to get me. And I'm like, it's okay. Interrupt. But then I come back and I see he has the banana right there, and they're trying to ruin my positive associations that I created with it. Do you guys understand? But he did that. You see how it was a complete accident. He felt the need to grab it, but then he got distracted by something, got nudged somewhere else, so he dropped it somewhere. It wasn't that they nudged him to be like, hey, place it right here to destroy the shepherd, the star diplomat. It wasn't that they did that directly. You guys see, like, most of the time they trick the person who does it to think that they're helping. Do you guys get it? So all of you just are viewing it as like, oh, these people in my castle are destroying me intentionally. I'm like, no, it's the spirits. Let's say why we're at war with them, because what are we supposed to do? Like, do you get it? Like, they get people to hurt other people and poison and corrupt other people without the person who's doing it, without even realizing that they're doing it. Because the other person, we each have different interpretation lens based on our conditioning. That's what I said. Like, each of you are going to view this banana differently based on the experiences you had growing up. Some of you might think of Donkey Kong Country when you see this, right? Some of you guys might think of Mario Kart when you see this. Do you guys understand what I'm talking about? Like, or some of you, whatever, right? Every single person, it's just a reminder to heal. Every single person has a different interpretation for this. But you see, like, why I'm poking it with my nail, because first of all, I nailed it, right? But that's spiritual communication right there. We'll get into it another time. But do you guys get it? This is how they create artifacts. Every single time I poke it, every single time I look at it and talk about it, like, this is how I explained artifacts in such a good way. I should be so proud of myself. This is awesome. Associations, approximations. This was legendary status right here. Truly the legendary beast. And now I created this for myself. Do you guys understand? But doesn't mean that this doesn't still exist. I'm reducing it. Do you guys understand? I'm reducing it. But it still exists. I haven't found a way to 100% heal anything. I found a way to 99.9% heal it, but that's why I struggle to break that chain, the fear of the N1, the path starter, because I'm like, what are we supposed to do? Like, this is why I got destroyed, because no one guided me, right? I had my connection with my spirit, and I was reverse engineering the dark attacks that were happening to figure this stuff out. No one taught me how. I literally just would sit there and feel like, how did they do it? And this is what I challenge all of you guys to do. How did they do it? Like, it's just be like, when this happened, how did I get there? How did they get me to that dark time period? What did they present? What sign did I see? What smell did I see? Because you're learning your code, right? You have to learn your code. What did I do? Like, I went to the bathroom and all of a sudden I smelled something, then I felt that way. Why? And then I looked in the by the mirror or so. Like, you guys understand? Like, you remember we rewrote that, right? Sexy light girl, green and white, relax. We got this. Hot tub. Okay, like they were starting to start a path there, right? But you can rewrite things, but there's little things, guys. You guys have no idea what they attach to. It's just a reminder to heal. Look how far we've come. They're not happy that I'm talking about this. This is why I say I believe the noises means you're on the right path, because all of a sudden I'm getting attacked right now. And I'm like, okay, let's just think about what we just did. We just explained this in such a logical way, which is, it's the farthest thing from logical. It goes completely against everything we know as humanity, right? Completely. But they do this to every single object. So this is why they try to find people in your life. This is what they do, guys, just so you know. It was good. It was a good positive nudge. I brought us here. Every single thing that has a positive, they're going to try to do something with you. So, for example, before I rewrote my brother, they poisoned him, right? They corrupted him. They attached him to something really bad, intentionally. So now, what would happen in the past before I rewrote my brother? So I destroyed their play, right? Watch episode 2 or 3, I forget which one it is, that talks about that. I destroyed their play, but if I hadn't done that, all of a sudden, after I'm done streaming right now, he would come out, or just when I'm about to take a break here shortly, he would come out of his room, and all of a sudden, I'm going to the kitchen to grab some water, and he would grab a banana and be like, oh, bananas, they're so weird, or something like that. Guess what? Now he's attaching his poison to it to try to ruin it for me. Do you guys understand what I'm saying? Because now I see him holding it, and I'm like, oh, do you guys understand? So they're going to try to get someone that has hurt you or has caused you problems, or maybe like they first started as a positive. That's why I said the reliance and needed. Like if you become reliant or need something a lot, like if I needed a banana now to ever explain things ever again, if I become reliant and need on it, they're going to destroy the banana, because now that's my positive, right? All they have to do is destroy the banana, my positive, at any point, and it's over. Do you guys understand? It's just a reminder to heal. All they have to do is that, and then you're now ruined, because or now you don't want to ever use it again to explain anything because it's a negative. That's how they poison each thing. That's how they start creating an association, and they attach a negative to it. Do we start understanding how this works? Pay attention to all of your hobbies. If you stop doing them, that's how they did it. Any passion, anything, because now they made a bad reminder pop up, or someone in your circle that has hurt you or caused you problems either made suggestions to talk about it. You're like, why are you talking about that? You don't even care about that. Or they were present when you did it or something like that. So if people try to do activities with you, be very careful, because what I'm telling you is they're going to try to poison that activity through them. Maybe not up front, but all of a sudden you're like, let's say like my brother, right? Like we did so many things together at the beginning when we first got here. Everything was great. By the way, I was pretty much healed, not completely, but I was really in a good spot. And then from one day to the next, I realized like they had been building it up. I didn't catch it, right? They'd been building it up over months, right? They were recreating the storyline of like 7 years ago when I got destroyed. And I didn't catch it until eventually they gave away their play, because that's what's going to happen for you guys. There's going to be a point where you finally realize what happens. Like you catch the fabrication, and then you can never unsee it. But most of you just don't realize it's happening. It's been happening in my life for so long. And there came a point where I caught it and then I couldn't unsee it. But I basically lived 31 years, almost 32 years of my life without ever noticing. There was things that I caught that I thought were strange, but I couldn't piece it together. But then once I saw it, I never could unsee it. And you're going to get there, guys. But I'm saying all of you are now playing blind, okay? So I didn't even catch the story. I knew a lot of this stuff, but I didn't catch the storyline for me. And I didn't realize that they were attaching it to my brother. They attached it to my dog. They attached it to so many objects, so many of my shields, right? Because they did it to try to prevent me from ever healing. Because if you use your positive shields to heal, this is a perfect ending. If you use your positive shields to heal, right? You rely on them. You rely on them, right? Like I needed my World of Warcraft shield. I needed my League of Legends shield. I needed my Ultimate Girl shield. Like My husband, she's like my sexy light girl. My God, it's like truly, I relied on her so much. I needed her, right? Like I want you guys to know, like whenever I was damaged, which I was damaged every day because of the number of attacks that I go through, I needed her. I needed to watch World of Warcraft. I needed to play video games. I needed to do these things. I needed to like listen to music and pet my dog, right? Like Leon, the hero path, the shepherd, right? Like all these things, right? But then what they can do is if they poison them, because they attach all these negatives, right? You now are going to learn. You start learning your negatives. Remember that they're going to try to attach them to it. You don't want to do them anymore, right? Because or you now know that they're poisoning. They're attaching negative conditioning artifacts to it, right? They're adding a dot every single time. If you keep watching your World of Warcraft videos while you have a poison lens, each time you do so, and there's a little reminder that a nudge gets popped up, another dot pops up. So eventually, look, do you guys see that this banana's even changing just because I've opened it and now you see like how it's getting corrupted? You guys see that? That's what ends up happening. That's what ends up happening. So now, once it's like this, remember before it was like this before, right, guys? Now it's back like this. Now my shield, my hobby, my passion is like this. I can still enjoy it, right? Because it still will lead me down to this, right? It'll still be a positive shield. It has so much positive on it. But look at it. Now, look how dark it became. And now all these things could be dark starters. Now we can cleanse it. We can cleanse it again. We can cleanse it to this. But there's one thing that we can't fully cleanse. So you see, like I got terrified because I didn't want them to attach it to my things. But here's the thing. At the end of the day, it really is more about what's positive or negative. So you can create so many positive. Your shields have so many positives, right? The only thing that matters from the past are which of your shields, some few positive shields, maybe that you forgot, right? So for me, like I enjoy singing, right? So I'm singing more again, right? But here's the thing. They poison a lot of old songs. You can detox them. You can detox them. You can cleanse them. There's some that are so powerful that it doesn't matter what they do, right? Like for example, like the best play, actually what I could do, because they've even started poisoning my World of Warcraft stuff. The best play that I could do, just so people understand, is not rewatch my videos of my old World of Warcraft kills and remember that. It's actually playing World of Warcraft again or any like MMO and raiding and starting again. Creating new. Do you guys understand? Because those ones don't have poison yet. They don't have the associations. They don't have attachments yet. Do you see why what actually the ultimate protection is to just keep walking forward and create new? Because if we stay attached to the past, we're at risk. Now, these have so much positive. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter that they've attached some poison to it because the scale's balanced, right? It has so much positive. But remember, it always has that N1 now. Some of them. Most of it is harmless. I just want people to understand because you're on such a positive path. If I just say, hey guys, do you want to watch Prince of Egypt? But then I would say, oh, let's watch Coco. Let's watch Wish. Let's watch Lion King. Let's watch, oh, careful right here, right? You see, like, which one was more of a path than the other one, right? One was Disney, one was, what is it, Pixar or Dreamcast? Or wait, that's Fantasy Star Online. What was it called? Who are the ones who made Prince of Egypt? You guys, anyway, they made a really good movie, right? But you guys see, like, that was also a little interrupt. But it has always the Prince of Egypt path starter. But it doesn't have a lot of reinforcement, right? So it's not the ultimate threat. But it's always still there. And that was really scary for me. It took me a long time to break that and heal that. And so watch day 5. I believe it was day 5 when I broke it. If not, it was day 6, one of the two. And go back and watch the live stream. And I would challenge you guys to start doing the same thing. It's not an easy process, right? And remember, I had nobody helping me or guiding me. Do you understand? Like, once I learned about these conditioning artifacts and one pastor, imagine if you learned this stuff and no one knows this stuff. As far as I know, no one has ever told anyone about it, right? To this level. We might think of it like animals, like dogs and rats, but we never realize that every object holds it, right? And that through the repetition that they're changing who we are and rearranging us. But you guys see, like, so now you can use those few positives from your past as shields, but it's really just to change your path. The best thing that I could do, truly, I'm telling you guys, and I don't know, I can't do it yet. I'm still figuring stuff out, but it would be to raid again or create a new guild and make new memories, right? Like, that's really the play. I'm just writing that down for myself so that I remember it. But the best play the best play is you have to create new, right? See how I'm figuring stuff out, right? And people are like, isn't that kind of sad? Like, what if we had positives? I'm like, yeah, you heard me say, like, you can keep them, but just remember that they tainted them. But positive paths are still great, right? They still serve their purpose, right? Like they're meant to reinforce things, change your time period, I guess. Change your time period. Your outlook. And you can, if they serve as a way to still practice like the things you enjoy doing, like figuring things out, you can rewatch it differently this time, and then you can prevent the N1 like that. But still the best play. Walk forward, keep walking, create new. Because what you're going to catch is they're going to try to attach something to it. And that's when you're like, you got to be fucking kidding me. That's how you can know the attacks. If when you're creating new, when you're walking forward, they give away all their attacks. Pay attention to what they're trying to attach. They give away their attacks. So then when you pay attention to what they're trying to attach, it might not be that actual thing that is the problem, but then think like, okay, so it brought me to this point, okay? That's what they're trying to attach. But that thing is in a negative. Like, you're like, that's a positive, right? So then when that happens, think, what's the time period? So when did it happen, right? When? Who was there? And is there anything bad that happened close to that time period or location? That's how you figure it out. So then why did they attach something positive to it? First of all, because most of you, sorry, I'm just going to be fucking crude here. This is the effort play, but like most of you are fools, right? You get baited by the positives. I did too before. We get baited by positives. So what happens? Like if I immediately whipped you, that was just an interrupt. If I immediately whipped you, I'm also conditioning you. If I immediately whipped you, and I'm trying to program you. Do you get it? Through repetition. What will we do? We'd avoid negatives. But if it's through a positive, we walk into it. Do you guys understand? Deliver us, send a shepherd to shepherd us, and deliver us to the promised land. You guys get it? So then that positive transports you to a time period. Okay? You guys should be writing all of this down, by the way. So it transports you to a time period. What does that do? Now, they can nudge you anything related to that. Okay? If they reinforce it, you're now fully in that time period. It's like if your body got teleported there. Now your lens is based on that. It's like, think of it like it's like if now your character, your human vessel is there. And it's like, whoa, we're back here now. I'm in the Prince of Egypt movie. Oh, but I'm here as the shepherd. I'm the star diplomat. Whoa, what's up, Moses? How you doing? Oh shit, there's Ramses. How you doing, Ramses? Like, oh man. No, I'm like, careful, you gotta kill that guy. Oh no, he knocked him over. The slave or the guard. I'm like, oh no. Yes, that starts the story again. You guys see, like, anyway. I'm trying to interrupt myself, but if it reinforces it, think of it like our vessel teleports there, right? It's like now we're actually like seeing it through like a camera, like a video from there. So what does that mean? It means that they can start presenting nudges and continue guiding us along. Be like, hey, Moses, why don't you go to the throne room area? And do you remember when you first were brought here by the river? Yeah! But you guys see, like, it's like if you can now walk there, like, think of it like here we go. No, I'm not gonna do it. I was gonna just say, think of it just as like one of those virtual tours, guys, okay? You guys know what I'm talking about. Real estate, okay? Think of it like that. I'm not gonna go deeper there because I don't want to start a path for myself. But think of it like that, guys. They can teleport you to different squares and different blocks because now you're in that path. But they can't do that unless you're on that path. See how we're figuring it out live? It's kind of cool, right? It's fun. So that's where it takes me back to the beginning. Now we're back to the beginning. Plus paths, right? Shields. That's the value of pasts. That's the only value of the past. They can change your time period, your location, or they can reinforce a positive, right? Just to protect you, reinforce a positive other shield. But that's it, right? Just to change outlook, right? That's it. There's no other value to the past. Everything else in the past, erase it. Everything else. Now, you can't. I want people to understand this. You can't. But you can try. You're just practicing not caring about it anymore. So I recommend doing what I talked about in the other streams. It's just a reminder to heal. Anytime they present anything from the past, you just say, erase it. But how can we erase it? It's just a reminder. It's just a reminder to do, right? But this is where I have to be careful, right? I used to attach it to like, oh, I'm going to attach it to my shield. It's just a reminder to watch World of Warcraft. Oh, it's just a reminder to play video games. That's why I got caught there. Why? Because then they weaponized it. So then they teleported me to the time period and now I have a negative outlook. And then they're like, then I attached it, let's say, to something I was rewriting, like my dog barking. So then all of a sudden, now they know I have a negative outlook related to that time period. And that if I would have watched so each shield, right? Each shield has a time period. So if my dog barks, right, it brought me to the World of Warcraft time period, okay? And that I was in certain spots at that period of time in my life. So if they created negatives related to that time period, if I actually watched my shield, it would have continued that path. Do you guys understand? The time period and location continues. So now that it's even further reinforced, it's harder to escape it if they lead me to the dark path. Now I'm fully on it, right? And they did it through a positive shield. Do you guys understand? You have to understand your time periods and your locations. You have to understand time periods and locations. It's absolutely fucking critical. Approximations, everything, right? Everything. You have to know your code. Know your code. You have to learn it, right? So you pay attention. What they're trying to attach equals the bad thing, right? That's the code. That's how you learn your attacks. You have to learn your attack, what they're attacking you on. Remember, bad, sad encounters. Usually it's based on insecurities and trauma events, okay? You see how fucked up it is? That they use your positive shields. They can use your positive shields to either continue the negative path because you're further walking down just because of the time period. So you basically think of an attack as either a sense, an attack either is a sense, time period, or location. I'm still figuring out more, right? They can do repetition, recency. Those are the ones that I figured out so far. If they do new ones, I'll tell you guys about it, okay? Every time I figured out a new one, because I reverse engineered the time period location attack. I didn't realize that that's how they do it. So how do you counter that? Just so people understand, how do you counter a time period location attack? How do you counter time period location attacks? You have to change time period location. How do you counter a sense attack? With a sense. Essentially, you have to fight fire with fire. So if they infest you by repeating something, how do you counter that? You have to spam repetition of something. So today they attacked me through a time period location attack to get me there, because other things weren't working. I couldn't understand how to counter it while I wasn't breaking, but I was fine, right? Like, because it's just a reminder to heal, right? It's just a reminder to heal. Something like that to make the world better is the true answer, right? But you guys see, like, I even doing that, like, it prevented destruction. Okay, like I was fine, but it still didn't feel good. Do you guys understand? Like, even knowing all this stuff, they still made me feel uneasy. I'm saying we need to live in a world where that never happens anymore. If you guys do what I'm saying, if you learn how to heal and you learn all this knowledge, you will never feel uneasy again. But once in a while, they might get an attack through. But now you know. But we're avoiding, we're preventing, we're setting up things correctly so that it never happens. But you guys get it? Now the value of the shield is that you understand if they did an attack that has a different time period, you could actually even just create a noise path. I want people to understand this. If you get attacked through time period and location, you can create a noise path. It's okay. We don't have to write that one down. That's expected intended reaction. Be careful, guys, about that, right? If they know that I'm rewriting everything that I'm saying, they could plan an attack there, which they probably were. So it gets really complex, right? But just understand, like, if you got teleported to a time period and you're getting completely consumed, you have to change your time period. Like, how could I get you to the time period when you watched Prince of Egypt? Or, you know what? Here, this is the perfect end. How could I get you to a time period where you use the banana to explain artifacts, conditioning, invisible germs, and how people got this? Well, I just have to talk about it, right? And show you the visual. And here we are. Oh, look how corrupted it got. But anyway, so let's end here. This is the war that's going on, guys. And this is the battle that I'm trying to do. I explained everything, but do you guys see, like, it just doesn't matter. We have to keep walking forward. So what happens when the journey's over? We take the next step and a new storyline begins. But we have to make it our storyline. This was so fucking good. I'm so proud of myself. So what ends up happening? If you ever look back, they weaponize that. It's their only thing. They try to weaponize new by attaching it to past because they've built up so much corruption on it. If I right now grab a fresh banana, it's going to look really different. Do you guys understand? It hadn't get any corruption built up on it yet. They're going to try. And they might fabricate some events. I want people to understand, you have to be ready for it. It's going to happen. This is really, I guess, the key that helped me deal with it. It's like, it's going to happen. They're fucking good at what they do. They really are. This is why I want them to work with me. They're going to sneak an attack through something. You're going to miss a shield. You're going to do something wrong. It's going to happen. It's okay. Because remember, guys, are you alive right now? Are you? Look around. Are you alive? I am. I'm telling you, I was super destroyed at some points. I got really bad, right? But now I'm actually healed. And now look how good I got. Yeah, now I'm God. There's two gods now ruling the world, right? And we're trying to free everyone as the shepherd, the star diplomat path. Thank you, Leon, for helping create the hero shepherd path. My little shepherd. So, do you guys understand? Like, your new things are going to get poisoned a little bit. So when that happens, if you know that they're attacking it, Put it away for now. It's like, I'm like, oh, they're trying to attach bad to my banana play, right? And that's how I explain this. I attach so much positive. I'm like, you know what, tomorrow, because I've talked so much about this, just so people understand, I've talked so much about this, right? There's a really good chance that tonight and tomorrow, they're going to attack bananas. You guys I really want you guys to listen to this part. Because I attached so much positives to bananas, and because I was using it as a good explanation, they are so desperate to ruin anything positive in your life that is helping you heal, anything, that they're most likely going to try to attack bananas tomorrow. You guys, like, I already know I'm going to move away. So when I go on break right now, I'm going to move something that could start a path to the banana path, to the negative. I know my code, right? I know that, hey, that's the nudge one that's going to start, that if I look at the banana, it's going to change my perspective and cause a problem. Now I know that. You see, like, I'm already avoiding and preventing a possible attack, because if I didn't, I promise you, later tonight, I'm going to get nudged something that teleports me in that time period, and I look at it and I'm like, oh, that's good memories, because there are good memories there. It would attach it to, like, World of Warcraft. Do you remember Sinestra Rack when you figured it out? Because you see, the secret to everything is you just need to figure things out. That's your shield. That's on the shield. Figuring it out. Figuring things out. Shield. Figure things out. Shield. Figure things out. Shield. Figuring things out. Shield. Our Sherlock shield. Dun-dun, dun-dun-dun-dun. There we go. We just attach a song to our shield. The figuring out shield. I was going to attach another, but I'm like, one at a time, right? One at a time. It's just like you can detox one thing at a time. My sexy little girl. Oh, when we had sex in the hot tub under a white bikini. And when you're not getting attacked about a thing anymore, then you can continue detoxing it. Do you guys see? I was detoxing it so heavily at the beginning of this stream, they started attacking it. But I focused on so many other things that they stopped attacking this one. Do we understand? Now they're going to attack it again, because they want to ruin anything positive in our lives. If you are like, why does it seem like whenever I try to do something, they stop me, or someone, like, problems happen? It's because that's what the dark spirits do. They believe that's the way they will get us to accomplish things and do their storylines. Right? So if they're getting attacked, just out of sight it for now. Okay? You guys get it? This is really good. So I know now what the path starters. Learn your path starters, right? If you focused on something a lot right now, you know attacks are going to be sent related to that. Why? Recency. So I'm just going to, you see, we learn from everyone. There's someone who did this over and over again. I'm like, why are they doing this? But it works. I'm like, I didn't need it, but other people were like getting programmed in a room. Like, it was a sales training. I was like, what the fuck is going on? Like, they were just, they were getting indoctrinated. I wasn't working with me, but I'm like, oh my God, they're getting indoctrinated. So let's positively indoctrinate ourselves, right? Positive brainwashing, right? What do we do when they present a sentence? How do we counter it? With a sense. When they spam repeat mental attacks into our heads, what do? We spam repeat noise or other positive mental things. What do they do if they start a path? This one's a little trickier. We use one of our positive shields to start another path. What do they do? What do we do if they do a time period or location attack? We start our own path through a shield to take us to a different time period or a location. Or we can even create a noise path to teleport us to a time period. So time period, location, time period, location. Got it, guys? It doesn't matter if it's noise or shield. You just need to change the same thing. Fight fire with fire. Now we're not going to go down that path, but we could. But we don't have to. There's a Metallica song. I mean, that's positive, right? It's guitar. We can find it a little bit. We got to be careful. Oh, we should listen to it. We fucking should. Let's do it. Fight fire, fire. This is good. This is good. You see how we are cleansing? I just want people to understand what's happening also live on stream. We are cleansing and detoxing every single passion, every single hobby, every single thing that I've ever enjoyed in my entire life that they have ruined. Every single one. I just want people to understand. They ruined every single one. And slowly, through this stream, I am cleansing and detoxing them. But I just want people to understand, it's not safe yet, okay? It's not safe yet. But I'm using it to slowly change the corruption. So I want people to understand, if I search this song right now, they know I'm going to search the song right now. That means I could still do it. But I need to do it at a random time. Because otherwise, right now, they're going to present an ad to me, and there's going to be names there that are going to mean something to me that could start a path. It could be a good path. But remember what we said, we get baited by positive. Do you understand? So instead of attaching it to something else, I'm just attaching the song to figuring it out. And so that's what I'm attaching it to, not anything else. I'm attaching it to figuring it out. This is how we counter things. How we fucking counter them. Spirits, we're not going to kill you. We're just going to ignore you. So now that we know how to fight back, right? Okay. This is more than good enough, okay? This doesn't matter, right? We're going to take a break here. When we come back, we're going to do one last push just to reinforce everything I explained. How long? Who knows? But we covered everything we wanted to cover. This was extremely good. Extremely good. I'm extremely impressed with myself. This is, wow. So just guys remember, right? Whatever they do, fuck it. We got to keep going. Whatever they do, right? Whatever they do. No matter what. We can't be afraid. We can't be afraid. We have to hunt in the open. We have to keep walking forward. We have to. There's nothing else that we can do. Don't look back. You got to move on from your past. Create new. Remember what I said? It doesn't matter what it is. You see, guys, everything I'm doing right now, I'm just creating new. I was getting weaponized before by rewatching my streams. They're so valuable. There's so much good knowledge here, and they heal me, and they help me by reconsuming it. They help me, but now I realize that they learned that. They learned that I do that. Do you guys understand what I'm trying to say? They learn from us. They study us. Just like how, but I'm doing now the same to them. Do we understand? Now, for the first time in forever, the game has been equalized. Because just as I study them, or they study us, I'm studying them. So if they ever attack me, I figure out their entire playbook. So, keep attacking me. Do you guys see what you're creating? Keep attacking me. Keep trying it. You're just going to help me deliver the entire world. Because right now, humans are not winning yet. We've created tools, but they've actually weaponized the majority of our tools without us even realizing it, without us catching on, right? Because through positives, they baited us. That's going to change now. Now that people understand that, hey, ads are completely weaponized, AI is completely weaponized, money is weaponized, work is weaponized. They're like, wait a minute. So we need to create new tools, but first we have to learn to protect ourselves. After 40 days, once we heal, once we detox, once we start figuring all this shit out, you guys get it? Then we can move the effort play, where it's just like, it doesn't matter what they do anymore. Once we'll make some mistakes, it's okay, but we're just going to walk forward because we're all just going to create new. So now we're all creating new video games, new movies, new songs, new everything. We're not going to be attached to the old anymore. Sorry, past is gone. See ya. We create new. We might get inspired by it, but we have to create new. We have to. And the old is only just meant for us to do past to help us. We covered that, but I just want people to understand. Okay. And now, for the first time ever, if you guys listen to this knowledge, you're free. And once we're all free, then the battle truly can begin. Because right now they've had an unfair advantage for far too long. It's time to change it. For the first time in forever, the scales have been tipped in humanity's favor. So we mark the difference. Join me right now in marking the difference. Okay? So get something that you normally wouldn't ever do. I'm going to wait 30 seconds. Figure it out, guys. What is something that grab anything, right? So like if it's like drawing crayon on your face, if it's like, by the way, I'm wearing the shirt, right? Flipped, right? I call it upside down. That's how I call it because it makes sense to me. I know what it means, but some people say, isn't it inside out or reverse or whatever? I call it upside down. I'm like, I'm wearing my shirt upside down. I say that. That's how I call it. But you want to know what? It makes sense to me. Do you guys get it? We need to get to the point where it makes sense to us. Whatever this is, you see? Okay? Are we ready? All together now. Da-da, da-da-da-da-da-da. Figuring out shield. Da-da, da-da-da-da-da-da. Which is the key to the shepherd shield. The hero path. Thank you, Leon, for starting the hero path. Helping me become a shepherd. My goddess. My everything. My ultimate shield. Her white bikini. They don't rely on you or need you anymore. You're not a necessity. But you are the best bonus of all time. So remember, if you guys can survive with nothing, and we're going to talk more about money and that part when I get back. But if you guys can survive without relying or needing it, whenever you have it, it makes everything so much easier. So if you guys can do this ARC challenge and you limit everything, when you finally get some of those things back, you're going to be like, wow, life is really easy. Here we go. So I'm choosing to use a banana, okay? So most people will be like, okay, you have to cut a banana, right? Here we go. So instead of cutting it, I'm just gonna use my fingers, okay? And it's just gonna drop into the cereal bowl. This is how I how I put bananas in cereal. Who needs a knife when you have your hands? And you know what? I'm just gonna randomly bite this part. Why not, right? Because this is our ultimate tool to explain artifacts. Who would have fucking thought? You guys get it? I'm gonna throw it away because then my hands are dirty. Oh, wait, let's keep it up. I'm gonna wash my hands by dunking them in here. Am I gonna do this often? No, because afterwards I'm gonna do something else after this. I'm gonna take a break and I'm gonna wash my hands properly. Why is it properly? Just because that's what we all decide, right? Consensus. There is no proper. I shouldn't have said that. But I wanted people to understand that's how we are conditioned. It's time to break a conditioning chain. It's time to heal. All right. We'll take a break here. And we'll be back shortly. Damn, that was really good. I'm impressed with myself. You guys got this. You guys need to get impressed with yourself too. There's a lot to be impressed about. All right, we're back. Let's go try and true. Make sure you guys grab some water, grab some coffee or whatever your drink of choice is. I try to avoid alcohol if you can. I would say actually you just avoid alcohol. Okay, don't drink, guys. That's how they control us. We lose our shield. Okay. So follow me. I'll set you free. Right, man? He's the hero path. He's the shepherd. Follow me. Follow me. I'll set you free. All right, you gonna go lay back down? Okay, so have you guys ever thought about the fact that not knowing where you're gonna go can be a good thing? So what do I mean by that? I have no idea exactly how I'm going to talk this next segment. Okay? Really quick though, we're just going to make sure that everything is working because you learn from your mistakes, right? Okay, I think everything's good. So we're going to go full screen because we're ready. Okay. So why did I say going full screen? I want people to understand this part because this is why I challenge all of you to do the same thing. It's for processing. Okay. I'm rewriting things. So we're starting the hero path, right? Legend of Zelda equals the hero path, which is what led us to become the shepherd. There's many things that led us to become the shepherd, right? Many things lead us to a certain location. I think that's where I'm going to start. How do we get from A to M? I don't know why M. That just felt like the right thing to do. Doesn't matter, right? I could have said N. Right? I used to use N a lot, but I'm trying to keep it separate, right? N1, right? R1. Like you see, like I have these little terminologies. I just want people to understand. These are my terms. Okay? That pyramid is my reminder that we are writing our terms. So this is your reminder for everyone who's listening. It's time for you to write your terms. It's time for you to create your own meaning. It's time for you to write your storyline. So how do we get to a certain spot though, right? Like that, it means that something is moving us along a path, poisoning things or helping things to get us somewhere. So if you start following along my journey, if you start believing in what I'm saying, if you're letting me shepherd you, do you guys understand? Like I'm trying to just break you free. I'm just trying to guide you to a certain point where you finally can now choose. You understand how the game of life actually works. And we're going to do an intro here because not because I need it, but there's a positive that they put inserted in my AirPods, but it just distracted me. Do you guys understand? Like it changed my path and it was a good thing, right? It's a good reminder, but do you guys see like these events like this can change your path? And we talked about this a lot yesterday, okay? So I'm not going to go too deep here about all these things, but they're reinforcing a path right now, which tells me that I need to be careful, right? We don't want paths to start. We want balance. So I've talked to you guys about that there's the hero path, right? I've talked to you guys about that I sing songs, right? Like I enjoy singing. I'm like, follow me, I'll set you free. Trust me and we will escape from the city. I think that's going to be one of the themes of this next segment. Or it doesn't matter now what happens. I will give up the fight. I'm planting the seeds, right? Like so these are all the themes, right? No reliance, no necessity. We learn from our mistakes. So what do I mean by that, guys? The reason why I talk the way I do now, the reason why I perform the way I do now, every single thing that I do, I just want people to understand that everything I do is not an accident. Okay? So let's all drink some water right now. If you did it, I guided your path. If you didn't, you chose, I hope. You're like, nah, I'm good. Or, yeah, that's a good idea. Do you guys see, like, but I still guided your path. So what does that mean? Now if I tell you, did you have coffee? You should drink some coffee. All right, guys, put your coffee down. Most of the people around us who we listen to, who we follow, are doing things like this to us without us even realizing it. And they start paths for us. And really what it is it's the spirits, okay, guys? I keep bringing it up but it's them. If people are exclusively talking through suggestions and nudges, and they don't warn you that that's what they're doing, either they know this knowledge that I know, and they're using it to control you because they actually did break free. So that means that they're exploiting you. Or they're dark consumed and they're being controlled by the dark spirits to do so. Do you guys understand? Like, there's always an intention behind it. So what is my intention? My intention is that you just learn to stop caring about the past. Use it for positive shields to teleport you to different time periods. That's it. Or to change your outlook temporarily if you ever get dark consumed, just to go back to the light path and use it to keep going down the light path, to keep going down, like, to protect you so you don't get dark consumed when they attack you mentally. Recognize the mental attacks so we can fight fire with fire, so we can counter it, right? Create new shields on the man. We're always creating new, right? So for me, I created a figuring out shield earlier. Attached it to a few songs and attached it to a few visuals and things of that nature, right? But you guys get it? It really still comes down to, we never have to look back because just simply doesn't matter. Right? We have to keep walking forward. And this is going to lead us to, it's the end of a journey, right? Or what happens at the end of the journey. And the last one is we just have to do the F it play, right? That's the only way we can write our own story, because, that's the perfect end of this segment, right? Because this is the warm-up, right? They made the sound pop up in my AirPod, right? It's a positive one, but it still caused me to react to it. Do you guys understand? In some shape or form. Normally, I just smile because it reminds me of something really good. But because I did that, they then reinforced it twice with something I said and other things. You guys get it? So then I started a little path, and it's a good path, but it still distracted me. So, and that's something that's how I ended up getting down a path of reliance and necessity, because it became my ultimate shield, but I used it for everything. You guys get it? And I had to break that reliance and necessity. So that's what we're talking about. But when something is presented to us, we have a choice how we react. Okay, we've talked about it in the first part, but I'm reinforcing it right now just so everyone understands. This is the reinforcement segment. So if we just respond to it, or we get mad that they're altering a path, because let's be real, they altered my path, right? So you can get mad about that. You can get annoyed about it. I want people to understand you can. Deep down, I want to say you should, but you shouldn't. You're justified. I want people to understand you're justified to do so, because it's messed up. People need to understand this part. We're conditioned to believe that us doing that is an overreaction. It's not. You see, like, how different everything I'm saying goes against the majority of things that people tell us. And there's a reason why that's the case, because the majority of things that people say to us, they install certain people at certain key points, like usually experts or people who we now are conditioned to believe have figured it out or have it right. We're told that they got it right. Like, we should listen to them. We don't decide. We're told this is the person who has the answer. And usually we base it off of the fact that how many views they have, how much money they have, things of that nature. We're told that that's the reason why we should listen to them or their title. And it's not. It's not a reason why we shouldn't, but it's not a reason why we should. But you need to ask yourself, you need to get to the point where you figure things out. You analyze things like, wait, why? Why should I listen to this person over this other person? This other person actually seems like he knows more. So why is everyone listening to that person? Oh, it's because they have all the views and all the money. I'm like, think about it. If you guys start catching the fabrication and the manipulations that are happening, let me ask you something. And I really want you guys to think about this one. I don't have all the answers to it, so we're not going to get lost here, but I just want people to think about it. If there's things that are controlling and manipulating things, why would they want some people who supposedly have the answers to get so popular and get pushed to everyone? Have you guys ever thought about that? Unless they have some answers, but they're poisoning others as well. So think about it like this, okay? You guys might know who I'm talking about, but there's some people that are really good at, like, they have some really good conversations about how to change our outlook. They call it perspective. I call it outlook. They say don't convince. I say convince. You guys understand? And I'm not saying that this person is bad. On the contrary, I think this person is extremely talented, smart, good, helpful. They helped me a lot, right? And there's other people like this. I'm using this person as an example because I want people to understand how it happens, and they might not even know what's happening. So what if this person changed the industry, changed the game in some way, anyway? But dark spirits were like, that's not good. That's not good. This person figured it out. So what can we do? Because I'm just telling you, this happened to me, right? Like, I hadn't even got to this level of the answers. I just want people to understand why I think this happens to every single person who actually gets close to figuring out things that are going to help humanity become closer to freedom. So if they're figuring it out, they start trying to silence them. If it doesn't, they first try some punishment, some torture, and if that still doesn't work, what they end up doing is they offer them riches and rewards. I'm telling you straight up. So if you guys stop trying to earn money, you stop trying to work, and you start trying to figure out answers, and you start helping people and healing people, what you're going to realize is they try to keep people away from you because they don't want them healed. They don't want them to ask questions. They don't want them to snap out of their conditioning chains and their locks and all this stuff like that. They don't want that. You guys get it? They don't want that. Why would they want that? I'm not saying that all the spirits are evil, but there's some that they want to write our stories, right? They want their outcome. Whether it's, maybe they don't actually hate us, but they just want our energy, but they want to figure out and solve certain issues that maybe they're having in their world, and they need us to do so, right? Maybe they're relying on us to figure it out. I don't know, right? Like I said, that's not the right questions. We shouldn't focus on that part. But I'm just showing people we could get lost there. You guys see? Those are the details. They don't matter. I used to worry about those things. I'm like, it doesn't matter. I just need to understand what they're doing. I need to understand their tax and what happens. And I'm telling you, they don't want people to snap out of their control. They want to control you so that they can create the past. Because just think about it like, okay, I don't know if any of you had a kid before, or if you ever had to like train someone at work or something of that nature, or you had to take care of your little kid, your sibling or something like that, right? Stuff like that, guys. Do you understand? If you don't truly understand how to get them on a light path, because if they're on a light path, they trust you, right? They believe in you, and they listen by choice, not because they feel obligated to, forced to, but they do it because they're on a light path and they know you're on a light path too. Do you guys understand? When we can't do that, we force people to listen to us through a dark path, and it works. So the majority of bosses in the world, I would say 99% of them, from my experience, are on a dark path. And because anytime I've ever seen a boss be on a light path, it changes within days. It just does. And it's because, think about like how much information is being sent to them, how many nudges, just their families, work, coworkers, customers, right? Info if they're using social media, watching programs, anything. Do you guys get it? Like, it's really hard to stay on a light path. That's why I said, if you're not fully healed, you're going to start corrupting and poisoning people. It's just how it is. So our only humanity's mission now, every single person, we need to figure out all this knowledge. We need to learn how to do all this stuff. We need to never look back anymore because it just doesn't matter. The past doesn't matter. Only use our past for shields, or learn how to counter everything. Learn how to deconstruct World of Warcraft, the video games and progression, but truly how their attacks are, and just say, F it. I got to keep going whenever they present something to me, right? Like they presented something, I just have to keep going. Because if I react to it, I did, but you guys see like it still changed my path, but otherwise they start writing my story. Do I want them to write my story? No, but people are like, but they still change your path. Am I correct? So that means my story got slightly altered, but I'm still choosing to write it. Do you guys understand? Like, I'm like, okay, well, I guess now we're going to record with that sound in my ear. Do you guys understand? Like, and now because I've put focus to it, I see now there's focus there. We can change our focus as well, right? Half the time when I'm talking, I don't even hear it. Do you guys get it? Like, you can change your focus, create new meaning. All those things that I've talked about in the other streams. You guys now should know a lot of it, but I'm going to just keep reinforcing and repeating it. So let's do a little break right here for a second. And I just want people to know that I'm detoxing something right now that they poisoned through a fabricated event this morning. Okay? But first, let's do something fun. The shepherd path. I have some bread here, okay? So I challenge you guys, if you don't have something to snack on, get something. Just whatever you feel. It's a good interrupt, right, too? I call it the bread program. I just want people to point out. I just want someone to realize that I created the bread program for myself, just kind of for fun. Like when I was learning all this knowledge, I'm like, is really all the world are we just illusions and NPCs basically? Are we just programmed? Yeah, we kind of are, right? Like we respond to senses through repetition. Until you break free, you're basically just like a computer program. You really are. And I don't say that to scare you. I don't say that to offend you, because we're not. But until you break free, you kind of are. Because you can't resist when something's presented to you. So I'm like, oh my gosh, I love bread with cheese, some soup, some like Mexican German soup on it, a carrot, some peanut butter, and some like Westheim hot sauce. You're like, wait, what? I'm like, if that pops up in front of me, I need to eat it. So I'm just gonna take a bite right now. It's actually pretty good. I've never had that before, by the way, guys. Just so you know. They're like, wait, I thought you said. Oh, my dog's here. Right? Leon showed up. Hello, Leon. Hello, Shepherd Path. You see, like, he's conditioned and programmed. He hears certain food sounds, and he shows up because he knows that I share with him when we usually eat together. Here you go, Leon. You don't want it? It's okay. Oh, he did eat it. You guys understand? Like, he's programmed, both of us are, that when he shows up, when I'm eating, we share with my dog. You guys get it? Through repetition, through conditioning. He heard the sound. When I'm done streaming, if I close my AirPod case, I just want people to hear this part, because this is all of you. You guys think it's just animals and dogs and rats. It's you guys too. When we see something, when we hear something, when we smell something, bring something to mind. If you're dark consumed, then they nudge you, you do it. It's that simple. So, especially if they repeat it enough and you're fully on a path, it's reinforced, that's it, it's over. I'm telling you guys, you cannot resist, I promise you. So for guys, if you like looking at bikini pictures of girls, or even more than that, first of all, take a step back, and I just challenge all of you, earn it. Anything. Earn it. Do the climb. It's like if right now, like if I hadn't started dating my goddess yet, and I found porn pictures of her. Do you guys understand? I'm like, if I hadn't earned it, well, what's now the point? Like you lose a lot of the purpose of the journey. Do you guys understand? Like you don't need these I just want people to understand, you don't need motivations to do. You don't. You just need a path. Storyline. All you need to do is you can create a path on demand for yourself, just through some visuals and some senses and scents and sounds and stuff like that. And you can do on demand repeatedly. You can self-brainwash yourself to start doing without motivation. Like, people think it's discipline. Discipline is nothing. I just want people to understand, discipline is nothing. You see how many feathers I'm going to ruffle here? Why does that phrase mean anything to you? Does it? Really? You guys see what I'm talking about? You have what we talked about in the last segment with the banana thing, right? There's artifacts there. There's things that you've been conditioned to. There's associations and approximations there. You got programmed to respond to certain things a certain way. I'm telling you, we got programmed to almost everything. You guys get it? Doesn't mean it's a bad thing. But if you can't break free, if you can't choose, think of it like I'm running that's why I call it the bread program, okay? So I was just joking around, but I was getting pissed off. It started like my path there, because I was just like, they're fucking ruining everything. They're attaching poison even to food, to everything. So I'm like, from now on, well, whatever, you know what? It made me laugh calling myself an NPC. a non-playable character from video games. I just thought it was funny. Like, it just makes me laugh to think that there's some people that are like that, but really it's sad. There are people that are like that aren't. Because I was like, are they actually just like computer programs? Are they fake? Like, are they controlled? I think there are some illusions that are controlled, but I do believe that the majority of people that are alive, that are players, most of them are still NPCs. And what does that mean? It just means that if a sense is presented to you, you can't resist. You guys understand? So there was times where, if, for example, back in the day, like years ago, if I saw a video of a girl in a bikini and then I looked at another picture, I'm like, hold on, I'm going to the bathroom. Do you guys understand? Like, I'm just like, now the urge is there. Okay, we're gonna stop here because I don't want his path to start. But I just want people to understand, like, that's how it works, and that's just how it is with my dog, right? Like, he shows up, and I'm eating something, like, oh yeah, I should share. Like, I have that program inside of me. You guys understand? It doesn't mean it's a bad thing, but you have to be able to choose if you want to execute or not. I'm like, no, man, you got enough right now. I'm not gonna give you more. I can choose to do that. You guys understand? But if you can't get to that point, you just do it. I was gonna drink with my left, but I'm gonna drink with my right, and I'm gonna use the handle with my left. Hold it from the bottom like this. They were trying to create a little nudge right there, so I interrupted it. Okay, so I just took a bite of the bread. I have a toothbrush here. I use this. There's something of it that there's now multiple things out of it that I can use for positive path, but not always for the thing that I want to do it for. I can use it for a few things, right? Like I said, the radio menu, right? You can choose which meaning you actually do. You can choose the conditioning that you want to do, which association you want to run. Do you guys see why you have to break free so you can create your own program? Now, there comes a point where the program has no control over you anymore, so I just then call it, we're free, right? Now we just choose, so we're not really programmed anymore. But for the best way I would put it is, that's why I say I conceptualize things through video games, because it helps me make sense of it. For you guys, it might be something else, but I'm going to explain it through video games. So like in video games, there's a few games like Crystal Chronicles good. We're cleansing and we're detoxing it. So you can choose your commands. You can choose your commands, okay? But also in Lightning Returns, Blinded by Light, Universe. I don't even know what that was in a song related to, but you can just do a song related to it. The Eternal Paradox. Da, 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 da. Guys, this is the theme, right? I'm just creating a little patch for myself if I ever re-listen to it, but also just to interrupt you guys. But you see, like, you can talk about it, you can look at something related to it, and then you can play a song with it, you can whistle. All those things start a little path for you, right? The more senses that you have, the more likely you are to go down the path. So if I couldn't resist before, right now I'm like, ooh, I want to play Final Fantasy 13 now. Come on, Square Enix. Or he's going to remaster. Remember, I told you guys, make the trilogy, right? You guys get it? So most of you, if I just play right now, it's so funny. Like, if someone who doesn't have free will and can't resist, you can truly get them to say, I want to do this, I want to do this. Like my brother, I know I keep using my brother, but it's just, I'm sorry, he doesn't want to heal, so I just keep using him as an example. If right now I play a certain song related to like maybe a video game he enjoys playing from our past, and we have some memories, and then we talk about it for like 2 sentences, and then I play the next song related to that one as well. All of a sudden he's like, oh, we should, or like an anime or something, we should really watch this, or like we should play this. I'm like, yeah, okay, sure. And then I change it to the next one, and then I do the same thing, play the song, maybe I whistle, like, oh, I'm like, I ask him something to get him on the path, because you can get people on paths. This is also how you can slowly interrupt dark consume people and nudge them, change their path without them realizing, because if they realize it, I'm just letting you know, dark tries to interrupt it. They get mad. It's funny. They're slaves that they dark consumed. They make them do shit to stop you. Or like if you try to heal them, they get mad at things that they like. It's like if you guys told me, like, you know how I said the figuring out shield and like Sherlock and like World of Warcraft and like XT Deconstructor and like we're deconstructing it, right? Like, or League of Legends and Insect, because insecurities have to be defeated, like all these stuff like that, right? Like if all these are positive things for me, do you guys understand what I'm trying to say? Or like my goddess, my ultimate shield with her dance, right? There's a shepherd shield, right? Star Diplomat. All of these are positive things for me. So what if all of a sudden you guys, like, you started whistling the Sherlock theme, and I'm like, no, Sherlock. By the way, there's a good chance that if I do that again, my brother's going to show up. So just be prepared, guys. If it happens, I'm going to be quiet because I'm not going to react. But I'm letting spirits know how much I know their play. And he's going to try to say something. He's going to try to stop me in some way. And I'm just going to laugh. I'm going to make some faces and stuff like that. But it's just, wow, really, guys? It was just a reminder to heal. They just try to start back. You guys understand? They're fucking hilarious. You just laugh about them. You now know all the things. I'm like, wow. Okay. So, but it still interrupted me. Do you guys see what I'm talking about? You have to be so careful when you're talking about things. But now I can't. You see, like I know all the code. I know all the code. I see every single thing. So I now understand what's happening. But it definitely interrupted my flow. Do you guys understand? But it's okay. We talked about it a lot. It was really, really good. So programming. How do you brush your teeth, guys? Grab your toothbrush. Go. Grab your toothbrush now. Go get it. I'll give you guys 30 seconds. Here's one. It teleports me to a time period with my family. I'm trying to create positive shields with from my family, but also I'm not. I just want people to know, like, I'm doing it just to detox them, but I'm not trying to make it an ultimate. I'm not trying to make it a good shield anymore because there's just too much time periods there. It's just they will weaponize it, right? So, but I'm just trying to get people to know I'm just cleansing it, but I'm not going down that path because path doesn't matter. If they want to join, if they want to follow my path. This is for everyone. If they want to follow my path, they can choose to, because it's all recorded, it's all written. They can go to my LinkedIn or my YouTube or my Twitch, and they can follow the entire path, and they're knowing exactly where I'm at, right? Because I'm basically just talking through the experiences I have and the knowledge I have. Now, there's some things that I haven't talked about yet, like that I could do deep dives on, but I'm still squeezing in all that knowledge that I've already written, right? Like even like I haven't talked about everything that's in my notebooks, but it's been in here, and now it's like all combined, right? So I'm delivering it like this, but I just want people to know, like, you can't hang out with people that refuse to heal. It's just, you can't. I'm sorry, but you can't. There's just, it's at least at the level of difficulty that I'm playing the game now, you just can't. And I think most of you, if you start this journey, if you're climb before everyone else, you're going to have to cut some people. You're going to have to remove people, not out of viciousness or malice. On the contrary, it's out of protecting yourself. You're creating distance to heal, because I'm telling you, they created an attack yesterday and this morning because of my brother yet again. And it's because I just tried to do a little heal for him. And then I tried to send a nudge to my parents through him to heal them, to just interrupt their path. Because all it takes to start to heal someone even a little bit, to prevent really bad things from happening today to them or to other people, is an interrupt. So right now I say, guys, bread, cheese, beans. What do you guys think? What about a carrot and some blue? You're like, what? Absurdity, right? Absurdity works really well because it makes people, like, the brain can't follow a logical path. That's what I'm saying. Like, if you do an absurdity play and then you get nudged something into your head right after, that's an attack. If you do an absurdity play, I need to write that one down. This is good. This is really good. If you do an absurdity play, because I'm trying to figure out, basically what I'm trying to understand, or what I'm trying to make happen, guys, is I'm trying to discover how I can teach you guys how to identify what the attacks are. I'm trying to explain it in so many ways so you guys know, because for me, that was the hardest part. Imagine, people always think that this is just how the brain works and this is how the world works. But I'm telling you, it's not. It's spirits attacking you. It's not you. It's them. And once you understand that that's them, you can start recognizing the attack, because that's the game changer, right? Once you understand that it's an attack, you're like, okay. Because before that, you think there's something wrong with you, that you're populating it. And I'm telling you, it's not you, it's them. It changes everything. At least for me, it did. And I would be surprised if it doesn't for you as well. Because I think before that, everyone's like, is there something wrong with me? Like, why am I thinking about that? I'm telling you, do an absurdity play, and if the next nudge that gets popped into your head without any logical path to get there is an attack, whatever that is. This is so good. They're fucked. They're absolutely fucked. There's nothing they can do. Do you guys see, like, why I have now flipped it on them? If they ever attack me, I now learn all the things that how it works. Do you guys see, like, every time they choose to attack me, I get stronger. I learn more. If you can get to that point, what are they going to do? what you gotta realize is that it's like they're little kids. They're immature little kids that keep attacking you, and they don't understand that they're just making it worse for them. It's okay, right? Now we're just having fun with it. Like they fucked up so bad that now we're even just having fun with it. You guys get it? I'm so sad about how the world works. Yet I'm smiling, I'm laughing, I'm having fun with it. What can they do now? You guys understand? They brought back. I'm telling you, we each have a main insecurity, 1, 2, or 3. Like usually 1, but some of you might have 2 or 3 if they really wanted to fuck with you. And the rest are decoys that protect the heat, prevent the healing of it. They even brought it back, right? I even relived it. I'm telling you, I straight up relived it. And the day before, I relived some like the other like 3, 4, 5 really bad moments in my life. And this is how I'm reacting now. Do you guys understand? Like there is nothing that they can do anymore. Because anything that they do now, not only have we proven that we can go from 0 to hero, right? That's why we healed in 7 days, that we can learn the entire playbook, that now we can explain it, but they're just helping us explain it more. Every single attack is just making us better at understanding on how to explain it and how to simplify it for you, whoever's listening. So what they don't understand is I figured it out, right? Regardless of what they do to me at this point, I already know. They're just helping me refine it. So like you guys see, like the dark forces are helping me. But is that their intention? What do you guys think? Is that their intention? You guys understand, like, if we can flip it on them, then we can start on you. Once you guys, all it takes is you just have to recognize what is them. That's the goal. We have to learn to recognize what is them. Here's one for you guys, what they just did to me. And it's a reminder to heal, but could have been actually my light spirit. This is the hard part to understand, right? I try to tell them not to nudge me, but I know sometimes they do, and it's not for bad. They nudged me. They guided my eyes to look at a superficial thing, right? Numbers. They don't matter. They just don't. They just don't. For many reasons, and even probably more than I realize why they don't matter. But you guys get it? Like, I just told you guys about this, like recognize what is them. And then I got nudged a superficial thing, right? So I'm like, either way, that's them, right? But do you guys see, like, they try to make you focus on the things that don't matter. Don't focus on things that don't matter, okay? The souls are running for myself. So I just really quickly want to go back and talk about the bread program, talk about the hero play, why we have to pay. Let's first do that, because I just want to finish it. I don't want to focus on that, but I just wanted to realize I started it as a warm up, and then heroes. What happens after heroes reading? And then that's where we're going to continue. So the reason why I was bringing up some examples of some people that get really popular, it's not jealousy, it's not envy, it's nothing. Congratulations. Anyone who, like, doesn't matter, right? Like, if it makes them happy, if they're on the light path, if they're healed and they're healing other people, I don't care. That's all I want. I just want people to be healed so they're not being controlled by dark spirits and that they heal other people. It doesn't matter, right? I'm trying to move away from money for everyone, because that's really the poison, right? We shouldn't be working. We should just be healing the world, okay? Solving problems. But here's the problem. If they get popular, or if they become like the go-to voice, now people listen to it, right? So let's say a year from now, everyone listens to me. Do you guys understand? Like, if I let it get to me, right now, I get consumed by the numbers. It changes what I talk about. What if I start changing what I talk about? What if if I do a stream tomorrow that has, like, I instead of just messing up my hair, instead of like doing these antics to try to break people's conditioning and stuff like that, I'm like suited up. I'm like, okay, guys, let's do this. Like, you guys understand? Like, and then that finally gets like 1 million views. Do you guys see now? All of a sudden, I'm going to be tempted to do that again. Because I'm like, wait, all my other streams got 0 and this one got 1 million. Well, then I'm going to do the one that got 1 million again. Do we understand? It's a control lever. Anytime they want to control you, if they know that in the past they've conditioned you to care about numbers, about superficial things, about any things of that nature, they just have to pull that lever, and you're going to go that way, which is the dark path. Do you guys get it? So now that controls what people's content is about. But here's the worst thing. Someone who even seems like they're healing people, and they might have some healing messages in there, but most people won't get it, because this is what I didn't understand before. I played video games, right? And watched some movies and things like that, but everyone else that I talked to about them wouldn't focus on like the lessons or the underlying lessons, right? They didn't know how to take the underlying lesson, or they could parrot and repeat the entire movie or the entire game story. But I'm like, okay, yeah, like, right, it's such a good lesson. And they're like, okay, yeah. They didn't actually get any lesson from it. They had the info in their head, but it was like they were just like an encyclopedia, like they were just like a textbook. They didn't actually know it. Do you guys understand what I'm trying to say? Like, they didn't actually learn it. They never learned how to learn. So really what I'm trying to show you guys to do is how to learn, how to progress, how to push yourself, how to question things, how to break things down. These are all the things that are happening. Like, if you just watch and you're consuming this and you're paying attention, taking notes, you're going to learn how to do that without you even realizing it, right? I'm changing the way you think. I'm breaking you free. I'm changing your thought process. Because then now you can choose. Now you just think differently about things. Afterwards, even if I became the most popular person in the world, which I kind of hope not, it would be really fucking weird. I want quiet, right? We're not gonna get there, but I just want people to understand. Like, anyway. So let's say you become one of the most popular people in the world, right? I'm telling you, dark can choose who wins, right? So they can push your stuff. I believe light can interfere and help too, but I don't know, right? Like, we don't know enough. So we're not going to get lost there. So if someone gets popular, I'm telling you that they're not going to, if it has all the answers, they're not going to let it win. They're not going to, because if it snaps people out of it, if it accidentally snaps people out of it, they'll allow it, right? Because if you have to put work, you have to do a lot of work, or like a lot of like, maybe like the best info is on a side quest, or it's hidden somewhere. Like Remnant 2 has really good information about some of this stuff, but you have to like click on an item. I'm sorry, Remnant, I hope I'm not giving away your tactics. And like, if you inspect it, an item, there's like an extra like paragraph that has some information about some of the stuff that I'm talking about too. Their interpretation of what's been going on in the world. I believe that my way is the way, but they have good information too. And I think we can all get there, right? These are things I took from everything, right? I'm saying I learned from everything, okay? But you have to learn how to learn from everything. That's the goal. But you have to take the lesson from it. So like, if you play a video game, like, what can you learn from it? They're like, well, only from the story. I'm like, no, how did the gameplay work? How does everything connect? How would your character learn this? How would they learn this? How would they figure out the story? How do they figure out the story? What are they doing? What are they talking about? What does their clothes do? Like, what does that represent? Like, you see, like, you start looking at things differently. You're not just looking at what is being told to you. It's like, what could that imply? What could that mean? What is the underlying lesson? Right? But I feel like in the past they had to hide it. They would have to hide these lessons, otherwise it would get suppressed. So some games that are video games that would just had a lot of answers and were really good in my opinion. Not all the answers that I realized, but there's their interpretation of what's going on. I'm just like, wow, why isn't this pushed? This is so good. And it makes sense now, right? Like, if they caught on that it has too much things, they're not going to let it win. That's what I'm trying to tell you. If something is winning, you need to pay attention to that, because it's not all good. Maybe they snuck us good in there, but I'm telling you, dark is not going to allow something to get to everyone unless it's something that benefits them. It's just that simple. I'm sorry. I've really been trying to figure out anything else, but it's not. So what does that mean? If someone's really popular, someone's getting pushed to everyone, it's probably because they're encouraging them to do something. And what is that something? So for example, what if I encourage all of you now? I said limit all information. Don't just scroll social media. Don't do things of that nature, right? So what do I tell you now? Hey guys, go on every social media. Just consume it, right? Post on it. But now when you're on there, you get access to so much information, so much noise. Do the climbs there, right? Do you guys get it? Do you guys understand what I'm trying to say? Like, I'm telling you, you can post it. Post it on one platform of your choice. It doesn't matter if you want. But just don't look at anyone else's. Just look at your own. And if you're going to look at someone else's, like, for example, if you're listening to my voice right now, just my suggestion to you is go to my profile and just refresh it like once a day or every other day or something like that to get the next one. Whenever you're ready, when you've consumed the last one, do something like that. Not even notifications. Turn off your notifications, just because you want to control the information that's presented to you guys. You won't be able to control everything, but you want to control the majority of it until you're healed. Because then after that, but then even when you're healed, you have to be careful, right? Because if we let down our guard, if we stop doing the tactics, if we stop doing that, like I told you yesterday, I took risks and they got me to something that would have destroyed me any other time period in my life. It would have dark consumed me straight up, and I would have started causing problems around me. I would have poisoned people. I would have hurt people. Not literally, but I would have hurt someone in some way. You guys understand? I took a risk, and it got me to the problem area. Just from info. Just from actually trying to help my brother, to talk to him, trying to help my parents, trying to present them positive information. Do you guys understand? So do you guys see, like, it doesn't have to seem like it's bad, but it can lead to really bad because you're exposing yourself to new information. You're taking risks that you don't need to take. So I'm telling you guys, if there's someone's winning and someone is considered the expert, they're first of all telling you that their way is the way. Okay. I'm telling you, you need to figure out what your way is and you need to develop it. But there's other people that are saying something similar, but the problem is that they're encouraging all of us to consume information. That's the exact opposite of what you need to do. Okay. Reinterpret this version of the knowledge, break free, and then at that point, teach your own. Okay, what are you trying to solve in this world? All right. So I'm going to stop there, but I just wanted the people to understand that the people who win on social media, it's fabricated. Okay, it's chosen. They choose to win. I talked about it yesterday too, like how they had chosen me to win, and then now that I intentionally choose to hang out with the people who are being slaved at the bottom of the pyramid, because I hung out with the people at the top who are slaved, and I hung out with the people at the bottom. They're both slaved. Okay. That's why we just have to break free. We just have to heal. But they choose who wins. So if tomorrow all of a sudden I get everything gets pushed, even if I would be happy because it could heal people, I would be extremely, extremely cautious because I'm like, what is going on and why? What are they planning? Are they trying to stop me now like this? Because will it change my path? Will it make me do something different? Will I now talk to people? What if all of a sudden all these girls start reaching out to me? Could it change my path? You guys understand? Like, I would be extremely wary and cautious. I'm like, why do they choose me to win all of a sudden? You guys get it? They choose. They can make it happen. It's as simple as all of a sudden this gets pushed to everyone's feed tomorrow. It doesn't mean everyone might be like, what the fuck is this? No one might like it. No one might comment on it, but it might get still a lot of views, right? And impressions, whatever. But I'm just saying, in my opinion, all those things are fake. So don't worry about it. Just, you're doing it for yourself. You're progressing. You're teaching on knowledge. Got it? So bread program. That's good. I didn't think I was going to talk about that. See? Bread program. So I wanted to break my programming, right? And I wanted to see if I could program myself to just, for anything that happens that I'm like, what the fuck? Can I just eat bread? Or can I just go to the same spot, eat bread? That's all I was like, I'm just going to eat bread for everything. The whole day, I'm just going to eat bread. I can eat it with different ways, but I'm just like, oh, got to do the bread program. Like, they nudge me, got to do the bread program. Because I just didn't want to do what they wanted me to do. Basically, that's what I'm saying. Like, I would be laying in bed, and then they would, like, let's say I just took my dog out 10 minutes ago. And for some reason, he's whining like he needs to go out again. And I'm just like, I'm not going to do that. Why? Because if I go out when they want me to go out, what I realized was that means that they curate and fabricate the outside world. So then they always would make illusions or people to show up right then as I go outside, or like there's new things that pop up, and it was presenting me more information. So I was like, I'm not going to let you write my story. So then I would just lay in bed awake, because they can wake you up too, right? Like, they can do shit like this. So I just lay in bed awake, and they would just be presenting terrible reminders to me and trying to, like, make my brother make noises, make my dog make noises, and trying to attach negative things to them. I'm like, and it's like, when you're in bed or when you wake up, you need to detox. Okay, guys, every morning, you just need to detox. You need to start going down some positive light shields. You need to do some healing, maybe write some notes, listen to some music, and just write some notes about this stuff. Like, hey, or like just remember some things, like talk through like a positive video game or movie that you enjoyed. Just anything that kind of like purges and cleanses the poison that they put in you and you're sleeping in your dreams. By the way, light helps as well. I feel like, think of it like they're both getting to choose, like, we'll use Jenga. I hope it's not I don't think it has any bad ones, but I just want people to understand. Think of it as like every turn, like they create a dream by they're alternating dark and light, pulling out Jenga pieces, right? And when you wake up is when the Jenga tower falls. Okay, think of it like that. I'm really good at analogies. I always knew that, but it's good to remember it. We're really good at explaining things. And so are you. You guys just forgot about it. You're really good at things that you don't believe you are. I forgot all. I just want people to understand. I forgot all these things, and yet these are things that I've said to myself in the past, and yet I forgot because they take our memories hostage. But that's a topic for another time. But I just wanted people to realize you're really good. Whoever's listening, I promise you, you're so much better than you think. You're amazing, and I don't even know you as well as I want. I want to get to know every single person. That's my dream, but I can't do that right now because of how the world is set up. But we'll get there, right? But I know if I heal you, and if you heal yourself, if you actually take the step to heal yourself, I just know, and you break your program, you break free, that then you're going to be, then I get to know you as who you really are, not who they made you be, because they rearranged you, right? They wrote your storyline. They made you become who you are today, whatever it is, right? Now, once you break everything and all your conditioning change, everything, we've talked about all that so much, but once you break all that, then you can choose. If you want to be who they made you again, then you can. That's what I want. That's where we're going to end, where we talked. Now go to the bread program. I just want people to understand. If you break all the things that I'm telling you guys, this is why you should listen to me. This is why I'm trying to convince you to listen to me. If you break all the things, if you do everything I'm saying, if you want to go back to the person that you were before you listened to what I'm saying, you can now choose to do so. Even now that you realize it was fabricated, like that they poisoned you, that what they made you believe during that time period was fake. It doesn't matter. There's many things, right, in my life that they made me believe that were not real. I just want people to understand that, okay? They fabricate things. So if you want to go back to that, now that you understand, hey, it's fake, but what if you're like, I actually like being this fake thing? This is just a reminder here. They do not like that I'm talking about this. Of course, why would they? You could go back to it. You guys understand? Because I could also program you to become something that you're not. But then once you become it, right? Like if it's just repeated nonstop and you're executing on it, aren't you it? Right? Like, so that's what I say, like, how did I become the shepherd and star diplomat and working alongside God? Like we're two gods now, right? It's because I became it. Now I'm doing it daily. Do you guys understand? I'm now fully it. Even if I wasn't it a week ago, now I am. So that's what I'm saying. Like you can program yourself to become it, especially through repetition. That's how they do it. That's how they rearrange all of you, by the way, to anything. Seriously, they could change anyone to anything. Truly, they can make a kid think that they're a lion or a crocodile if they wanted to. Especially back in the day, like, I mean, I saw it. It was really sad. I'm just using it as a risky play, but it's just change a little path, location, and I'm going to change again, right? I went to this party and I saw a kid that was just had a phone and was just scrolling TikTok nonstop. They were like 3, 4, 5, something like that. They just, for 4 hours straight at that party, all they did was scroll TikTok up and down. Think about how much info was being presented to them. They were being completely rewashed. And they were only that young. It was already, that kid is already completely destroyed. Completely. They're ruined. That means that now the dark spirits can choose what pops up next. Do you guys understand what I'm saying? That's what the power of, they can manipulate an algorithm. I don't know if they were targeting that kid yet, but they probably were, knowing how it works, which means that they're like, okay, let's make this kid this. So they can keep just showing this. Maybe light catches on. I'm like, oh, no, let's help the kid. And they actually put some good ones in there, but they can't control all of it. Do you guys understand? So by just scrolling nonstop, that kid got completely rearranged into something. And now they're also completely conditioned to and programmed to just only want to do that. Because think about all the positive reinforcement that's being, you guys understand? That's how they rearrange people. Like, do you guys, whoever controls social media is controlling the world, right? And I'm saying that these dark spirits control what gets populated. We thought that we have control over the algorithms. We don't. I'm telling you, even if you guys think you are the ones writing it, programmers and coders and companies, you're not. You think so. All your work is basically, what I'm saying, all you guys' work is for nothing. So CEOs, you could fire all your programmers and developers. They could all quit. You guys are doing nothing because the dark spirits take it over. If it's anything that's randomly generated, they take over. I'm telling you guys straight up. Once you see it, you'll never unsee it. They choose what's presented to you. Or if that's not the case, if I'm wrong, I'm just letting you guys know it's curated to you. If I'm wrong and it's actually the companies that are doing it, then what the fuck, guys? Then it means you're serving the evil. So either one is bad. So you see, guys, if you are like, I'm wrong and it's not the spirits that are doing it, and it's actually humans, then that makes it even worse. That means that we're destroying ourselves. So either way, all I just want you guys to know, it's curated. And it's not for you. It's not like, oh, it's just positive. It's just based on what your actions are. I'm like, no, it's based on your insecurities and your vulnerabilities that they know. And that's why I'm saying it's the spirits, because how could these programmers that work for these companies know that? They can't. Do you guys get it? You guys understand? Just saying, it's curated to you based on the spirits. Okay? But if you can't think of it like that, think of it as like, but seriously, all you programmers who are working on algorithms, you could quit tomorrow and nothing would happen. I'm not saying that you're useless. On the contrary, if you have knowledge on how to program and code things, you're extremely valuable because you think differently, right? The whole game of life is how you think. I just want people to understand this. It's all mental. It's how you think. Okay, let's stop there. We gave a lot. Like this should make people question things. That's the whole goal of this. We just want to make people start asking questions. So, right, leads us into people getting programmed. It's the hero path. We gotta choose self-challenge, right? Twilight Princess 3-heart challenge. It's so good, right? We chose, but I just want people to understand. I used to play a video game called Twilight Princess, Legend of Zelda. We chose, because I always loved the dungeon games in Zelda. It's like, hey, Nintendo, when you make the next Zelda, the open world stuff is great. I just want you guys to know, like, in the freedom and great, it's great for people to figure out how to think and how to like put things together and realize that, hey, there's not only one solution. That's all great, and there's progression. Like Eventide Island was so good, and like those shrines that people had to start with no items and like pick up things, like those are so good. And Tears of the Kingdom and progression and all that stuff, right? Keep it up. But the problem is with you guys stop developing complex dungeons that push people. Like I'm telling you, I've learned so many lessons that got me to where I am right now, how I think and how I deconstruct the World of Warcraft and the attacks that they do, because of these dungeons and how I had to learn how to think of how to handle them. Do you guys understand what I'm trying to say? Like Dark Souls, Elden Ring, like these video games, like helped me learn tells and how to study and how to dodge things, how to avoid things, you guys get it? Like I learned so much about how to, anytime I got attacked, I'm like, what is it? Because when I played video game, when I was a raid leader in World of Warcraft, for example, my job was to figure out strategy. Do you guys understand? I had to figure out strategy. So I was like, how can we handle this? I had to analyze logs, like they call it roll logs. I'm okay, I was like, ooh, this person got hit by this attack. Wait, what is that attack? I didn't even know that that's what it was called. And I'm like, is there a timer? So you could see like when the timer went, like, I was like, wow, this attack happens every 27 seconds. Because I looked at the log, I'm like, every 27 seconds, wow. Okay, guys. So since we don't have a timer yet for it, I could even just use like a stopwatch or something, or I could count 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. And then eventually it gets to the feeling where you're like, okay, guys, here we go. Cooldowns right now. We need to defend. We need to shield ourselves. Okay. Do you guys understand? So that's what I'm doing right now. I'm creating shields for myself, just to, and for you guys also to disrupt your paths. But I'm showing you guys how it's done. You guys see what I'm talking about? I'm going down these paths. These are my pauses, but I'm also detoxing them because they poisoned every single one of these things I'm talking about. They poisoned some of them. They poisoned this morning through an attack that started through because I took risks yesterday. Instead of talking about pauses, I went down the negatives, right? So I said, don't talk about your insecurities. Don't talk about those dark time periods. If anything, talk around them, but be careful, guys. Okay. Don't take these risks, because then otherwise they're going to poison something positive for you. And they had a lot of positives. I remember Twilight Princess was your motivation for RPG Maker. Guys, when in school, in chemistry class, all of a sudden a teacher told me that we have to create a game for people to learn like chemistry and like different questions. And they wanted just people to do board games and like just do some arts and crafts. The truth is, I was never really arts and crafty. I've definitely gotten a lot better with that. And I could if I focused on it. But see, like I was right. I still stand by it. People focus so much on the visual and the superficial, and it's not about that, right? It's not about the graphics. It's about the actual experience that we have now. Graphics, colors, all stuff can teach us underlying lessons, right? You guys understand? There's a lot of value there. But you can do that with like 2D graphics, pixel graphics, sprite graphics. It's the actual experience and the thing that we're seeing that matters. So when it's fancy graphics are great, you're like, wow, this is really cool. It is. I'm not going to deny that. That's awesome, right? But it's not the actual function, the purpose, right? It's the 3 layers. It's the shower analogy curtain. Here we go. Full circle, right? What's the purpose of right? Think of it like there's 3 layers. The shower curtain, the outside shower curtain layer, the middle shower curtain, like the plastic, and the shower. Do you guys understand? So it's the visual, the function, and the purpose. What's the outside shower curtain for? Right? It's what the visual. So we know that there's a division that stops us from the bathroom to the shower. Okay? And you can see it. It has colors. Maybe it has good reminders from the visual. What's the middle plastic one, right? That's the function, right? It's the division. It blocks the water. That's actually what the shower curtain, right? So that the water doesn't go out. Do you guys see? But that's actually, think of it like that. And yes, you could say the other one could work too, but that's really the middle one is for that. The outer layer is just the visual. And just think of that, like that's how humans work as well, right? The visual, right? But for anything, right? That's what I'm saying. Stop focusing on the superficial guys. Stop focusing on the numbers. Stop focusing on the visuals. But what's the actual purpose of the shower curtain thing, right? The reason why we would have a shower curtain or do this is because we want to take a shower. And maybe have sex with our sexy leg girl in there, right? White bikini, hot tub, snow, right? But you guys understand, like, the purpose of the shower, right? Now I'm just like, sex with the girl. But the purpose of the shower is just, you see how distracted I am, guys? This is why you have to be careful, right? About paths. I went down the path, but this is a good one. It was a good interruption. I'm showing you guys how you can do it. The purpose of it is to shower, clean off the muck, right? But what we see on the outside is the shower curtain. The function is stop the water. But what's the purpose? And that's every single thing. So for video games or stuff like that, or for drawing, like that's why I didn't like arts and crafts, right? Because I was just like, why are people focusing so much on this? It doesn't matter. Like, seriously, everywhere I went, any job, anything that I did, people always focused on the outer layer, the visual, like that stuff. And I'm like, guys, doesn't matter. Who cares how, like, the presentation of this? What's the function of it? I'm just delivering information to them through this vessel, right? Like usually I just had like a paper that I printed out with some notes. They're like, this could be prettier. I'm like, sure. I'm like, you want to pretty it up for me? But I'm like, I don't care. Like, it doesn't matter. Like, do people get the information? Are they getting the information? Or am I using it as reminders so I can present this information? Do you guys understand? Like, let's say this is not the page that I'm not using any page right now to deliver information, but like you guys see, like, are my notes maybe like super pretty, right? No, but does it deliver the information that I need? Do you guys understand what I'm talking about? Do you guys get it? You see, like, why visual is, like, it's not about the graphics. It's not about the numbers. It's not about those superficial things. They just don't matter. Do we understand? I'm using this opportunity to check if they muted my shit, because you should always check, right? Learn from your mistakes. Okay. So do you guys get what I'm trying to say? Like, I didn't care about the arts and crafts. I just didn't. I'm like, why do we focus on that? So I'm trying to teach you guys how to learn. Okay. So in a video game, like, there's so many games, like, they slow down development time so much. It takes so long to release something because they're so focused on it. It doesn't make the overall experience better. Yes. I'm saying this, like, the reason why, like, I love my goddess so much is because of the visual, but there's also a function and purpose. But you guys understand, like, there's other things that I really want with her, right? But the visual is just a bonus. Just remember how we talked about earlier, like necessity and reliance. The visual is the bonus. But for some reason, the dark has consumed all of us to believe that the visual, the outer layer, is the most important part. It's the bonus. So if the function and the purpose align with you and are where you want it, right? Like, so it's just kind of like maybe like her inclination or like the things that she does. And I'm like, yeah. So then it's like, okay, here we go, right? Do you guys get it? So for video games, like, they spend so much time on the visual. They spend so much, and the same thing, guys, with you guys performing, like, I have a good visual here, right? Like, there's a lot of things that are meant for me, mostly, but it could be good for you guys as well, right? I'm creating associations, stuff like that. But I could even improve it further. There are things that I could improve further, but it's good enough, right? It's good enough. Like my thumbnails right now, I'm not even using Canva. Just so you know, Canva, like when people type in something, the things that get populated, suggested to them, are being controlled by the spirits to nudge them. Yes, they're related to that topic, but they can insert other ones as well. Seriously, just even like type in something, guys, and you're going to see there are going to be some nudges. There are going to be some names that are presented there. It could be anything. You could type in deliverance on Canva, and the things that are going to be suggested to you, these are the fabrications. Are going to be something related to some of your attacks, the insecurities, some of your sad things, some of your counters. I'm telling you too, but I'm telling you, you can learn some of your attacks like that. Try it out, guys. You'll see it. Once you see it, you'll never unsee it. Sorry, guys. You're now awake. Oh, wait, it doesn't matter what the label is. The hero path, right? So, oh yeah, I was telling about Twilight Princess. Do you guys see like a reminder? You guys get it? You guys see, like, I mean, I'm going all around. It doesn't matter, right? I'm just talking now. I don't care. Like, I know at the end of the day, I'm just giving valuable knowledge away. That's all that matters. As long as I'm helping and healing, and it helps myself too, it doesn't matter. You guys get it? Like, I'm just having fun with it. But video games, right? Like, you can learn so much from them, but so many people don't. And same with like movies and shows, and that's why in stories and books, I'm like, I would be like, wow, these has so many answers, and yet I realize most people just don't get any value from it to that point. Like, they're not really getting the lesson, they're not getting the knowledge from it, and I couldn't understand why. And then I would talk to them, and then I would catch it. I'm like, oh, they just view it as a story, they just view it as a game, they just view it as a movie. So think of it like, even like just a flower. I got some just related to this earlier. Like, if you saw a flower, it's like, is it just a flower, or what could it be? Like, is it a lone flower by itself, like in a sidewalk, right? This is a little bit of spiritual communication right here for you guys. But like, let's say you're looking right now and you look down and you see like some rocks, or you see like a crack. Okay. Spirits talk to us based on, in dark and light, by the way, just so you guys know. But if you're if you're on a light path, you have a significantly better connection with you, my spirit, right? We're two gods working together. They're God up there, and I'm a God down here. They finally realized that we can work together, and I did too. And I'm like, hey, you don't have to nudge me aggressively. We can do it like this, and we are on fire, right? Because we're figuring it out. Sherlock Holmes. Just reinforcing my shield that I created earlier. Because now we're the shepherd, right? We're the star diplomat. She is incredible, and she makes us incredible. She and Leon. Right? Leon, thank you for starting the hero path. And helping me become the shepherd. Both her and Leon are the reason. And then let me also reconnect with my you. And like I said, like, now I'm not mad at them. I'm still a little disappointed that they don't protect me more, but we're getting there, right? But I'm happy with them that they're helping me perform at this level to deliver this information. So even if they don't protect me, just so you know, I might not say this again, I'm happy with you, because you don't need to protect me as much anymore. Maybe that's actually what they've been trying to show me. You guys see, like, maybe I'm piecing it together. Maybe they don't actually have to protect me from attacks. Maybe they don't want to protect me from attacks because now they can do other things. You see, like, there's things that I don't know, right? But I'm not going to get lost, but I just want people to understand, like, maybe if they don't have to protect me from attacks, they can use their energy to modify the world. So now I'm just happy, right? And you're like, how's that possible? Isn't the world really fucking bad for you? Like, you're sad, you can't write all these stories. I'm like, yeah, you're right. Yet I'm happy. That's the paradox, right? The paradox is just because now why am I happy? Because I created a repeatable process that I know I can survive. I now know how to turn any attack that they do against me, and I understand it. I know how to analyze it, I know how to break it down. Sometimes I still don't figure it out right away, but I still learn. I'm trying to learn it, right? So now I've regained control over the narrative. I don't believe it. We heal when we start believing it, but you fully heal, or you're happy, when you know it. There's nothing they can do. Doesn't mean that they can't hurt me. I'm like, no, I don't want to go back to that path, right? But now I know how to get away from it. Because now I know that, okay, if they take me to a time period that's negative, I just have to go to another time period. Through noise or positive, right? Like, now I know that. So before I would be terrified of any noise, or I'm like, well, I don't want to go down the sad path. Like, even if the first two are positive memories, because that could be really bad. right? But I'm like, wait a minute, if that takes me to a different time period, that'll still protect me because it also changes recency. Now I can, you guys get it? Like now I understand how to counter it in case, because before you still avoid, prevent, right? But if you have to counter it, I now know how to counter each thing. And maybe tomorrow or maybe tonight, I'm going to get a new attack that I've never experienced before. But if I do, hear this one, guys, if I do, I'm going to spend hours dissecting it. Join me in the house of surgery. Baldur's Gate 3. No. Join me, guys. I'm going to heal you. Come here. Let's do surgery. Right? Gotta do some surgery with this pen on this bread. I'm rewriting poison things, right? That's what I'm doing, guys. But I'll have to listen to that one again. I'll write it down. Welcome to the Baldur's Gate 3. House of surgery. It's part of the shepherd path now. We're just healing, right? Do you guys understand? I'm telling you. You pay attention to how many things I'm rewriting. These are all the things that they poisoned. But I recommend doing it a little slower, even for myself. This is the last one that I should do. No more after this. We're pushing the limits again, like always. Why are we surprised? Okay, you guys see, like, you guys count how many things I've told you that they've poisoned or ruined for me. It happened to you. You're consuming it over and over again because it's something that made you happy, but now it maybe doesn't have the same effect, or maybe it makes you feel weird. I'm telling you, that's how they did it. You didn't even realize it. Okay, so guys, now that you understand the visual function and purpose thing, that's huge. Okay, stop focusing on the superficial. That's why don't worry about money. Remember we talked about yesterday about it's just a temporary shield. Please, it's not about that. Doesn't mean that it's a bonus, right? So if you're waiting, like if the story is being still developed and the battle system being developed and all this stuff is being developed, and your whole responsibility was to work on the graphics, then it's okay. But if you're delaying the game because of the graphics, I'm sorry, but you're doing it wrong. They got to you, right? If you're changing your path because of the graphics, like let's say like I didn't stream today because I couldn't focus on how to get I couldn't get the thumbnail right graphic wise, right? Then I'm doing it wrong. Then dark successfully got to me. And I might not be dark consumed. I want you guys to see that, but they're making me focus on the wrong thing, right? They're making me focus on the superficial. And that's how they get you to get more info, right? So think about, like, the other day, I don't even know how many people like, comment, or anything anymore. I'm not even looking at that at all anymore. I've completely now broke that as well. There might be 0, there might be 1 million. I have no idea. Do you guys understand? Because what would happen is I would go to LinkedIn and I would like repost it or add a comment or something. And when I did that, most of the time you can kind of like if I right now I'm looking at my disciple picture over there based on Lord of the Rings, Aragorn's coronation. Hobbits, we bow to no one because we're the disciples, right? But I'm just rewriting all the stuff they poison, guys. Every single thing that I'm telling you guys. Think about it. Think about how many things. You guys see why it got destroyed. This is how it happens. You didn't even realize they poison every single thing. And before you know it, then they like, the curtain gets raised and it's like, ta-da! Performance is over. And now you're poisoned and corrupted. Have fun. And they just laugh because now you can't do anything without continuing the corruption. Poison. That's what happens to pretty much everyone. Okay? So I'm just telling you, like, they get you to focus on the visual. They get you to focus on the numbers. And that's why it delays you to try to focus on the money. It changes your path, right? Even if you were deciding still, I'm not saying it ruins the whole game or the experience of the movie or the book. But once you start focusing on that, think about it, it changes your time period, changes your path. It's not about that. And they've conditioned all of us to think that that's what matters as well. Like, I used to be that way too. I'm like, wow, like I stopped playing older games because I'm like, the graphics. And there is, like I said, I use on paper just because that's old humanity. On paper equals old humanity. It's not about that, right? There's other things. We're moving towards a new world, right? Illusion of Gaia. Illusion of Gaia is such a good game, but people won't even give it a chance because It's on the Super Nintendo, or I'm sure you could remaster it or find it on like. You guys should remake this Illusion of Gaia, by the way. Seriously, that game needs to be remade. But don't focus on the graphic. We can just improve it a little bit if you want, but if we have time, right? But it shouldn't be about that. You guys get it? It doesn't need to be about that. You can teach so many lessons without the graphics being that. Like now, there's some things that, hey, can we tell more of a story with a visual? If there's like, if you can see someone's face, the hairs and stuff like that. Sure, you guys understand that? But it also can be used for bad. It's harder to have a lot of bad with like a pixelated little image, right? You guys get it? So there's also downsides to graphics. Better graphics, they have more ins to weaponize, because now they can tie him to approximations from the outside world. It's a lot harder to tie it to a little pixel than it is to tie it to a positive. We're gonna do an interrupt here. This is really good. Green pea or green bean or green bread? I don't know. It just felt like the right thing to say. So, when you guys start playing video games and you start trying to learn, just truly ask yourself, like, how would I know if I was dropped in this video game world? Like, ask questions. Like, even do it when you go outside. Like, why is there a rock here? Who put a rock here? Why is there a crack right there? Like, pay attention to small things that you don't normally look at, even when you're playing the game. It's like, how could I figure this out without looking up a guide? Okay. All right, that's really good. Don't focus on the visual and the numbers, guys. Video game companies, don't just stop. Just release your games fast. Why fast? It's not about speed in this ruin the quality. It's so that we can get more knowledge, so that we can get more people on board learning all this stuff, and so that you guys can keep improving your skill set. Just think about, like, what if the game was fully developed, but we're just waiting for the graphics for years? We could have developed 3 other games at the same time period, and you guys, all your skill sets could have improved in that time period. You guys understand? If there's something that's a roadblock that's stopping us from releasing it, that's the problem. And they're trying to get us to focus on money because, oh, well, we made a game that was really challenging, so it didn't sell as much. Again, we're moving away from money. Release your game for free. I challenge all of you to release it for free. Because guess what? If you do it, you can start a chain reaction. And it's a good game. What are people going to do? Okay. Whew, that was really good. I didn't think I was going to talk about that. That was really good. See, guys, I had no idea I was going to talk about that stuff. But there was enough little positive reminders that on my walks and things like that. There are some positives, you guys see? But really, it's the connection that I have now with my you, because I'm full light, right? They don't even have to nudge me. Not really. There are some. I know that there are some. I recognize it, but you guys see, like, why can't the world be like that? That's what the world that we're trying to create. So let's talk about the bread program. We're finally getting there. So it was my choice to, whenever they were trying to make me to do something that I didn't want to do. So if right now they wanted me to grab this, right? Hero path, right? Twilight Princess. Do challenges. Self-limitations, guys. Challenges, right? You see? Reminders. This is the hero path, which led to the shepherd path. Thank you, Leon, for the hero path. Legend of Zelda is the hero path. It's progression, right? We choose intentional challenge. Oh, that's where I was going. I was like, Nintendo. Next Zelda, or just create a shorter Zelda game, but just do dungeons. Good dungeons and more challenges, guys. Like, kids and they can step up to the plate, but if you don't give them a reason to step up for it, they don't have to. But we're not punishing them, right? Video games is the time to do so because there's no actual major consequence. That's the time to do so. Do you guys get it? That's the environment to do so. So anyway, we'll stop there. But just, guys, develop complex dungeons, have challenges to make people think, because we're trying to condition people to challenge and to think. And we'll talk about that more another time. But this was a really good start to get people on that path. I find ways to make challenges even harder. Like the video games that I would play, I'm like, how can I make this even harder? You guys understand? Because if you choose to have all the tools that you could normally have, then the game will be super easy. And that we'll get to this when we talk about reliance and necessity. But I just want people to understand, like, we're deconditioning yourselves to relying and needing anything through challenge in video games, through progression, to getting used to it. So then if we have the best setup, the ideal setup, we just win. You understand? Like, if you can learn all this knowledge I'm talking about now with an unideal setup, if you can perform with an unideal setup, what if like they give me like all my props? I actually might not even perform as good. Do you guys understand? If it's too easy, like I might not perform as good because now it's just like I don't even have to try. It changes things, right? Like, but that's probably not the case. I just want people to understand it's probably not the case, but it's hard to say, right? Because I haven't experienced it before. It's my first time experiencing it. So start conditioning yourself, guys. Stop relying and needing all your crutches and tools. But we're going to get there. So bread program, right? I want people to fight for make their own choices, write their own storylines. So you can do something like this just to try it out. Every time they try to force you to do something, right? So if right now my dog barks, okay, and it's pretty late right now. I don't know what time it is. It doesn't matter. But my point is, it doesn't matter for you. It doesn't feel late to me. But I need to know what is happening in my castle. And I know in my castle, one of the things they weaponize is my brother, right? We've talked about it a lot. You guys should know this by now. You've been following on a journey. So for him, any sound that he listens, and just so you guys know why I'm telling you that they will try to stop anyone who's dark consumed from healing. I'm streaming, right? And I'm giving up all this knowledge, and yet they don't want him to listen and hear this. They don't want him to heal. Not only does he attack my knowledge, I finally convinced him to just let me do it so I can heal. And he's been still trying to stop me, but I finally got him to stop attacking me, right? Do you guys understand? Like, all you have to do is if someone in your castle is trying to stop you, just get them to understand this heals me, okay? Just don't attack me. This one thing, just don't attack it. And if they still continue, then you know 100% without a doubt that they're a dark consumed, they're being enslaved to do so. You guys get it? So what you can do, right? You can do little interrupts. Like if I know like the music that they like, when he goes outside, I can be playing it. Or when he shows up right now, like if he comes out, I'm just like, what are you talking about? Like, what song was loud? Like, what are you talking about? It just finished. Like the tail end of it, he shows up. And it was like, let's say Sherlock Holmes, right? Because I said it's a figuring out song. So then I'm like, oh, Sherlock Holmes. And I'm not even looking at him. I'm not even talking to him, right? Because if you engage with them, they can continue this path. Just ignore them, right? And you start whistling. But maybe instead you do it for something with them. It's like, you know that they like Transformers. Like, oh, like you don't look at him, but it's just like, oh, Transformers. Oh, that Transformers magnet on the fridge that we have. Da da da. I got the touch. I got the power. Optimus Prime. Oh, it reminds me of Heroic Lich King from World of Warcraft. Yeah, when I used to be a raid leader, when I used that song in the kill video. Da, 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 da. You guys understand? Like all of a sudden you start a little path for them, or you interrupt them with some absurdity, like if they don't have it, just to kind of break them from the control. Unfortunately, they're going to go back into the room and they're going to get completely dark consumed, right? But if you could even stop it for a few seconds, you can maybe prevent some poison, or you can help them. Only when they try to bother you, though. Do you guys understand? Like, don't attack them. Just, you understand what's going on. They're enslaved. You pity them. You try to help them, but they don't let it, right? The reason why I know that they don't let it, he told me that through just a little suggestion. So you see how info is dangerous? You learn things that you wouldn't know otherwise. He's like, do you know I even have to put my AirBuds in so I don't hear? I'm like, what's wrong with like hearing this stuff? This is good stuff. It would heal you. You guys see, like they're blocking him from listening to this because they don't want him, because it would snap him out of it. Ask yourself, why would they do that, guys? Because they don't want. Well, who would want to lose a slave, right? Everyone deserves to be free. So they try to control you through senses. Okay. I could control my brother, just so you guys know. If right now I just yell, I could yell right now, okay, or sing a song. Especially if it's a song that helps me. Like if I say, so I make this wish, or if I start singing like deliver us, they don't like when I sing that song. Now I understand why, because it gets me down the shepherd path, right? Thanks, Leanne. You're getting me down the shepherd path. You're a hero. You're a hero. Zelda. Progression. You guys understand? Like they don't want me to remember that I'm a god in conjunction with my spirit. and go down the light path and heal people. So whenever I would sing that song, it doesn't matter how quiet I had the volume. Like I could play another song much louder. But the moment it was like Deliver Us or like the Prince of Egypt stuff, and I raised the volume, or I actually had the volume lower, it was like a mosquito to the blood, right? I'm like, or like a moth to the flame. Yeah, flame butterfly. I wrote poetry on this journey, guys. I became a poet for a while, and I wrote stories. And you can see like this progression path. Like now I'm doing streams, I'm doing videos now. Like, you guys get it? Like, this is the way. You guys need to do this, but make it your own. Just keep going. Just, it's a climb, and then you can look back if you ever want to, but don't look back. It's only there if you ever need it. If you need to keep going, and you need to keep going back on the light path and keep growing. But just keep talking every day, or keep writing a new post every day, or make a new video every day, or try writing a poem, try writing a song. I don't know. Maybe I'll do a dance with it. Probably not. Just you don't have to do everything. But you guys understand? Like, we could, but we don't have to. We can choose. So I just wanted you guys to know, like, they try to stop people from healing. So anyway, I'm just saying I could control my brother through senses. Do you guys understand? Like, if I play certain music right now, certain volume, or like the bathroom key, like if I turn it on, he has a programmed reaction to it. Expect intended reaction. He'll go there to turn it off. Like, I've witnessed this now. Like, I know his programs, I know his vulnerabilities, I know his conditions, right? I know that if I'm sorry, brother. It is what it is, right? I've been trying to heal you, but since you refuse, this is how we do it, right? I could, and then you guys can catch this in your own castle. I'm just trying to show you guys the play. Like, I know that whenever we had a conflict before, his go-to was then he starts cleaning, right? He starts trying to do things to make, or cooking, to start making the other person feel better. And we all can talk about that, right? Like, it's just, we're controlled through a positive. We try to help someone, right? They guilt us, and then we do something. That's real, right? That's intentional by the dark spirits, just so you guys know. They condition and program us that way. But now that also can use us. Now they're like, well, I'm going to cook something, but I'm going to cook something that can start a nudge path for his brother. It's going to be like a meal that maybe, like, I don't know, someone, well, let's change it positive, but let's say, normally it's not positive, they do negative. Someone that helped him, okay? The sales boss that actually helped him believe, or helped him get a deal across the finish line, okay? I'm trying to change it positive, but I'm telling you, they normally always do it for negative. Do you guys understand? Let's interrupt right here. So let's do the bread program. Come. So when those senses were presented to me, I'm telling you, I mean, you're laying in bed and they're trying to present things to make you do something. Like, they wanted me to go to the bathroom. Like, my dog was begging for water, or like all of a sudden, like, I hear a sound in the kitchen, like all these things just to remind her to heal. This is really good. You haven't had as many attacks. This is really good. We're on fire. Sherlock Holmes. So I just was like, I'm not doing your guys' storyline. Like, I don't want to do that right now. And because it destroyed me. I want people to understand, like, it was one of the things that destroyed me. And just telling this for people so that you understand my journey. Like, I'm not infallible. Like, I really struggled. Like, I only got to this state now after spending 10 months on this every single day for every single second trying to figure this out. But I've been working on this for years, okay? I just want people to understand this. And I've had conditioning that prevented me from being completely chained and locked to all these things. Like, I got conditioned pretty well to counter a lot of these things growing up. Do you guys understand? So if you're not there yet, don't beat yourself up. So they were destroying me like this because I was like, you gotta be fucking kidding me. Like, they're controlling me. Like, I see it now. And I'm like, whoa. And then all of a sudden my brother made a noise that they had conditioned me, they poisoned, right? So I'm like, oh my gosh. And then like, what do I do when I hear that? I'm like, I don't want to listen to it. So I put my AirPods in. You guys see, like, I was like, wow, everything I'm doing is in response to what they do and present to me. It's just, it was a really hard one to swallow. I used to struggle with swallow pills, by the way. I'm just telling you guys, I'm just throwing it out there just so people understand, like, it's progression, right? Do you guys get it? Like, they conditioned fear into me. And that's how they made me not be good at that, right? And I'm like, wait, this is harmless. It's so easy to do, right? But there's most things are harmless and ignorable, but it doesn't feel that way, right? Like, I want people to understand it's how it feels. It's the mental torture, right? Like, people are like, so what's wrong? Like, if you got reminded of something that you're insecure about, you're so strong, right? I am. Now, I'm mentally fortified. I understand all these stuff. So like, what's the problem? Like, it's just, I know that it's not harmless because it can start passing, it can start changing my lens, it can start poisoning things, it can start corrupting things. And then if I see them again, like, do you guys understand? It's not harmless. That's why it bothers me so much. Because like if now I have an infected lens, or like they poison like even a word that I'm saying out loud all the time. They did, and I'll talk about it later when I sing a song at the end. I had to cleanse it. Like truly, they attached a word starter, just a word that I'm talking about, like as a path. You guys understand, to a negative time period through a positive. Like, it's just, there's so much, and I just want people to understand, like there's so many things that are happening that you guys have no idea about. So you're like, oh, it's just a negative thought that popped up. I'm like, that you should be terrified whenever that happens. But no, not anymore, because now you understand. But you guys see, like, I got to the point where I understood the impact of it, that nothing is harmless. So I got really scared because I'm like, what am I supposed to do? Then I realized I'm getting controlled because I'm responding to everything that they present to me. So what do you do? Like, that means that I lost control of the narrative, like, right? Like, it really fucked with me. And then I realized that they weaponized my brother, they weaponized my dog. Not anymore, but you guys see, like, this is what happened to me. Like, and then I realized that they were just recreating my storyline outside. It was just, I'm going to stop there, but I just want people to understand. Okay? The hero path, right? Legend of Zelda, progression, intentional challenge. This is why we became the shepherd, right? Because once a legend, always a legend. Here's a good one. World of Warcraft back in the day, and League of Legends. I'm remembering some of the positives. You guys see, like, the past is only meant for what I'm doing right now. The past is only meant for what I'm doing right now. It's just for a little quick positive shield, but that's it. You leave it behind. You just keep walking forward. You have to. And you have to create new. So I can maybe make a new phrase after this related to this. But I used to say, there we go. Let's create a new phrase. I used to say to people, once a noob, always a noob. Newbie. Sims 2. That's how we got conditioned to girls in bikinis. Right? Sex in a hot tub. Her white bikini. Yeah. God, our goddess. Anyway, you guys see, like, I'm connecting things, right? But I just want to say, like, I don't believe that anymore. Just so you guys know, like, I think that we can always learn and grow. But I hadn't thought about that phrase when I was funny. I used to say that people loved my phrases, and I was really good at making those. I'm really good at analogies. You see, like, I'm positively adding artifacts to myself because I got so poisoned and tainted. And it happened to all of us. That's good enough. We're going to stop there with that part. But we could keep going, but I just want people to know, like, you guys need to do this. Okay? So bread program was my way to fight back against what they were doing. Because I went down these dark paths. So once the shepherd, always the shepherd. Let's go. That's how it's done. Once the shepherd, always the shepherd. Do you see? I created new. Created new. And I'm attaching it to a shield. Do you guys understand? I'm reinforcing my shield with this. I created a new thing, right? You see why if you keep creating new, we're protected? Do you guys get it? It's how we're protected. We have to keep walking forward. Do you guys, are you starting to connect the dots now? I'm showing how you do it live so that you guys can do it as well. But if I keep just going back to that old, I'm like, once a noob, always a noob, World of Warcraft, right? Do you guys remember when you did Herald of Titans, Alglon, and you healed so well? I'm like, yeah, you're right. Leon, I'm proud of you. We should drink some water because he drinks some water, so I'm taking that meaning. I didn't use the same meaning that I always did. I was about to say the same thing as always, but if you keep doing it, do you guys get it? But he is part of the shepherd play. Once a shepherd, always a shepherd, Leon. Once a shepherd, always a shepherd. You guys see, like, I'm choosing, but I want to attach that to him too. Leon. Once a shepherd, always a shepherd. Repetition. Permanent in yourself. So bread program, repetition. when they presented something that they were trying to get me to do something, right? Because even right there, like I hear my dog drinking water, I'm like, shit. If I want to keep that related to certain things so that other things can be related to others, right? I don't want to, unless I'm ready to attach everything together. Do you guys understand? So it got to a point where I was like, well, anytime you guys try to control me, I'm just going to eat bread. Fuck it. For anything. I'm just saying, you guys just want me to eat bread? I'm just going to eat bread. I'm just going to sleep. There was days where I just truly did nothing. I just wanted to regain control of the narrative. I'm like, Leon, if you want to pee and poop in the house, I'm not going to get mad at you. Doesn't mean that it's something that I'm proud of, right? You guys understand? Like, but I was trying anything to regain control of the narrative. I just want people to understand the journey. Do you guys get it? So I was fighting in any way good, and it worked. I just want people to understand they were not happy. Because think about it, like if they were wanting me to do certain things today, they get poisoned or corrupted or spread poison and corruption. And also imagine if like my brother comes back and he was meant to corrupt me or poison me, or I was meant to poison and corrupt him, and he comes back and I'm sleeping, or he thinks I'm sleeping. Even as much as Dark Sensumi is, he's going to be like, oh, I got to be quiet. It changes his path, his storyline. You guys understand? Just a reminder here. Do you guys get it? Do you guys get it? So I'm like, no, I'm not going to go outside right now because I know you're going to poison. You're trying to do something bad to me outside right now. Do you guys get it? So my solution was I'll just cut bread and eat bread. Maybe I'll change it up, but that's what I'm going to do. And it worked. I wanted to see if I could program myself, and I did. I realized you could program yourself, and that's how I got to these answers. But I just want people to understand, like, it was the bread program, because I realized I could program myself that, hey, whenever they present that to me, my inclination was I'm going to go get bread. Here's the fucked up thing. They tried to have my brother ruin my bread program. Do you guys understand how fucked up and vindictive those assholes are? But I forgive them now, right? Because you see, like, now I'm not dark consumed. I'm fully healed. So I forgive them. But they were trying to ruin my bread program. Think about that. Something new that I created. They still were trying to ruin something new that I created. That's when you know that's them. You guys want to know how you can identify them? If you create new, pay attention who's trying to ruin it. That means they're dark consumed. Got it? And pay attention to what they're trying to attach. That's code. It's usually related to, then you can catch the time period and stuff like that. We talked about it in the first part, but time period, location, etc. Right? We got it. Do you guys see? Like, that's when I realized that this is really messed up. I'm like, a bread program. Think about that, guys. If I'm telling you, anytime, like, let's say you sneeze right now, right? I can control your sneezes, just so people understand. If you can't resist, if you sneeze whenever you feel like it, you're just letting you know they're controlling you. Doesn't mean it's really that bad. Do you guys get it? But then they can attach meaning. They could be like, hey, well, if someone sneezes, it means that whatever just said was true. Do you guys understand? All of a sudden now, all I have to say is, hey, you're an idiot. Or you, whoever's listening, you're now my disciple. You are one of the best, smartest, talented people in the world. That's true. It's true, guys. Hey, you're one of the smartest people, Sherlock figuring out people in the world. That's why you're the shepherd. That's why you started the hero path. Because it's all about progression and challenge, and you're so good. That's true. Okay. Good sneeze, Leah. Ooh, my brother's really going to come out soon. I'm prepared for it. But if he does, I'm not going to choose the revenge play. I'm just going to, okay. Well, maybe I'll do a little interrupt. Do you guys get it? You guys see, like, if you just talk about the manipulations and the dark bullshit that's going on, there's nothing they can do. Do you guys understand? I'm pretty sure my dog just opened the door to my brother's room. I'm pretty sure. Hold on. You guys see, like, you learn, you start expecting their attacks. You start knowing what they do. And when it doesn't happen, you guys are going to go through this. When it doesn't happen, you're happy. That's a little sad, but we'll get there. Once you reach this point where you're healed and you finally know you reclaim control of the nerve because you created a repeatable process, because you're not reliant on anything. You don't need anything. You don't look back anymore because it doesn't matter. You just walk forward. You don't care about the past anymore. You know it's only meant for positive shields. You learn from your mistakes. So like, I'm just like, okay, if my brother comes out and this is what I need to do, I can't, don't certify it, don't argue, do this, do a little interrupt, maybe say some absurd stuff, sing the song or something, but quietly. No, yeah, of course I'll lower the volume. Or like, hey, I need to make sure the volume is low so it doesn't come out, right? Or make sure you pick up the dog, don't let him bark, because otherwise your brother's gonna come out and try to poison you. Like you start learning. It doesn't mean that it's good, right? Those things shouldn't be happening, but you learn from your mistakes, okay? So I learned that I'm like, wow, he's trying to poison my bread program. Anyway, right? Enough about that. But I used the bread program to teach you guys how to start catching the code, learning your code. It's really important. It's a little disturbing. It's a little scary. But remember why you're doing it, okay? The only reason why you're doing it is so that you can protect yourself. Because once you recognize the attack, you can counter appropriately, or you can avoid or prevent it. Or you can be quiet so you never process it. Do you guys understand? Like, it's going to suck for a little bit when you're doing the climb and understand. That's just a reminder here. It was minor, but we wanted to prevent anything from developing. Some people would call it enlightenment, but it doesn't matter, guys, right? Names don't matter. Labels don't matter. As long as you know what it is and what's happening. It's just the whole point is you're trying to recognize when they're doing something to you, what it is, when it's happening, but we don't have to focus on why, right? Or how. I'm like, oh, how did they shoot that in my head? Who cares? Just know that that's them and it happened. What is it? What are they pushing into you? Okay, so how can we counter that? Now you know that that's fabricated. I'm just letting you guys know. So that also can start your healing journey, because you're like, wait a minute. They keep trying to remind me that, oh, they fabricated it. You guys understand? I'm like, wow, they fabricated it. Doesn't make it better because you know that you got destroyed years ago over it. But you're like, okay, now I know. And you can start going down the journey of remembering your life and remembering all the things that disprove it. Do you guys get it? You're like, wait, now I know that it's fabricated. Like, what are the things that disprove it? I'm like, wow, I forgot about that. I'm like, wait, why did I ever think otherwise? I'm like, oh yeah, that's right, because they fabricated it and they just repeated it nonstop and reinforced it nonstop. So all my recency became that. Remember what happens when we talk about recency? You have to spam the opposite, right? You just spam the opposite, right, to change your recency. Time period, location, change time period, location to noise or positive. They start you down a path, you have to start a positive shield path. Or interrupt. Okay. Bread program. Let's finally get to it. We're too good now. So we can break our conditioning by doing something we normally wouldn't do. Look at this bread, guys. It's not going to taste as good anymore because now like it got soggy and stuff like that, but it doesn't matter, right? Like, who cares? So I put peanut butter on it. I put cheese. I put some Westheim sauce on it, and I put a little bit of a soup that, whatever, like, it's just a soup, and has like a carrot on here and like one veggie. I don't even know what that vegetable is. Is it something? Yeah. Who cares, right? Let's see if it tastes good. My dog just showed up. Do you guys understand? If you guys can't do everything I've just talked to you about for the last like hour, you're my dog Leon. My dog Leon is self-aware, but they enslave him over and over again. I break him free, and then they enslave him again. It pisses me off. It's hard, but at the end of the day, he's the hero, right? It's the hero path. Once a shepherd, always a shepherd. Try eating something, cooking something, baking something differently than you always do. There's no mistake. Make a sandwich with the things, something you've never done. Everything, put just 5 things together that you've never done before. I'm fighting it differently. Right there. This is how you keep walking. Because you might actually be surprised, like, that's actually pretty good. Because there's so many different flavors I never had before like that. You see, like, we're creating new. Now, if you want to go back to your tried and true, you guys hear me say it every single day. I'm like, I'm going tried and true with the song that's playing. You guys understand? Doesn't mean that you have to always change. Do you get it, guys? But now you can choose. If I don't like this bread combo that I did, I never have to do it again. But I can choose. If they nudge me to do this bread combo again, I'm like, nah, I'm not gonna do that one. But also learn that there's certain combinations that might be reminders of time periods. Cheese in a certain jam that your brother nudged to remind you that it's apparently associated with this. If you combine that, it'll teleport me to a time period related to my mom. You guys understand? He presented info. He suggested something. When he got this jam, he's like, I got this new jam first. And he said, it's related to this. And I'm like, fuck off. Why do you talk like that? I hate that. You're just so dark and soon. You can't do anything, so I don't get mad anymore, right? I just try to interrupt them. I'm just trying to break conditioning. I'm like, why didn't you let me make my own? You see how meaning is? You have to create your own meaning. See why info and suggestions are so dangerous, guys? Because they can guide our path. We fucking mastered this shit. We're so good now. I'm so proud of us. I see you. Okay. Let's fucking kill this parasite. Together. Okay, guys? This has just been so good. I don't even know what to say anymore. I'm just doing a quick check of my notes. Just to see if I missed anything. Because this, I pretty much covered more than I even wanted to. And I will go to somewhere, another path, but I'm pretty happy with what I covered. But I'm just, you see, like, you can go back and go to your notes and read through it if you wanted to. Just keep talking, guys. I'm serious. Just keep creating. By the way, what are you guys eating? We're going to take a break here. Not because we need to. We have a really good flow. We could continue. But I'm going to do it just to recharge our AirPods. Do one final push. Talk about some cool things. Just basically taking this break just gives me like an opportunity to like do I want to explain things anything differently? Oh, we forgot about that. When we get back, we'll talk about that. What happens after the hero journey? Okay. So just to keep practicing the tactics even for myself, make something. If you guys haven't got food, make something. I might even grab something else. But maybe not. I can choose. So, remember some of the tactics we talked about yesterday? Like writing internal paradox mentally. Can you write your name from backwards? Just a reminder to heal. Careful with that one. Things of that nature, right? But I'm going to do the ball dance again right now. I just think it's cool. Okay? So Yesterday, I learned from my mistakes, right? I was going to do the ball dance with this mug that had water in it. What happens if because it's not easy to do the ball dance. What if it happens if I spill it? What if it spills over my computer? It's okay, right? Even if they destroy my computer, it's fine. I could find a way to talk somewhere else, right? I could find a way, but it would be really bad if I wanted to keep streaming to the world. So you don't take unnecessary risks, right? Don't take unnecessary risks, guys. So instead, bottle, right? We learn from our mistakes. Okay, so I'm going to change the music. We're going to do the bottle dance. And we're just resetting our mind, right? Let's do this. Could I actually do the whole stream with this? Would it change how I perform? Yeah, it would. Because if you feel a constant thing on top of your head. Okay, we'll be right back. See you guys in a little bit. Oh, just really quick. If you guys want more reinforcement, like I call it the bottle dance, right? Because I have positives with the filler on the roof. To life, l'chaim. Right? Once a shepherd, always a shepherd. But you might not. Okay, so I add songs to it to start a path. So I'm like dun 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 dun. Now I can visualize the bottle dance. So that's what I'm doing. Okay. Dun dun. Now I'm gonna play music. Dun, 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 dun. Okay. Let's finish this. Just checking that everything's good. This is going to be our last push for today. I don't know how long it's going to be. Doesn't matter. We're going to finish with this. This is really good. Today was really good. As always. Every day's been really good. So, guys, free your pets, free your animals. You go, Leah. What's the shepherd? What's the shepherd? The hero path, right? It's shepherd. What's the shepherd? Hero path, which led me to the shepherd path, which led me to this journey. It's been quite a journey. Now I'm the shepherd. Well, I'm the star diplomat. And all I can do is heal. All I'm going to say, guys, I just want people to understand this. I went outside, okay? And I even said to myself, and I should have not done it, okay? But I know that I can handle it. I know that I can rewrite things. So I risked something. As I walked outside, I was deciding which path I was going to take. There's a path that's not always safe. I understand that there's info and illusions that sometimes they send there, but it's been pretty good. I was going to go, and I said, you know what, let's go this way. And there's just, the reason why I say it's a risk is because there's more info that can be presented there, okay? And I had music going, I didn't really cover the visuals, but there's just more info that can be presented on my path, okay? Than the other path. So I said, let's risk it. I said those words, okay? And on the way there, I just want people to understand this, but on the way to where I went with my dog to pee, and we went on a short walk, I got a positive nudge. So what's a positive nudge? They can encourage you to do things outside, okay? So maybe I forgot that I had laundry in the dryer. I actually really do. All right. I have laundry in the dryer. I want people to understand this. I have laundry in the dryer. I put reminders for myself. What do we have over there, guys? Remember, you guys, what is this? Interrupt. My dog is eating cereal with me. It's really cool. You guys understand that? He eats my food. It makes him happy. It makes me happy. Right? We find the things that make us happy, that let us keep going. It's really important. I want people to understand this part. It's really important. We have to find out the things that make us happy, right? I call it the 5 to 15, but really it's finding your shields, remembering them. Those are things you take from your past, but then you try to create new, right? Okay? So I enjoy it when my dog is taken care of and happy, when he's free. Sometimes they take him over and it bothers me, but for the most part, he's pretty good now, right? Because I feel like now that I have so much light, I'm fighting back against the bullshit that my brother brought in. I'm sorry, but it's just the truth, right? And then I got dark consumed, and I brought bringing in bullshit too. So we get better nudges and signs when we're more light consumed. But even if you don't want to believe that through our connection, we still get better signs because our interpretation is better. Do you guys understand? Before, when I'm dark consumed, and also because remember, they're only reinforcing poison in your head, I would see stuff outside of that. If I do see something, I'm like, oh, that's bad. Remember what I said, guys, yesterday? They bait you through positive, okay? Do you guys understand what I'm trying to say here? I rewrote things, even clothes that I'm wearing, everything. Yet what if I get a pre-season from a positive outside, and then now these things I rewrote, now I'm interpreting it differently, right? Do you guys understand why it's dangerous for any nudge, any info? I saw just a gray, almost like a sweater, let's say outside, just on the floor on my walk. I'm like, why would that be there? I'm saying they nudged someone to place it there, or that they spawned an illusion of it there. That's what it is. I just want people to understand, okay? If you interact with it, you can activate an event or storyline. Most of them are harmless. Most of them will not activate something, but there's a chance that someone all of a sudden will show up if you interact with it, and they're like, hey, that's mine. Why are you picking it up? I'm telling you, it could be like that, We're going to do another interrupt here. It's the hero path, right? What's the shepherd? Always the shepherd. We're just creating disciples. I just want people to understand that events are real, okay? And they can bait you like that. Or if you don't even want to think about it, like you activate an activation trigger, just like it's understanding what the traps are, right? What, like in a video game, like if you talk to a character, you hit the button that says talk, they talk to you. Just think of it like that. If you pick it up or you touch it, you can activate it. But even if, let's say, you just are there and you're analyzing it because you're trying to like interpret signs or like see like what's being fabricated and push you, what could this remind me of? Right? Like just be like, what could this remind me of? Only like when you're first learning the nudge system, how they do it, so you can learn your code and attacks. After it's do not do that. If you're just standing around there, right? Like just waiting. You guys understand what I'm trying to say? Like then they can present more info to you and they know they're there. They can have more sounds up here where people can walk by. Like the longer you're outside, the more risk you have to have info presented to you. It's not worth it right now. That's all I'm trying to tell you guys. Like, especially you start learning this stuff, you're going to get overwhelmed. You guys are going to get overwhelmed. There's a lot to learn. I'm just telling you, just make it easy for you. Don't take risks, okay? Don't take risks, or make sure you do it when you're not going to go back to doing something important so you can, like, I should have not done it. I should have waited until I've done streaming before I did it. I'm okay, but I just want people to understand, like, I don't feel 100. I feel I'm okay. I'm great. I'm still thriving. I just people to understand this, but I don't feel as good as I did 20 minutes ago. Do you guys understand this? And I'm healed, and I'm on a light path, and I still do not feel as good because they nudge some things to try to start reminders. Do you guys get it? Just from going outside on a short walk, do you guys realize how dangerous it is? And when I first walked, this is why order matters. When I first walked to get to the spot, because we returned the same way that we went, okay? We went one way and we came back the same way. But the order is different. Do you guys understand? So I saw, it's just a reminder here. I yesterday leave reminders for myself so I remember to do something or so I don't forget. But I know it's what I did, right? It's not something else. So I put my great sweater, I hung it on where laundry is. It's just a reminder here. So I know, think about how many times I'm saying that now compared to before, guys. That's because I let noise in. Do you pay attention? Do you guys get it? I let noise in, and look how much attacks were being blocked before. This is also for myself. Do you see why we shouldn't take any risks? Look at this shit. They're fucking evil. They've been attacking us nonstop. We just have been blocking it without us even realizing it. Do we see this? This is fucking ridiculous. So, gray sweater over there. I've used that as a reminder for myself to do laundry or like put it in the dryer or then get it in the dryer afterwards. Do you guys get it? Progression. She's incredible. Do you guys get it? Like, do you understand what I'm trying to say? Like, I saw that and it made me think of that. Okay. Because I was in the kitchen and doing stuff, right? So, and it's also, I knew that, right? It meant something to me. Like, imagine for someone else, it might not mean that. But for me, I was like, oh, that's a nice reminder. It's a reminder like, hey, get your laundry in the dryer. Make sure you get it at some point today. Okay. So that's a positive reminder. And I see now why, because it brought me to that. See, like now I connected why what? Because when I was first learning this stuff, sometimes I would just look outside. I'm like, what are other people doing? Is that like a reminder for me? I'm like, yes, other people's actions can serve as reminders for you, but it doesn't necessarily mean that you have to do it, right? But if you see other people do things, a lot of we do things what other people do. Do you guys understand why I'm nudged by them? They start paths. If right now, nope, we're not going down. Let's see, fuck, they're good. We're gonna just stop here, but I just wanted people to understand that. Past means nothing. It's just reminders to heal. Yet, since I took a break, they've reminded me like 20 things of my past. Do you guys understand? And they're all either for bad or for sad. Do you guys understand? And those moments, it's not that the nudge, the thing that they put in my head is bad. That's what you guys understand. That memory itself isn't, but it's where that thing got corrupted, that thing got poisoned, that thing got destroyed. So that means if I go down that path related to that thing, it's going to lead to the sad event, to the trauma event, and the security event. This is super important, guys. Because a lot of you are like, oh, well, that's a good memory from like my ex-girlfriend. I'm risked by saying that too, by the way. it's a good memory. Like, no, don't do it. Don't do it, because then it leads you to that. Do you guys understand? Like, they want you to believe like, oh, that was one of the few positives that we had still. Then now you start exploring, and all of a sudden they're going to keep nudging it without even realizing slowly. And then before you know it, you got there. And now in the morning, maybe you're going to get it. And you guys see, like, that's how it's done. So enough about that. I'm not going to keep going down that path. I wanted people to understand. And it happened because when I walked back the same way, there was different signs in different order. And they nudged something into my head. And then I actually even made a mistake, like, because I was like, I tried to reset it and counter it, and I did. But then because normally I kind of like know how many floors we go up. And I walked out the wrong floor. So that means I made a mistake. Now you can say intentional mistakes are good. So what is 7 plus 9? 14. Right? Plus 2, 16. 7 plus 9 is 16. There you go. Yeah. But what is minus 11? 4. 5. Is it? What is 5 times 7? 33. Hey, wait, is that how old I am? Do you guys understand, like, we're resetting our mind, but I made them. Intentional mistakes are good to break paths, but I didn't want to make a mistake there. I got nudged and I interrupted the path, and because of that, I made a mistake. So you guys understand what I'm talking about? A lot of you make mistakes and you blame yourself. I'm telling you, all they have to do is nudge you, or you saw something and then they nudge you, and that's all it takes. It's just a reminder to heal. Just think about how many times, truly, if you guys rewind, count how many times I said that before and how many times I've said it just since I got back from the break. I really want you guys to pay attention to this. Every single time I say it, it's when I get a mental attack. Count the difference. I'm pretty sure I've already said it more in the last 10 minutes, 5 minutes I came back than I did the entire stream. Do you understand why outside is dangerous? Do we understand? Right? Outside is dangerous. There's no reason right now to risk it, especially as you learn this knowledge, you become a threat. Don't risk it. And that's a reminder for myself too. It's just not worth it right now. We don't need to. We're happy in here. We have what we need. This makes us happy. And we're going to slowly start adding back passions and shields and hobbies now that we're detoxing a lot of them. And we're going to try. Like, we're going to slowly back, and maybe we mess up and we're like, no, can't do it yet. And that's okay. But we're going to slowly try, right? But here's the good thing. This leads to what we're going to talk about, reliance and necessity, and with one more example. But it's also for my personal, it's like, I don't need anything anymore except this. And I talked about it yesterday, and I cried a lot yesterday, so I'm not looking to cry again. But I want to stream it because I know that it can reach more people. And it also is good for myself, right? For recording and all those things like that. But I could just put my phone, like, in the bathroom. I could look at a mirror and put my phone and record myself. Do you guys understand? I could do that. So even if they destroyed my computer, stopped me from streaming, I could still do that. What? Then are they going to find a way to destroy my computer? Sure. Or my phone? Sure. Then you know what I could do? I could just talk to the mirror and look at myself and do this. Even if it's not healing other people, that's the thing, is I want to still heal other people. That's my storyline right now. Like, that's my goal. I want to just heal other people. I'm the shepherd, right? I'm creating disciples. What's the shepherd? Always the shepherd. Thanks for starting the hero path. Do you guys get it? Like, progression. So they could take away everything, but I will still find a way. Like, I want to look at myself. Now I understand the value of it, to process these things, to talk about it. I don't need it, but I know it helps for healing, right? So that's why I'm looking at myself so much while doing it, because it helps with that. So now I realize that even if they take away all of those things, because now I'm attaching it to myself. Do you guys understand? That's what's happening. So when you're recording, look at yourself. I'm serious. People are like, isn't that vain? I'm like, it's okay. It's just you're attaching all these positives to yourself because they poison all of us for so long. Got it, guys? There's value in it. There's value in it. That's really cool. I don't know. I just felt like a moment of, like, it's like, hey, like, me and you, the spirit, right? Like, we just kind of like had a connection or moment right here where it's like we're looking at each other. I don't know. It's funny. It's funny to think about. Just a reminder here. It's like, that's you and that's me, right? It's like almost kind of like that. Think of it like that, guys. We're just talking to each other. I just like, I kind of like, do you guys see, like, even just talking about this right now, like I kind of like created some noise. It's okay. It's a good little intro, but I want people to understand because like, it's just like, it can be a mind-blowing moment, like if you think about it like that, right? But it's okay. You're attaching it to yourself because we have a connected spirit, but our vessel, we are the vessel, okay? We're the human vessel. We're like think of it like we're two spirits, okay? But we share a body. But there's like something dark that is like, hey, I'm going to be part of you too. And they join in, right? And they're like, get the fuck out of here, dark god. It's me and you. Two gods working side to side. That's how it is. You see, I was getting to myself with a positive and I rewrote it. See how we can rewrite our own meaning? Okay, anyway, enough about that. I just want people to understand. I don't need anything anymore. I don't need anything anymore. Do you guys get it? I'm pretty sure that they dark nudged me, by the way, there. I'm pretty sure. I'm not 100% positive, but I'm pretty sure because there was no reason. Like, it's how you feel. I want people, this is actually really good. It could have actually been the light that helped me to get to this. So either way, it doesn't matter. The point is I got here. It's how you feel. Do you guys understand? Like, when you're learning all this knowledge, you might get overwhelmed. And I'm telling you, if that happened, it's because then Dark was like, well, shit, he wasn't supposed to figure that out. So now we're going to poison it. You guys understand? Like, that's what they try to do. So catch how you feel. Don't let anyone tell you that you're reading into things. It's real for you, okay? They conditioned you and they put things into you to make you feel that way, okay? I'm telling you, gray sweater meant something to me. It meant get your laundry later. Do you guys understand? Do you guys get it now? That's how everyone lives in their life. It all means something different for each one of us, and all of us are correct. Get it? Okay. Maybe we should have made more coffee, but it's okay. We're going to finish. What up, sexy that girl? Okay. Don't take risks, guys. Hero path. Time to start the shepherd path. I just really wanted, I thought it was a really good way to explain the risks of the outside. I'm just telling you, I don't need to go outside anymore right now. It's just not worth it knowing who, now that they know who I am and what I know. It's just not worth it. You guys get it? Even if it was mostly positive. You guys understand? Like, it's just, there's still, I'm not afraid, but there's still like little moments of where I'm just like, oh shit, like I could start a path here. And I know how to counter it. I know how to prevent it. I know all the stuff. I know it's a reminder to heal. So if anything, it made me become a little more healy. Right? Do you guys get it? But it changed everything. I want people to pay attention to that. So, you know, we're just getting to the point where if we get attacked, we figure out the puzzle. Let's do a quick programming check. This is not maybe we can talk about it. How do you guys brush your teeth, right? Do you guys do the same thing? You guys ever thought about that? I challenge you to try doing it a little differently. Just try. Even if you always wash your hands with hot water, cold water, just try the opposite. Why? Because what I'm trying to get you to a point is you get to choose your program. So like whenever right now when I'm drinking from this mug right here, that's to my right, I tend to grab it without using the handle right now, okay? So what if I just, when I grab it now, instead every single time I rotate it a little bit, I grab the handle, I look at it, and say, hey, sexy little girl. And then I just kept repeating that. I could start another program like that. Doesn't mean that it's a good or bad thing, but so our program's good. If they can get you to do, they're fine, but until you can break them and choose. Because now if I went into the bread program again, I can joke about it. I'm going to do the bread program. Do you guys understand? But most of you are doing things and you don't understand that it's a program. Like, even just like something like the way I sleep, like I'm like, let's say I always do this. I'm like, oh crap, that's a program. Is there anything inherently bad with it? If you, let's say you just sleep like this. I don't think so. Maybe. But here's here's one. What if it has a reminder for something? I'm going to stop there because I don't want to start a path for myself, but I just want people to know. Do you guys get it? It's not harmless. Okay. But enough about that. Let's finish up. Guys, I'm telling you, cereal is the way to go. Straight up. If you guys stop eating cereal because you think it's for kids or something, you're missing out. It's really good. It's a snack. It's a meal. I lost weight. The first time I dieted and successfully got thin was because I did a cereal diet. I replaced 2 meals a day with cereal. Now I eat a little more often, but as you guys see, basically I only eat when I'm on stream. Maybe I do eat one little small thing after that. But the only reason actually I'm always doing it is because I need energy. Just so people understand, we need energy. That's why it's another reason for you guys to quit your jobs. Just checking if nothing's muted. It's another reason why you guys should quit your jobs, because they take all your energy. All your energy is being used, your creation energy, your things to do at work. So when you get home, you wouldn't be able to do this, or if you do, it's going to be not at the quality that you could do. And does quality matter, right? It's just for you. Yes, it does, because it's for you. You're not going to be healing as much as you could. I'm telling you, like yesterday, I still performed at a very high level, right? But the last push, I was getting tired, right? Because I used up my creation energy. You guys understand? But it mattered so much to me. It's my passion. I'm trying to figure all this out, that it re-energizes me. Like, that's why I can go so long. Do you guys understand? You're like, how's it possible? You can talk for hours and hours and hours and hours and hours and hours. It's because as I'm doing it, it's healing me. It's re-energizing me. And healing me is just giving me energy, okay? It is also the shield, the life path, all that stuff, right? We have a healing meter. Like, are we from 0 to 100? But I can go longer even without coffee, just from doing this, because I have so much positives with it. It's a shield. It's I'm figuring things out. You see, I'm doing all my shields while doing this. That also heals me, but just in general, it gives me energy. But since that's so intense, I'm still overall getting drained. But it's like, anyways, that's just how it works. So quit your jobs, guys. Give yourself time. Okay. So what happens after a hero's journey? You become a shepherd, right? Once a shepherd, always a shepherd. Star diplomat. So I talked about it in the last 2 streams as well, but I want to talk about it again because I think a lot of people are going to get to a point where they complete a storyline. Okay, it's going to happen, or you quit, you broke a storyline, and then you're like, now what? And that's where we're going to get to. We're going to talk about reliance and necessity here. Let's do it. And or maybe not. You can't give them the plan. You just, when you reach the end of a storyline or you start a new one, it's like, well, now what do I do? Okay? And you're going to have to write new stories. You're going to have to create new shields. But do you guys hear what I'm saying? Pay attention. It's new. Remember what I told you this entire time. What's the secret to fighting back? It's just a reminder to heal. What is the key to fighting back? Do you guys get it? They were trying to attach something to the past, right? We have to forget the past. And it's not that it didn't get us here. I think people view this attachment and it's like aversion that I have to the past is like, what's wrong with this guy? And I challenge you to think that, right? You should explore that. But I'm telling you, all their attacks, I would say 98 to 99% of their attacks are just recreations of the past and trying to attach old things from the past or attach your new to the past that was poisoned or got destroyed. So it destroys your new. That's it. That's all it is. Thanks for starting the shepherd path. So That's just how it works. It's just a reminder to heal. Count, guys. I'm serious. Fucking count this shit. Think about it. You understand? Also, this is a really powerful topic, so we all know that they don't want it being talked about. They can ruin your future. I've played, right? Anything I'm presenting right now. So like if right now they muted my stream and I didn't catch it, that's an attack. Do you guys understand? That's an attack. And if it messes with something that I'm creating new. So be like, can they not mess with it while you create new? Doesn't mean that they can't. But if they've never muted my stream before, if I've never really had any major problems with technical difficulties at all, which let's be real, probably all clinicians have that, right? So if we break that chain, it doesn't do much for me. I'm like, oh, I was muted for like 5 minutes, I guess. Did I not unmute? I might not even realize. Here's the one for you guys. I might not even realize that I was muted. And then I thought maybe I made the mistake. I'm like, wait, I didn't unmute after the break. Do you guys see? It would have no effect on me at all. Do you guys see? Like if it's the first time we experience something, and if we're on a light path, we're fully healed and we have shields and we're thriving, we're having fun with what we're doing because we're not relying on anything. We don't need anything. We have no necessities. We realize it doesn't matter. We don't look back. We just say, F it. Just got to keep going. Got to keep walking. Got to create new. Like we learn from mistakes. Like all of a sudden, like anything new that happens, like if there's like some minor problems, it doesn't matter at all, right? Like it doesn't even affect us. And if it does, we're just like, okay, now you pay attention to that because it happened once. If they make it happen every single day, right, they can start conditioning you and installing a chain, right, to build fear in it related to that. You guys understand? So like, for example, I'm prepared. I'm saying this for myself just so that I know it's probably going to happen. I'm prepared that after the stream is over, there's a few paths that I started. I never went down too far this time as I did yesterday. So I'm much more protected, but there's a few that I risked, okay? You guys understand? Like there's a few that I risked, and there's a few things that I've been detoxing on stream, right? Disciples, hero path. Her white bikini in the hot tub. We had sex, okay? Fuck. I mean, it is what it is, right? It's great. The shower curtain alignment analogy, right? Zelda, hero story. Make dungeons, Nintendo. Yeah, I just made a little interrupt for myself there. Here you go, Leanne. All right, I gotta focus now. So there's a really good chance that tonight or this morning or when I wake up or something like that, they're going to try to start another path, okay? They're going to try to start another path for me and attack me based on some things that I've talked about because I took some risks that I took risks. I even said it out loud, right? I said, I'm going to take a risk. And you shouldn't. Just don't. There's no reason to anymore, right? There's no reason for me to take risks anymore. I just want to put it into perspective, guys. And I don't like that word, but this is one that is perspective. There's no reason for me. I guess context is the word. I just don't like perspective anymore because it's outlook, because I never really past create outlook. It's context. It's context. I'm putting it into context, right? Like, there's just no reason to take risk. I'm just going to write that one down for myself. Context, not perspective. Plus outlook equals no reason to take risk anymore. There's just not, right? Like, why? Because I've created a repeatable process. So why I don't need to. The reason before why I had to take risk was because I hadn't regained control of the narrative, right? I believed I had, but I hadn't. Now that I have, if you know that you control the narrative and not harming anyone, that's the key, and you're healing, then you're good. Then that's that. Do you guys see? Like, that's the goal for every person. We're happy because we know that we're writing a story. So we're happy. And we get to figure things out. You guys understand? Like, I'm writing that for myself as well for processing, but also just to show you guys, like, I'm learning as I go, but I shouldn't take risks anymore. You don't have to detox. It's kind of weird to say that. I've been trying to detox so many things. It's actually kind of sad. Maybe I really have just finally accepted that the past is gone for good. We don't have to detox it anymore. I wanted to, like, let's say, like, this is not the case, right? But like, there's a few things that are worth saving, right? Like, I didn't want to ruin like some things that I like. There are some things that are worth saving, but you really, really don't have to detox. I'm just gonna write that. You really don't have to. Very few things are worth saving. Very few things. Don't detox unless you absolutely have to. It's risky. Don't let them guilt trip you. Don't let them guilt trip you and be like, you don't care anymore. I'm like, you guys have no idea. I'm risking a little bit right here. I know I said don't take risks, but I just want people to understand. They guilt trip you to say that you don't care. And I promise you something. I'm going to raise my voice just one notch, just because I don't want my brother to come outside. But I'm going to do it just to people understand. I fought every single day for a few things in my life. They guaranteed that I would fail. Okay? I tried everything. And they only made me fail over and over again. And then they said to me, you don't care. You're not trying hard enough. Does this sound familiar? I promise you guys had something like this happen to you. It doesn't have to be something serious, but was there something that you tried for over and over again? And it just seemed like no matter what you did, you could not win. They made that happen. Okay? Because what is that going to do? Especially if it's something you cared about. It doesn't matter what it is. It could be a video game, it could be a school project, anything. Okay? You guys get it? Science fair, right? in Colorado, ostrich farm. We're changing time periods just so we don't get dark consumed if we, right? Not we won't get dark consumed, but just so we don't start any fast. But for other people, you see, like, I just changed time periods so that I just want people to understand. Don't let them guilt trip you. I know, whoever's listening, I know that you tried. I know that you fought for many things. I know that you guys did. I know that you did, right? Whoever's listening, I know that you did. I promise you, I know that you did. Other people can say you didn't. I know you did. Why did we talk earlier remember guys when I first was cutting my hair on stream and I talked about how it's good enough? The counter to good enough is we can always do more. I want you guys to really listen to this. We can always do more. Regarding anything. I can stream. Let's say I'm done here in 40 minutes, 30 minutes, 20 minutes. It doesn't matter, right? I can always do one more minute. I can always say 2 more sentences. I can always do one more example. Do you guys get it? I can always do more. I could always give my dog 1 extra pet. Thank you, Leah, for starting the hero path. You're amazing, my little shepherd. Do you guys get it? We can always do more. We can always be better. That's why anything that's not as good as it could be, anything that's not healed, anything that's a little dark, anything that's a little bad, anything that I see that outside that I'm like, I know could be better. I don't risk it right now outside, but because you guys saw what happened when I did. You see, guys? But it's a reminder for me to heal. It's a reminder for me to be better, to make the world a better place. But I don't let it consume me. Do you guys get it? Like, think about it. Like, if I go outside, I know how dangerous it is now because of the info. Yet anything I see on the short moments I am outside, I'm just like, okay, it's making me want to make the world a better place. So it makes me want to be healed, wants for me light. So the few moments I do go outside and get exposed to darkness, I'm using it as fuel. Fire, 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 figuring out shield, right? The Sherlock song. I'm using it as fuel to be better. I know you tried. Every single one of you. I'm not just talking to myself, I am, but I'm also talking to my you. I know they tried to help me as well. And I'm talking to every single one of you who dealt with something like this. They made you lose intentionally, whatever it was. Could be something small. Hopefully, I hope for your sake that it was something really minor, as in like they made you get a bad grade on an essay. I really hope it's something as minor as that for you. I really do. That would be great that that's the worst thing, but it still meant something to you, right? So even if that was what it was for you and didn't have huge ramifications, in that moment, it still made you feel bad. And me saying that right now might actually have caused you to feel weird. So I'm sorry. So let's do an intro. Oh, that's a good one, actually. That's a good reminder. But see, like approximations, okay? You guys got this. I just want you to understand, okay? Like I know it means something to you, so don't let them make you think that you didn't try. I just want people to know. Because then, let's say you try to move on, right? You try to forget. All of a sudden, people start bringing up like, "Why are you forgetting? Really? You just don't care?" I'm telling you, they're gonna do that. It's scripted. It's planned. They're nudged to do that. Because what is it gonna do? Like, you fought so hard for it. They made you lose. It's gonna make you sad, right? Because you're like, "Are you kidding me?" Like, but you know, like I could have done more, right? I mean, Schindler's List. We talked about it the other day. Like, we can always do more. People are like, why are you justifying people not trying hard enough? I'm like, I'm not. It's just facts. They don't let you win. There's a chance. There's always still a chance. I just want people to understand there is a chance. But there comes a point where if they don't want it to happen, they will keep escalating to stop you. I just want people to understand there comes a point where they really will break the rules of the game. I tried almost everything. I just want people to understand. Don't blame yourself if it doesn't work out for anything. If they really want to stop you, they're going to try everything possible. Okay? Doesn't mean you can't continue. You can find a way around every suppression, right? I want people to understand that. But that's enough. I just wanted people to understand this because most of the reason why we get destroyed is because we get nudged by other people, suggested that we're not trying hard enough. And we already got nudged that mentally ourselves. Okay? Because we are like, why can't it work? So they reinforce it. So then now if you actually start going down that path, you get dark consumed, guaranteed. It's the easiest way to dark consume someone. You just have to guarantee their failure for something they care about. And they're going to blame themselves. Do you guys get it? So what happens after a hero's journey? New storylines. What are those storylines? You choose. You create them. You get to decide. But right now, it should be healing, quitting your job, and giving yourself time, and no longer worrying about money. So let's talk about reliance and necessity. Or, yeah, let's do it. Money, right? But there's other things. I'm going to use another example. I really am. I'm going to talk about it. But money. Money's where I'm going with this. But tools, crutches, anything that you feel like you need or you're reliant on. While I was healing, I just want people to understand this is how recent this is for me. When I was healing, I became reliant on certain tools or certain, even tools, right? Like I was like, let's say like if I use music to go outside to survive, the noise nudges that they present to me. Do you guys see that? You can become reliant on your AirPods. Can you whistle? Can you hum? Can you sing? right? Do you guys understand? I'm not saying that you can't use tools. That's not what I'm saying. But what happens if you don't have them? Will you now get destroyed outside? If so, that's a vulnerability. And I want you guys to understand that the way these things operate is they identify your vulnerabilities and they're going to try to make it happen. I can talk about it now because I figured out a counter to it. I figured out a workaround. But for a while, they actually destroy. I used to enjoy the outside even before I realized there was some weird shit with the signs. But I should have already caught on that it was dangerous, but I didn't realize it. So you see, like, I was learning all this stuff. You guys have an advantage. I didn't know yet. But they took away my music. I'm not going to explain exactly how, but I just want people to understand, like, I was using certain tools to have music and they took it away. Okay. And it's fine, right? It was actually for a positive that I lost that because it made me stop looking at my phone, right? Or let me stop like texting or calls or emails or anything, right? Eliminating all information, all access to myself, making it hard for people to actually impact me. So that's a good thing. You don't activate events, you don't continue storylines. It can't progress. So all those things are really good. So even if they did a bad thing, I flipped it, right? That's always the key, right? We can flip every single thing. Again, why do we have to live in such a world, right? XTD constructor, World of Warcraft, we deconstructed it. Fuel, we use this fuel. Sherlock Holmes. Figuring out shield. Because once a shepherd, always a shepherd. Thanks, Leanne. I lost music. And I didn't basically, like, I remember I told you guys, they were building it up for a long time, right? They were doing a lot of things that they were adding to so many things and putting so many things without me catching it. And this is what happens to all of you. And then the moment they drop the weight, like Final Fantasy 6 Ultros, boom. Careful here, right? And it's the shepherd path, though. Everything's just a reminder to heal. And when that happened, all of a sudden you're like, what? It's because they built up so many things. Like, they took away my music, so I wasn't listening to music anymore and outside on walks. So I was being presented a lot of noise nudges. I didn't even catch it anymore because I had it for so long, but then I lost it. So I'm like, that's fine. And then until it wasn't. It's harmless until it's not. I guess that's really the key that I'm trying to say to you guys. It's harmless until it's not. So every piece of info is not harmless. It changes your interpretation, changes what you think, changes your path. Okay? So start practicing limiting it. But I was relying on that tool. I was relying on music, right? Do you guys get it? And then I lost it, and it really messed me up. Now I figured out workarounds, but if they still destroyed that, I could now just hum and sing or whistle. Do you guys get it? Like, you get to a point where you think of it like, we have to take a first step, right? That's like with the hero's journey, right? We finish one story, we take the first step, and now we start writing a new story. But where would we go? Who knows, right? Maybe we have storylines that we want to work toward, but who knows how we're going to get there? But it starts by taking the first step, right? Just like how I'm streaming with my pajamas, right? And they're flipped upside down. That makes sense to me. Remember what the guy said, right? They're just turned inside out. And it makes sense to you, okay? So you're taking this first step how it makes sense to you. But you need to get to the goal of starting to not rely on things and not have a necessity. So we get to a point where we can survive anything, right? It needs to become a repeatable process. So how do we start that? Try taking away 90% of something. Okay? So I gave you guys the AirPods example. Let's do it with money. I want people to really understand the money example. So I'm telling all of you, quit your jobs. Okay? So no money's coming in. Buy $400, $500 worth of food to last you 40 days. If you have like 5-6 family members, okay, then maybe add a little more if you feel the need to, but just try to limit yourself, okay? A lot more than what, like, even you've been spending this much. Don't even pay bills that month. Just try it. Because guess what? The worst thing that happens is that they're gonna be like, hey, you should pay your bills at day 41. And then you can pay it, okay? If you want to. Just try it. You're like, well, can I really go 10 days without paying it? Try it. It's okay. Credit score, all those things. It's all just made up bullshit to control you guys. Do you understand? All of it. It's just all control levers. Every single thing. I'm telling you. It doesn't have to be that way. It doesn't. Okay? So go if at 30 days, then all of a sudden you have to pay, like, I'll pay in 15 days. You can even tell them that, if like, but don't respond, just ignore it. They're gonna keep reaching out to you, right? Nothing's gonna happen. You can go much longer than you think. I'm telling you, nothing's gonna happen. Once you prove it, you're like, wait a minute, I'm okay, and I haven't paid my bills. None of them, right? So go 40 days, right? So that means you're not going to pay your bills on the second month, right? But still, how did you limit it? You didn't go all the way, because limiting it completely would be not even buying food or anything, right? You guys see, like, we're doing 90%, right? You guys have already been spending money left and right. So no new games, no new videos, no new anything, right? The only thing I would recommend is before you do the arc, right? Just pay for something that lets you do something like what I'm doing. So like I paid before for like Canva, right? So I can create like some graphics for posts. I'm sure I could do other things to get the same message across, but it wasn't too much. I'm still trying. Ideally I would get to 0, right? So it means I could even be better. Do you guys understand? I can get a bit better. My costs are like $20 a month right now because of what I'm paying for these stuff. And I'm telling you that I should actually be at 0. Like, could I just stream to one place and you figure out which one? Maybe I just do that if I don't have to pay for restream anymore. Could I cut Canva? Could I just, like, now that I have a template that works, could I just like edit it on like Paint or something and just replace the words there? Maybe I could get to 0 then. Don't they have a free version, right? Maybe I could get to 0. Do you guys understand? Like, we could maybe do it. At the point is, like, I'm just trying to show you, like, I can still even do more. I'm telling you that my costs now are like $15, $20 a month, and I'm telling you, how can I get it to 0? You guys understand what I'm trying to say? The bigger thing is about the inclination, the conditioning, the path. Even if you spend some, like, let's say on the 40 days, like, you realize you didn't buy for a small money for, like, maybe you want to use Restream so you can stream to Twitch, YouTube, and LinkedIn like I'm doing. Maybe you want to try that, and you realize that 15 days in, like, you listen to my stuff and you got inspired. Because remember, inspirations are nudges. Most of them aren't changing your path, but hopefully, since I'm breaking free, you're using it as a good thing. So you can choose. So you decide to do that. You didn't think you were going to stream before because you weren't healed yet, right? You didn't believe that you could. If you need to pay for $15 at that point, that's okay, right? You guys understand? Like, it doesn't mean that you can't ever make exceptions, but do you see, like, imagine if in 40 days, all you spent now is $15, but if we look at your previous month before that, you spent like $4,000. Do you guys get the difference? Like, you reduced your costs by like 99%. Do we understand? Like, so people are like, oh, you failed the challenge. I'm like, sure, but how much progress has been made? Do you guys get it? Don't beat yourself up, but also don't give yourself an easy out. Challenge yourself, push yourself, truly try. Why? Because you're going to see the difference. You're going to even feel better. You're going to feel better because you're no longer enslaved to it. Because right now you guys are all reliant and you have a necessity toward money. I'm telling you, I was exactly like you. It was really bad. And it's where I got a lot of my worth and value from. How much money I made. I mean, I was a sales rep and I was really good at it. And I made a lot of money. And when I was making more money, I felt more confident. I felt happier. And it was my shield, because I knew how to create shields and heal shields, but they destroyed me and I was using it as a crutch. Just telling you guys, I was exactly like you. And now look at me. Do you guys understand? It's possible. It's possible. You got this. I believe in you. So if we take away 90%, we see how we feel, right? 40 days. Can we do it? Can we make it happen? Can we? We're giving ourselves leeway, right? Like the beginning, like, we are buying some food up front. Maybe we buy a product. Like I said, maybe, hopefully, Nintendo and Sony give away PlayStations and Nintendo Switches. The government realizes everyone needs to do that. Or maybe the government just says, hey, no rent and mortgage costs and food costs are waived for 40 days. Okay? Maybe they do that, right? And that's fine too. The whole point is we're just trying to get people to stop spending any money so they realize they don't need it. They realize that we don't have to live in a society that operates like that. But they're like, all of a sudden, like, maybe like something breaks and then work around it, right? But they're like, no, I need to fix it. I'm like, because they can't resist yet, right? They feel like they need it. They're relying on this tool. So then maybe they ask a friend, like, hey, could you help me? They're like, well, are you going to pay me? Like, I can't spend money. Like, what could you do then to give them value? Like, how can you help them back? And he's like, well, actually, I'm learning how to heal. He's like, well, actually, like, my kid is struggling a little bit right now. It's like, well, maybe bring over and they can play with my kid and we can talk. while you're like helping me fix this thing. Like ideally you wouldn't do that, just so you guys know. We're all trying to hybrid, we're all trying to get quiet, we're trying to block noise. But I'm saying, like, you guys see, like, I'm just trying to paint the picture for you guys. Don't do that. Actually, don't. Just get quiet. Don't let anyone in. Don't give any access. Block all information, because now if they're dark consumed, they can suggest things. But I'm just trying to show you guys that's where we're going to go to. That's the promised land. We're going to get to that. But you see, like, now we're not worried about money. Now we're just giving people what we're good at. Like, I'm giving you guys this. Maybe I'm struggling to like figure out, I'm not saying this is the case, but maybe I'm struggling to figure out like how to like do some art thing, right? Like I talked about before, that was something that I could have before. Now I realize it doesn't matter and I figured it out, but maybe you are. And now you can give me that service, that value, that offer, right? Without any charge. Because you're like, hey, thank you for healing me. Thank you for creating a disciple in me. And I'm like, you're welcome. Do you guys get it? Okay. So, but that will work toward that, okay? So maybe slowly though, we start going a little more like, at the end of week 1, I'm like, oh no. And you're like, my girlfriend, she ordered us some food or something. I'm like, no, it was like $30. Like, what are you doing? And you're like, okay, let's try again. And she's like, now she's on board. It's like, okay, I'll try it. All right, so we keep pushing ourselves, but see how we feel, right? Like if we only got 1 week, this time let's try again. Let's see if we can go now for another 40 days, right? Do a check-in, write it out. Just literally write it out. Like, this is when we check in, see how we feel on that day. Do you guys understand? I call it the eternal calm. 40 days is part of the arc. They go hand in hand. You create distance between everyone. Everyone gets quiet. Everyone's trying to heal. Everyone's trying to learn. You can create some activities if you need to, right? Like I say, that's why everyone should get like a video game system. Companies are going to give it away for free. Companies make you games free, at least for 40 days. If you want to charge after that, if this doesn't work, if this experiment doesn't work, then we can figure something else out. But let's try it out. Everyone, all your products, all your things, because everyone's going to go home, right, and hibernate and get quiet. Everyone. So no one's working, right? So let's give it to everyone for free. Everyone gets like 1 or 2 games that they can play or something, and movies or some things just so they last them 40 days. And then pause. I'll see you guys in 40 days. Peace. Right? Something like that. Okay? So what are we doing here? We're breaking our conditioning, right? But also, we're breaking our programs, because we've been repeating our same programs every day. We become NPCs that do the same things. We're breaking the poison, the stories that they've created for us that are repeating. We're not letting them nudge us for free anymore. We might get still some, like I told you, I just went outside and I got nudged. So there's going to be some. Now people might also be able to figure this out. They're like, wait a minute, holy crap, these spirits really are fabricating shit. You know, right? You see, like now all of a sudden they're going to realize the world is different. And now things can change. Because once you catch it, it'll never be the same again. So this is how I eliminated reliance and necessity, by the way, guys. There might be other approaches. I want people to understand this. There could be other ways, but this worked for me. So I'm telling you, if it worked for me, I promise you it will work for you. Is it the best approach for you? Maybe not. But why don't you try my approach and then start modifying it slowly? Be like, actually, I don't like that part, but I like the rest of it. Do you guys see? Like, just use it as a baseline, as the stepping stone for you to figure out your approach, your method. But I'm telling you, if you do this, I know it works. I know it works. It will get you to the promised land. It'll get you to the goal, the finish line. If you want to deviate on how you get there, that's up to you. But if you just take what I'm telling you, I promise you will get there. You will be healed. You will be free. You don't care about money more. You will realize we don't have to work, and you can now choose everything you want to do. Why not just fucking do it? What are you afraid of? That's your fucking train talking. Okay? So let's change it up from, I'm going to give you guys a personal example, right? Because basically just think of it like this. If you do this, you can choose, right? Everything feels different. All right? Think of my ultimate shield. You guys, if you've been listening, you know what it is, right? You even know some of my keywords, right? My sexy lit girl, my goddess, right? And there's a lot of other ones that I talk about with her, but you guys know who I'm talking about now. Let's say I always have her with me, okay? She healed me. it was the missing piece. Like there was, now I understand why they were trying to like ruin and block love for me for so long, because it was the ultimate unlock for me. It was the ultimate shield. It changed everything for me. Like is what I needed, right? She made me incredible because she is incredible. Okay. She's what made me. She was truly the thing that made me the shepherd, the star diplomat. Okay. She did it. She's my home, right? I want to have a kid with her. I want to have sex with her every single day in the hot tub with her white bikini. She's this other blue one that if I see her put it on, like it's over, right? When she does the dance in the morning when we have coffee and croissants, and she's shopping and stuff and cooking this red outfit when we go on a walk with Leon and her jacket. And oh my, you guys, you see, like I'm just to guys, so you guys know, like just because I'm talking about this and I'm thinking about this and like have this, there's some reminders out there, like I'm starting to get an erection, just so you guys understand. Like you guys get it? Think about the stuff that I talk about now. It's so cool. You guys get it. Like you can do that to yourself because I'm starting the path. Do you guys understand? I'm reinforcing the path. Okay. Her effect is well that. But think of it like I'm down here, right? For anything, like if my mood, my strength, my energy, my power, when I'm have her shield, when we're like that, I get up here, right? Like I get to that star. Like she makes me be the lion that I can be. Do you guys understand? I'm not the same if I don't have her shield. So I started becoming a little bit reliant on her, and I needed it. It was a necessity. I didn't even understand that it was happening. It's because it also became the ultimate shield, right? So it countered everything. If anytime they presented something bad, or like when I went on a walk, if I needed to make sure that I don't get corrupted or infected by noise because I wasn't healed yet fully, or if they did consume me to the dark, on demand, I could just start her path to remember her and think about her, or like on my phone, just see her visual and then look at more photos or like a video or something, and I would be light. Like, do you guys understand? Like, do you guys understand how powerful that is? I'm telling you, like, think about like yesterday we talked about the example of like the Russian president, like in the Ukrainian president. Let's say they both get dark consumed, they want to do revenge and hurt people. If they did this to if they created this version of like they fell full in love again with their wives, if they have them, right? They created their ultimate shield. Like basically, if they had it on their phone, like they went on a walk and they just went on the phone and they looked at the picture of their wife, and then another picture, like 4 pictures like that. And then they talked about it, these keywords, played a song or whistled a song that was related to her. If they really keep doing this repeatedly, have so much positive toward her, they can go light on demand. Now, it's not permanent, right? Because they're not fully healed. If they get now dark consumed, they get presented bad, they'll go back dark. But you see, like then now it's like a pendulum. Now it's like, oh, remember when we used to listen to the music group? Yeah. Forgot what it is, but they had some good ones. So I should look that up. This is really cool. Some of my hostage memories are returning. You guys see, like they make you forget things, but I'm remembering things that I forgot. But I need to be careful about songs that have lyrics because they can nudge. So I'm not going to do that. But also, actually, I'm not going to do it. But it's a good reminder. This is a good little interruption. Don't do it. It's a good reminder, but you want to know why I'm not going to do it? Because it can bring in info. This is actually really good. If that was you, you're truly like, it's not even fair anymore, our connection. Thank you. You helped me present this. I'm really pleased with our connection. This is really good. We're going to kill the parasite once and for all now. Okay, so yeah. Okay, so why that I remember the song, like there's you guys might know, like there's a music group called Pendulum, and I think it was drum and bass. It might have been that one. It's fine. I'm not going to even write it down because I'm not going to do it. But I could. I'll write it down just in case I change my mind. But I want to show you guys I'm not going to take the risk. right? Because I can resist drum and bass. I know that's the type of music. I'm kind of like piecing it together. I'm remembering it, but you can see I completely forgot. I haven't thought about this in years, right? I think it was actually based on World of Warcraft. I think I played it maybe in some of those World of Warcraft ones, or I used to listen to it, like just something like that, guys. Right? You understand? Like maybe it was like, anyways. So there's positives associated with it, but let's say I don't remember fully the name of the song, and I just kind of know the name, or I think like I know the band name, so I type it in right on YouTube. Pendulum. I'm like, what is that one? Like drum song? Pendulum drum song. What does that do? It starts you down a path. You are searching for things. So now they can start presenting nudges and info. They now know. I also said it out loud, so now they know. So now the ad that populates and other things that populates. Do you guys understand? So now you're scrolling. Now you're searching. So now things are being presented to you. Do you guys see? Don't do it. Now, I will say this. If you have to do it when you have a shield. Do it when you protect it, and do it when you know you can rewrite it. Yet, if you're going to do it, if you're going to absolutely do it right now. Do it at the beginning. Gather a few things, like maybe like save some pictures of things that you want to like use. Download some songs that you want to download on your phone, so you don't have to always go on YouTube. Like use a YouTube downloader, or you know YouTube would just give premium for free to everyone for a month, 40 days. That could work too. We could do that. That would be better, because I think you can download music then like that. But you guys got it off, and you can listen to it offline. Point is, you want to be able to have, then you don't have to worry about ads or anything like that. You see, like you're preventing info, right? We're avoiding and preventing. That's the goal. But if you like mid journey, like 20 days during your healing journey, you are like, you know what? Oh, I just remember this, because like your memories start getting stronger, right? Your memories start getting stronger. You guys see, like I'm remembering things that I completely forgot about. I haven't thought about in years, maybe 10 years. I'm telling you, they're coming back to me. Just because I'm healing. I remember everything now, right? And there's still things that I forgot, but now, again, remember, it's the past, but this is what's just meant for a positive shield. I was going to use it for a positive shield, but I don't really need it. You guys see, like, it's a risk. I could get info. I could be exposed to info by doing this that I don't need. I'm fine. You guys get it? I'm fine because I don't need it. This is perfect. This is so good. I don't need it. I'm not reliant on it. Like, I have other things that I can listen to. Do you guys understand? But if you're going to search for something, search the specific thing and use your tactics. Like maybe like click on the video and then walk away, or like dim the screen, or like mute it, or things of that nature, because then you're preventing the info from being. And yes, it is this serious, because you can start paths. And if you guys don't know all this stuff yet, it's enough to dark consume you. Then everything that you worked for can be erased. You guys get it? All of a sudden, I'm telling you this straight up, because like months ago, like I was like, let's say like healing related, I used girls as a counter, right? So then all of a sudden, like there was like, hey, do you remember when you used to like enjoy like talking to this girl, or like looking at her pictures or watching her videos or something like that? I'm like, oh, well, what was her name, or like this stuff like that. So I started searching, I started scrolling, and I was learning, right? So it wasn't like I knew what I was doing, but I got so much info presented to me. Do you guys understand? Like I got dark consumed from some things like that. Do you guys get it? Because I was just scrolling and I was searching and I was getting info, and they can manipulate what you see. I'm telling you, I had light helping me at that time, but at the same time, there was dark involved. So you just got to be careful. If you have enough, download it, save it to your phone or something, right? Save it so you don't have to keep going to like Instagram or things of that nature, right? Just save it to your phone. Okay? Got it, guys? Because they can't, it's on your phone. They can't do anything then. Or save it to your computer. Okay, but try. You're now cutting away social media. You're cutting scrolling. You're doing all this stuff, right? Just try. See if you can last 40 days without going on Reddit, without browsing LinkedIn, and you're just creating content every day. Maybe you post something, but you don't read other people's, and you might see something here and there. So you're gonna practice on what you focus on, right? Where you look. If you see something, it's okay. It's not fun, but it's okay. But think about it, right? You guys used to consume 1,000 pieces of info a day, and now you maybe got 50. Think about that. Do you guys understand? Like I said, like 90% reduction. That's really like a 98% reduction. Do you guys get it? Like think about it. You were just completely brainwashed. You were just completely on their paths. Whatever they wanted to put into you, they were conditioning, reprogramming you, and like just creating all these associations, approximations, and you guys get it. So it's not going to be easy. So What do we need to do? Create a reward for yourself after you do a task. Gosh, you're so fucking good. And compliment yourself. If you survived one day, and you haven't ever done it, but you survived one day without spending any money, and without ever you didn't go on social media today at all, then reward yourself. So I'm just trying to show you guys whatever is a reward for you, but don't get addicted to it, okay? So for guys, like if you don't have a girlfriend right now and you want to like feel the love feeling, whatever, download some pictures from Instagram from some girls that you enjoy looking at, or one or two of them, or just one, and be like, you know what, fuck it, I'm gonna masturbate to her today. That was my reward for doing that. But I can't do it again for another 10 days. I have to go 10 days without now social media. You guys do something like that. Attach it to a video game. Attach it to like whatever it is. You could be like, hey, well, if I finish the stream right now, I get to eat soup, or I get to like eat one of those German desserts, a Lebkuchen, right? Do you guys see, like, I don't normally eat desserts. Like, it could be something simple, but just it helps you at first, right? Like, you're rewarding yourself. It doesn't matter what it is. If you convince yourself it's a reward, it's a reward. Do you guys get it? It could be like, hey, I don't play video games anymore, so today I'm going to reward myself by playing a video game because I did so well today. You see, like, all it has to do is make sense to you. The reason why I say the things that people are like, oh my God, this guy's so great. It's just, I want people to understand that it doesn't matter, but just limit info. Do you guys get it? Don't expose yourself to too many things. And if it helps you, it's okay. But don't do porn, okay? Earn it. Earn it. If anything, like, hey, if you're going to download 20 pictures of a girl, the first one, the most close she has, and like every day that, or every time you can progress the challenge further, be like, okay, now I get to see a dress picture, I can see her bikini picture. Like, seriously, stuff like that can make it feel like progression. Like, if I can now go 20 days without spending money and without using social media, now I get to see her bikini pictures. I'm just anything like that. You create it for yourself, guys, okay? But I'm just trying to show you how it's done. Do we understand? Okay? So, my ultimate shield. You guys now understand why I became reliant on her and why it was a necessity, right? Because the fact that she had was so positive on me, right? It made me light. It made me believe. It made me who I am, the shepherd, the star diplomat, right? Now I'm creating disciples. Now I'm healing the world. Now I believe. I'm happy despite everything. Do you guys understand? I'm having fun with this. And I wouldn't have got there if it wasn't for her and it wasn't for my dog, Leon. He's my hero, right? He started the hero path. Let me figure it out. Sherlock. Da, 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 da. And now my fuel. Da, 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 da. Fight fire, fire. So let's say I managed to eliminate everything else, right? Social media, money, all this stuff. But I still have her with me, okay? She's here. And even my dog, right? Both of them. But let's just focus on her right now, because even though he's freaking amazing, he saved me. And I need to keep saying it because it's true. He really did. In so many ways. Thank you, Leon. A shepherd is always a shepherd, right? Once a shepherd, always a shepherd. You saved me. I just want you to know that, Leon. You saved me so many times. And I need to remember that. You're a hero. He kept me going when I got lost because he gave me a reason to keep fighting, right? That's really important, right? A reason to keep fighting. And she did the same thing, but he was the first one. So thank you, Leah. Thank you for being the reason I kept fighting. Thank you. Give him a pet really quick. Everyone should do an intro right here. Just show some gratitude to your pets. Thank you, Leah. Thank you for saving me. Okay. Okay. So, my girl's incredible, right? We're breaking our chains with each other. She believes. She embraces progression. Like, we get to know, like, everything, right? It's all good, right? Whatever, right? Don't even overthink this part, guys. Okay. So, yet she is conditioned to feel that need equals worth equals value equals impact and insec. Wait, that's a League of Legends reference. Man, you remember when you used to play Kali and Riven and Vayne and Zombie Bros and Bash Brothers and Double Offensive? That's what we are, a double offensive healer. No one expects the attacks from a healer, right? They're like, wait, a healer can also do damage? Yeah, you can squeeze in damage, but no one actually expects that you can do damage while healing. I challenge all of you guys to try it out. You can do damage while healing to the overall darkness in the world. Just by healing yourself, but also healing people in your castle. But it begins by healing yourself. Okay? So, but if your girl is like this, guys, if you are eliminating everything and you do have a girl with you in your castle, super important to do this, right? First of all, you need to make her become your ultimate shield. That's super important. And we talked about it the other day. Maybe day 4, I forget what it was, but watch that one if you don't know how to do it. Do so. Make her your ultimate shield. I'm telling you, it'll change your life. So if she has this conditioning, which most girls have, I'm being real with you guys. It's just how it is. It's intentional by dark, just so you guys know. And we'll get to the answer, but it's for a positive control lever. It's what it is, okay? It works on guys, and it's for a reason, right? It's for a reason, so that we take care of them. But they use it to enslave us, okay? So it's not a bad thing, right? To want to have a reason to take care of them, but I'm telling you, it got weaponized. That's what it is, okay? These things could have all started as good, because maybe humans had to learn to do this, but those guys weaponized it. So that means that there's nothing stopping us from not using her as a shield, right? Because she's always around, especially if we're hibernating together in our castle and created the arc, but she's with us. We didn't create distance from her, because why would we, right? She makes us, right? She makes us thrive. She makes us be the best version of ourselves. She makes us become the shepherd, star diplomat. Okay? She makes me be nicer. She makes me say the things that I did to Leon, right? Where I'm like, wait, Leon also is my hero. He saved me many times, right? Do you guys get it? Do you guys understand? Like, if there's nothing stopping me from having it, like that's like, if you guys always have access to money and all these tools, well, why wouldn't you be relying on it? Why wouldn't you need it? Do we understand? So a lot of people then, right, would be like, oh, it's good to create distance. It's not about creating distance, right? You could talk to her every single day. It's about removing the necessity and the reliance, okay? So think about it like this. Because of her conditioning, if you try to tell this to her, she's going to get sad or she's going to get affected by it, because she's like, do you not love me? Why don't you need me? Okay, so it's an opportunity to break that chain and be like, it's not about that. Okay, so you can explain something like this, like, can we go 3 days without sex in the hot tub? Don't wear your white bikini, because I'm not going to be able to resist yet. I haven't broken my chain. Okay, can we go 3 days without going in our hot tub? Assuming you guys have one. This is an example, right? Could be the bed, could be the couch, could be anything, right? Ooh, make sure to interrupt here. Okay. So if she understands why you're doing it, remember, I said normally, do you see why this is so paradoxical and complex, guys? Normally, you don't want to care about the why or how, right? Like, we don't want to get lost in that, because like, oh, what are these? Well, how do these spirits do it? Why are they doing it? I'm like, it doesn't matter. And I just know what they're doing, okay, and how, like what the attack is, recognize it. But your girl is going to need your ultimate shield. She's going to need to know why. It's just, that's how we are with people, right? It's like, why are you doing it? Because especially if she's learning this knowledge too with you for the first time, be like, hey, I need to not become reliant and need you, because otherwise, if I ever lose you, I'll be destroyed. So if anything, you can flip it and be like, hey, I want to show you actually how important you are to me. Like, if I ever lose you right now, it's over, right? Like, I would never be able to stream again. I'll never be the star diplomat. I'll never be the shepherd again. Do you guys get it? Like, that's the danger of what I created. That's why during these last 7 days, I had to break that chain, because I created distance from her, because I was using her for everything. Like, anytime a problem happened, I was like, I went down her path, and they were attacking me a lot, and I was doing that. And I was like, this is really bad. So that's when it led me to the shepherd shield. But if I didn't do that or use my other shields, I was only becoming reliant on her. I needed her. If I didn't have her, I couldn't function, right? I would get destroyed. I wasn't able to stream. Do you guys get it? She was the thing. So I became reliant and I needed her. So you start focusing on other things, right? Use your other shields. Start trying to remember shields. Start trying to create shields. Like I told you, like World of Warcraft, raid leading, League of Legends, singing. Like maybe you sing to her, right? Or around her, or something like that. Or you start trying to teach your knowledge, or a problem that you're trying to solve, or whatever. I'm just trying to give you guys some examples. But maybe when like you get nudged something, or you see something that it causes you a little bit of problems, use one of the other shields. Like, okay, he said I should use some shields. Well, now I'm going to play some video games. I'm going to play some Final Fantasy X and finally explore that, or play Elden Ring and explore that challenge, or Phantasy Star Online, or whatever, right? Or maybe Batten Kai's Origins and play through that game. Like, okay. Or maybe let's just rewatch that M5 League of Legends video and see how they did unconventional strategy. Like you see, like all those things are strategies for me. I'm like, or shields. You guys get it? We're using strategy here. Okay. So we're using other things when we normally would use her as our crutch. Do you guys get it? And here's the thing, right? Like you should be using her because she is that impactful. But what we're trying to do is we're trying to break the reliance on it. Do you guys understand it? If you can't survive without it, then it's a vulnerability. It's a weakness. And let me tell you something. They know that. Okay, so you're going to realize that all of us have that one thing. More than one usually, but we're going to all have that one thing. What is that one thing, right? And I'm telling you, for me, it was that ultimate shield. Before that, it was like money. Before that, it was like video games. Like back in the day when I was in my youth, when I created the World of Warcraft shield, it was World of Warcraft. Then it became legal. Like everything else I was struggling with, but it was like video games, like, or I played RPGs, like story games, video games, Final Fantasy, things of that nature. Do you guys get it? Final Fantasy 14, Final Fantasy 16, Final Fantasy 7, 8, 9, like all these 10, all of them were my crutch. I needed it. If I didn't play them that day, like if I got anything bad, I would get dark consumed. I didn't know that back then, but I would. You guys understand? Like, so if someone told me, or like, let's say it didn't happen, but if a parent was like, you can't play video games today, I would be in trouble. Do you guys understand? I was reliant on it. I needed it. But since they took it away without my choice, like it would have even been bad. Like that's what would destroy me. You guys understand why actually like punishing our kids through grounding them like that is not the answer? Do we understand this, guys? Because we're taking it away for the wrong reasons. We have to show them that they need to take it away by choice, their choice, so they're not relying on it, so they can use it whenever they need. Do we get it? Do we get it, guys? So once 99% is gone, okay? Once we get to that point, right? Because we keep adding a little bit more as we're progressing. And how do we get to that? This is like, once you get to this, like even if you're using other shields, now you can keep taking away your other shields. Keep taking away your other shields every single day. Keep removing more. Keep removing more. But I will say this. Remember, guys, we talked about this earlier, but we can learn from everything. We can learn from everything. We can learn from everything. So as you're getting all this knowledge and as you're doing all this stuff, pay attention around you. Okay? Anything that happens right now, anything, like if a sound happens, be like, what could that sound mean? It's just a good interrupt, okay? Anytime something happens, use it as an interrupt, okay? So why do I say that? Because I need to create an interrupt here. I just want people to know, I'm going to give the pre-example of something, but I talked about this before, but they can poison the sound of a word. Okay? I'm telling you, they can do this. They did it to me. They were attaching a negative through it, and they did through my brother and some other things. But if you just hear the word, they can keep repeating it and nudge you to think of something, and they can attach it to that. And it's usually based on something you've experienced. It could be a positive, but I'm just saying they can use that then as a path starter. Imagine if it's a common word. Do you guys get it? Imagine if they poison the word common. I almost said something, but I don't want to nudge you guys to do it. But right, like you guys can think like, was there a movie or something that has the word common in it that you could think of? Like, is there? And what if that every time you said that, though I said the word common, it made you think of that movie? You guys get it? Like, that's how they do it. So if they ever do that to you, if you catch it, they're starting to poison a word, like it makes you always think of something, you can start cleansing it. You can start detoxing it. Remember why I said detoxing is dangerous, so you have to do it at the right times. But if something really common, if it's something really important, you need to, because otherwise it's a path starter. You can counter it by writing it out on a piece of paper and looking at the visual. Like, so right now there was subtitles for this. It also would change your interpretation, but they can poison the subtitles that auto-generate. I just want people to know that. If I don't write my own subtitles here, they can poison them, okay? I just want people to know that. But if, like, for example, when I say the word but, it is a positive association reminder path for me. But am I not saying the word but? Do you guys get it? But for me, it's something else. And it's just the sound of me saying it. Do you guys understand how it happens? I created a positive for me through that. But they can create a negative for you through something else. And they will. All it is they're trying to get you to time periods or to people or things of that nature that can cause you sad or insecurity or trauma or fear. That's it. That's all it is, okay? So think about it. Anything that you've identified from your past that relates to those things, anything that was sad, made you feel fear, insecure, or traumatized, they're going to try to bring you back to those. That's all they do, okay? They're going to try to attach things, positive usually first, that can lead you to them, okay? First, they transport you to a time period or a location, and then they're going to keep nudging other things, but they bait you by attaching a positive to it. You're like, ooh, that was positive. Danger, 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 okay? So I'm going to create a little path for myself here just to interrupt it so I don't go further, but I want people to understand this is what you should do if this starts happening. We can transport ourselves to different time periods, or you can use shields, stuff like that. So what am I going to do? Escape from the city, right? Sonic. Do you guys watch the new Sonic movie? I don't know. Me neither. I don't watch new movies anymore, right? We don't need new, right? We don't need new games. We don't need new movies, especially if we have. Like, how many things have we not consumed? Be careful, by the way, also when you're using streaming services. The suggested stuff, that order, that's them. They can populate that. Doesn't mean that it's bad. I want you to understand. Some of it could be good, but it can be bad. It's still a recommendation that could be dangerous. You need to be able to choose. If you just take the recommendations, you guys get it? So be careful. So, but remember, it doesn't matter now what happens. This is a reinforcement related to Sonic. There was a video game called Sonic Adventure 2. I attached these songs to my World of Warcraft progression when we did Firelands back in, like 14 years ago, right? So a really challenging fight where the first day we tried to do a big push and compete with the big dogs that were always winning, but we kept up with them, right? But because they would raid, or which was basically do a challenge for like 12, 15 hours straight. And my group they were pretty hardcore, but most of them couldn't do that, right? Like most of them maybe took off like one day, but like these guys would like take off a month of work to play and do a progression push. So if they could do that for a video game, guys, which by the way, video games are awesome and they teach us so much. Why can't you guys do that to heal the world? I'm saying if you do this 40 days, we will heal the world. The fuck are you guys doing? Come on. I'm trying every approach, by the way. I'm trying the nice approach. I'm trying the boost approach. I'm trying the wake the fuck up approach. Like you guys see, like I'm just trying different things to hopefully make you realize it's time. But also it was the final fight of that night. We did 3 fights. There was the third fight. It was this boss called Bethelak. And there's a lot of different mechanics, but one of the mechanics is like there were these exploding enemies that had to be like the group was in the middle and there was these people that had to block it, right? Like think of it like they had to do a role that they normally don't ever do, right? So they were learning something new. A lot of these guys were damage dealers, right? And they were like, wait a minute, I'm basically just like absorbing, I'm blocking, I'm tanking essentially. I'm being like a savior for these people, right? I am being the savior. Final Fantasy Lightning Returns, right? Gosh, Twin Bells of Plus was so good, right? It's the hero path. We've got this. Shepherd. Savior. Savior. We're the savior. But we'll get there. We'll keep reinforcing that. We've done so much. So anyway, so they were saving us, right? and they had to like these enemies, like these things were like little exploding things that were trying to run at the group. Like think like these are these dark spirits, right? They're trying to rush at the group, and if you intercept it, right, you prevent the entire group from getting hit. So this is what we're kind of doing. Like if you heal yourself and you no longer spread corruption and poison, you intercept the attacks. You guys get it? You block it. It stops right there. And that means that all of them aren't getting infected and damaged, because it does the same damage to one person as it does to everyone. That's what I want you guys to understand. It exploded in an area. So if it got to the group, let's say we had 100 health, right? It did 70 damage, and there was other damage going around. So if it hit at the wrong time, it could destroy everyone. But if it only hits one person, that means we only have to heal one person for 70 damage. Imagine if it hits 25 people at the same time for 70 damage. Right? I don't even know. I'm not going to do the math right now, but what's 25 times 70, right? Do you guys see the difference? Do you guys understand what I'm trying to say? If we only make sure that it's on one person and they can block it and we can heal that one person, you see? But this was the fight. Like there was a lot of unconventional strategies. We also had to create cooldowns, right? But after the first part of the fight, there was a lot of damage checks, a lot of enemies, a lot of different stuff. And then at the end, the second phase of the fight was when things changed, and all of a sudden now there was a new strategy. Like the big enemy came down. I think it was like a scorpion or like a dragon or whatever would make sense to you, okay? Or a lion, and it was just it would destroy whoever was tanking, right? Like they were like taking the blows. Like let's say right now I'm taking the blows from Dark One, so I'm like, oh, right? That's my job, okay? But then the entire group is getting hit every 10 seconds for more and more damage, right? Because it's escalating. And that's what's going to happen as you go down this journey, right? If you guys start healing for 40 days and you guys do this and you start healing and you start getting quiet, things are going to escalate. I want people to be prepared for it, because you're going to now be a threat, especially if you start learning this. So you're going to have to start rolling what we call cooldowns. That's why we're creating these shields. That's why you're going to have your positives. But if you break the reliance and the need for certain things, then when you actually need it, you can use it. And it's going to be very impactful. It's not the distance that did it. People always thought it's distance. So basically, humanity, our entire life, we thought that certain things were the reason why certain things were happening, right? Like, oh, we do it because it's discipline and motivation. Those don't even matter. It's just paths, right? Just paths and conditioning points. If you reach your threshold, you do. If you're on a path, that's it, right? So you see like how different the world is once we actually understand. Like I don't even talk about momentum, because it doesn't fucking matter. It's not about momentum. If you're healed and you just keep on a light path and you're on a path and you just keep nudging yourself to do so, you do. It's not a momentum. Like I always thought it was momentum. It's not. Do you guys get it? Like all these concepts that we were defining, just we couldn't conceptualize it yet. So I'm saying you're going to get under attack. Now, if you need it, you broke the reliance and you broke the need for it. Those can be your cooldowns. What do cooldowns do? They give you damage reduction or they heal you. So like the damage keep escalating over and over again. So first it does, let's say 10 damage to everyone. Okay. Then the second burst, 10 seconds later, does 20. Then the third burst does 30. You're like, ooh. Then the fourth burst does 40. Okay. And now the healers are starting to, they have to work harder, right? Like now then 5, and like the damage is like, come on guys, we got to win the battle. 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 Then it's going to get to the point where now it's every 10 seconds and the healers can't even keep up anymore, right? So now it's at 60 and the healers are already struggling. So now we got to start rolling cooldowns, okay? So now, hey guys, now we should play a video game. Okay, boom. So now the next one, instead of doing 70 damage, because we played the video game, it only does 30. Okay, now we can heal again. Then now it does 80. I'm like, oh gosh, this one, now we didn't use a damage reduction cooldown, but this one we use the heal. So this is where you're like, okay, since we didn't use damage reduction cooldown, now let's use our girl ultimate shield. It immediately heals us all the way back. We took 80 damage, so we almost died. Remember, we only had 20 health. We used the girl cooldown, the ultimate shield. Now we're at 100 health. Do you guys get it? So then the next one does 90. We're at 10, but actually this time we use like, okay, now let's use, I got to use my figuring out shield. I got to use my shepherd shield. I'm going to use the Leon shield, right? So now that 90 only hit me for 40. Now we healed it, but now we're about to get hit for 100. What I'm made of, simple curiosity. When we cleanse our lens, right, we can go back to other shields, because now they're not going to be as poison. So I want to stop at the 100. Like, what do we do, right? If we're about to, that means we're going to get one shot, right? The one shot means that no matter what happens, if this attack goes through right now, we lose the game, okay? We're going to have to restart the fight. Everyone's going to be a game over. So you have a choice, right? You have to basically create like an ultimate shield, a divine protection, or like you have to ice block so you take 0 damage. How can you do that? Or how can you reduce this even more? Like, we're running out of cooldowns. What can we do? All right? Live and learn. Na, 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 na. I was creating a Sonic path for me, right? Sonic Adventure 2. These are all songs from there. But the key is, right, as we're cleansing our lenses from different things, because we don't no longer need them and rely on them, but also what you guys are going to understand is dark weaponizes everything, right? Like, they attack everything, okay? So if they're starting to attack one, you have to move away from it. Because if you keep using it, or if like they poison a time period and you keep using it over and over again during this moment, you're going to continue the path, right? So right now, let's say that I created a positive nudge path with World of Warcraft right now, but let's say that was actually dark. That was a bad thing for me. And then right now I start talking about the shepherd path, and I'm like, hey, remember the game that got you to become a shepherd? I'm like, oh shit. Do you guys understand? Like, now I continue that path even further. So now the recency's there, the path continues further, they can nudge more things, they can bring, like, do you guys understand? Like, even though it was a positive, like, shepherd path is my positive. Do you guys understand? The shepherd path is my positive. Star diplomat, right? I'm the savior, right? Like, I'm doing this stuff, I'm working with my you, we're working as two gods side to side, spiritually and on the world, right? As a physical vessel. But I attached it to my World of Warcraft shield. So now, if I use that shield right now, I'm continuing the path, and this was negative, but it wasn't. But you guys understand what I'm saying? So if you use the wrong shield at the wrong time, and it's the same time period, the same location, now you're reinforcing it, even if it was a positive. So it does kind of balance it out a little bit, but that path, the time period continues. So that means that all of your memories, the things that they nudge, and remember, if you're not used to like rewriting your head, you kind of do what is presented to you. So it means now everything that you're interpreting, your lens, is going to be related to that time period. It's really hard. Like, everything you look at, it's just popping, and then they can force push it into, I guess we're Star Wars, right? But they can force push something into your head. Just a reminder here. They can put that into your head if they still can't, right? Do you guys get it? They tried to reattach it to him. I don't want it to on him. I'm the savior because of the shepherd path. It's just what it is. I'm sorry. We gave it to someone else, but it's not. We are. And this lightning returns. They just tried to poison it, right? I'm trying to show you guys, like, I'm trying to rewrite something, but I'm going to stop there because I'm not, that's not the path I want to go on. But I just want people to understand. It was harmless right now, but I just want people to understand how it's done. Like, they're trying to attach something that I was trying to attach to myself and a certain path to something. You see how fucked up they are? It's fine, though. The shepherd shield. Or hero path. We're going to stop on the savior one because now we know. You see, like, now I know what their attack is. You guys understand? Like, you see what just happened. I said something, they're trying to connect something else that I attached to it. You guys, that's how you catch it. Pay attention. What I just did, rewind it if you didn't catch it. You're like, I know what that means for me and who it's connected to or what it's connected to. Now you're like, it's just a reminder to heal. The thing about how many times I said that now, since they did that, do you guys see what happened? I got mentally attacked. One got through, and I said it twice. And you guys get it? Do you guys understand? Are you catching this? How it's done? They were trying to attach something to something else to try to start corrupting my shepherd. They can't, though, right? They just can't, because at the end of the day, it's just a reminder to heal. Anything bad that they present, this is why they can't corrupt it. This is why this is where we were going. It's the perfect transition. It doesn't matter, right, what they do at this point. So now let's say you got rid of all your shields, right? Because you're so worried about which one to use, all this stuff like that. 99% is gone. You finally got to this point. So what do? You have to create this shield, like an equivalent of the shepherd shield that I created, the Star Diplomat, right? The hero path. Thank you, Leon. Thank you for saving me. Like, you do something like this because I call it, you're explaining your own knowledge, right? That makes you walk forward, right? Because you end one journey. What are you going to do to continue to walk forward, right? For me, it's healing the world. It's healing others. It's making the world a better place. Because it's my prize. If you have to have a prize, is that's what's going to allow me to write new storylines. Because then I'll want to experience the world again. But until then, I'm not happy with how the world is. So I can't. So I'm going to stay inside, but I'm going to do this stuff. I'm going to heal the world like this. Do we get it, guys? Like, it now becomes the shield, the counter to everything. If I can't avoid something, I can't prevent something, and I see something that's not as good as I want it, I now can attach more things to boost up this shield that protects everything else. So this is the shield that you're going to create to survive the 100 damage attack. Okay? This is the one that you use to survive it. And people, you're all of a sudden you took 0 damage from the 100 damage attack. And they're like, wait, what? The enemy is like, what? That was supposed to destroy them. It's like, it's just a reminder to heal. But that attack just tells me we got to keep healing. We got to make the world a better place. And the boss fight is like, wait, what? Why am I taking damage from this healing now? And then they lose because healers actually started doing damage now. Healers DPS, right? That's called damage, right? So that's what it is. Do you guys get it? We created that shield at the end. Do we understand? Gosh, this is really good. I wouldn't have ever thought of using it like this. This is so awesome. It's really awesome. So just a little interrupt here, just for people while you think about what I just said. Have you guys ever tried rearranging words? How could you rearrange reliance? What if I put ants, A-N-C-E, and then you could write it out like this, and then rely, R-E-L-I. Ants, rely? What about necessity? S-I-T, city, necess? Do you guys get it? Like, something like this is enough to do a little quick interrupt for you and prevent paths from forming. So do stuff like this while you guys are healing and figuring this shit out. But try exploring what is it that I want to make better in the world. Okay. So like I said, I think you guys can use my shepherd shield. I think you can do it. Then you're going to become a disciple. I challenge you to do it. Aragorn's coronation, right? I think you guys can do it. I really do. I think you could do the same thing. I say it's just a reminder to heal. They present a bad reminder, and I'm like, that means I just need to heal more. If anything that's bad is presented, I'm like, it means that there's more healing that needs to be done. When there's no more bad that needs to be done, then I know that there's no more healing that needs to be done. So then it's not a reminder to heal. But here's the cool thing. When there's no more healing, I'll write this one down. When there's no more healing, the shepherd shield is going to change. It's just going to change to a reminder to keep everyone light. There's nothing they can do. Do you guys get it? So that makes sense for me. That makes me light. That makes me embrace my storyline. It makes me become the shepherd. It makes me become the star diplomat. Do you guys get it? Thank you, Leanne. You're here. You saved my life. You saved the day. You're the reason we got this far. Hero. Legend of Zelda, right? Here you go. All right, almost done. So, I just want you guys to know, like, as I wrote this out, we will talk about it more another day, but I had to get in flow, right? And I was writing notes in different locations, and I was listening to music, and I was getting ready and shower and petting my dog and stuff like that. Whenever inspiration strikes right, okay? Yet I learned from my mistakes, because yesterday I went down far too many, and I did it already the other days, but I didn't understand yet. But I did it yesterday, and I realized, okay, that's a huge risk, a huge one. Remember when I said I shouldn't take risks anymore? Once in a while, a little bit is okay, but just there's no reason to. If you get to this point, right? There's just no reason to take a risk anymore, because we've created a repeatable process for ourselves. So like, even I'm surprised I'm streaming this much again, but it's okay. It's just, you see, like, this is what I'm telling you guys. You need to get, once you get the 90% of it's gone, I don't even need to do anything anymore. Do you guys understand? Like, I don't need to play video games. I do need music. That's the one thing that I think I need. Okay, I realize there's one thing that I do, and it's not. You know what? It's fine. You can say it. There's one thing that I'm like I can't do without. Right? It's this. I need to explain my knowledge, and I need music. You guys get it? Those are the things that I need. So you learn. I'm not going to write that. That's fine. We know. But you guys have to learn what that is, and it should be something that is really hard to take away. So how can they take away my reliance or my need for music or reliance on it? They could take away, like, I can't access it anymore. I can't play music. So what could I do though? I could sing. Could I hum? Could I whistle? Do you understand? They can't take that away. Oh wait, that's creation. There it is. See? You're the shepherd. We're working together as God. You guys understand? Like, they can't take away creating new. I'll write that one down. They can't take away creating new. What do I need? I need to be able to create new. But they can't take it away because I can create it myself. Do you guys get it? Just a reminder to heal. Do you guys understand what I'm saying? Like, if you can find out what that is, and then you can just create it for yourself, there's nothing they can do. Doesn't mean that that they can't cause problems, yet you'll always be able to go back to the light path because you have those two things. Makes sense now, right? Just a reminder to heal. I just was thinking about something that I didn't want to go on a path, but I was like, how did I survive that? I'm like, it makes sense now because I was able to create music or hear music, and I was able to create new. That's all I'm going to say about that. But I just want people to understand, like, no matter what they do, if I can create music and I can create knowledge like this and explain it or talk about it, I'm safe. Do you guys understand? That is my one thing. The ability to create new. We've gone full circle. They can't take that away from us, our ability to create new. So if you guys just are walking forward and you're creating new, you will be protected. Then you don't even have to go back and look at your old stuff. You can, but I'm telling you, do it. You can do it at first while you're healing, but they're going to catch on, okay? And once they catch on, they're going to weaponize it and you're going to get attacked. So then you just don't do it anymore. But then if you want to, like a month or two later, because you don't even need it anymore, right? You're not reliant anymore, and you do it. They didn't weaponize it at this point. They didn't season it because you haven't looked at it in 20 days or 40 days, right? So then you do it and you're like, oh, wow, like that was harmless now. Like, you guys understand? It's complicated. I mean, we're going all around. So I learned from my mistake, and I wrote things out in such a way that I created little shields for myself in different directions. They also were helpful reminders to help me explain things, right? I didn't even know I was going to go in this direction, but I started paths and little interrupt paths. I already wrote them out because I learned from mistakes. So how to prevent something from happening later. Because I knew I knew they would try to attach things in certain spots. I already knew, right? You start learning their attacks. I guess that's really the key, right? Like, we're going to start learning. Okay, guys, you're not there yet, but you're going to get there. So then you can even write for yourself, like, hey, if you're trying to type, like, hey, make sure we interrupt right here. Right? I already did it, but there's no harm in doing it again. So just remember, keep repeating to yourself. It's the hero path. Legend of Zelda. Twilight Princess, 3-heart challenge run. So good progression. Thank you, Leon, for being the hero path. We got this. We're the shepherd. We're the star diplomat. Fuel. Fire. 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 Da-na-na-na-na-na-na. Sherlock. Da-na. We're figuring this out. What the fuck? I just want people to understand that it never ends. I just looked at my piece of paper, right? Like, it's all based on approximations, right? And I'm not going to say what it was because you learn to talk around, but it was something positive related to my goddess, right? My sexy lit girl, her dance and all the stuff like that. I'm not going to go deeper there, right? But they were trying to attach again something from my past to her. And it was just like from like I say like a code word, the name that I used for another girl. You guys get it? And it was just, I wrote fast, right? But there was like, it looked like it from a distance, the approximation of the word, like how the name of her, right? You guys get it? Like, they try everything. I'm just saying that they can nudge you while you're writing a little bit. Like I said, they can do like 5-10% pushes while you're writing, and you can like make a little mistake. Just simple things like that, guys. I'm telling you, and that can serve as a nudge one. That's how easy it is to get dark and soon. You guys get it? So, right, my ultimate shield. If I break the necessity, if I break the reliance, right? And remember, don't get guilt tripped, okay? They're gonna nudge that. They nudge that to create necessity. They nudge that to create necessity, and also to create reliance, because they know that it protects you, right? Which means that if they know that if they destroy it, or if you lose it, you're gonna get harmed. Like, you're gonna go, or they can use it to control you. How can they do that? Because you're so grateful to them, because they've helped you so much. Okay, positive, right? They've helped you so much. They've healed you. They made you become the shepherd, the star diplomat. You might buy nice things and expensive things for them. Do you guys get it? Like, that's why it happens. And it's not, you don't feel like you're being manipulated, or you might not, you're not, right? Like, you're really not. Like, she deserves all those things because she really, like, she's done all these things for me. Like, right? She made me become this, right? This connection with you, my spirit, and this becomes shepherd, star diplomat, the hero path, like in conjunction with Leon. Thank you, Leon, for saving my life. Right? Do you guys understand all of these things? So, like, of course you want to like reward her and stuff like that, but I'm telling you, that's how they do it. They get you to do so thinking you have to use money, right? I'm telling you, that's how they do it. It's not an accident, because then what does that do? Now you worry, like, now you have to earn more money and you have to do all these things, and there's also conditioning her to believe that that's how you get rewarded. And you guys see, like, it's all intentional. So if both of you break your chains on that, do we get it, right? And we no longer need a reliance on money. Now we're all saved. It's the ultimate poison, guys. So what's the solution? We make everything a bonus. And then we create, like I said, like the create new shield, right? Whatever that is for you, that reminder, right? If everything's a bonus, right? Like I said, so remember, if all of a sudden today I'm like, oh, I'm a little tired. I've been streaming a lot, right? It's great, right? But I'm like, I create some distance, right, to break my reliance and need a necessity of my goddess. So I'm like, hey, do you want to drink some coffee? Do you want to have some croissants? Do you want to go into the hot tub? And she's like, you mean I can wear my white bikini again? I'm like, yeah. Maybe the blue one this time? Light blue one or the dark one? I'm like, or none? You guys get it? And it's like, whoop. Do you guys understand? It heals you. So when you have it, now it's a bonus, because you don't need it and you're not reliant on it anymore. But when you do get it, right? When you do have it, it makes the fight easy. It makes that day easy. So like I think of it like an Elden Ring. You can use a shield and blocks physical attacks, right? There's a shield that blocks 100% of the physical damage. A lot of enemies just do physical damage. It means that as long as you don't take too many blows in a row, it doesn't matter if you would get destroyed in one hit. You can just always use it to block. Zoop, zoop. But if you have to dodge, if you make a mistake, you die in one hit. But if you shield, even if you make a mistake, your character like gets stunned for a second, but then they can just roll away. Like you guys see, like it gives you leeway. We talked about leeway yesterday or the day before, but it is easy to learn fights if you have a shield, right? But that's why, like when you're not learning, like use your shields at the beginning while you're learning some of the stuff, but then afterwards break the reliance and your necessity on it. So then now you're learning how to handle all of these things without the crutch of every time they attack me, I'm going to, like, just saying, like, have sex with my girl in the hot tub or on the bed. Okay? You guys understand? If that was every time, like, you're slow, and it works, right? Like, don't get dark consumed, but if that's your solution every single time they start trying to poison you and you catch it, now you rely on to need it. If she ever, like, is, like, asleep and you get dark consumed, you're fucked. You guys understand? Just think of it as simple as that. But if you have it now and you need it, it's a bonus. No, if you don't need it, but it's a bonus, it's easy, right? Because it's a huge boost. It's how it works with money, guys. And every tool, every single crutch. It's how it is with alcohol, with computers, with everything. I talked to you guys about the AirPods, but once you break it with money and you don't realize you don't need it actually, then it's easy. So I'm telling you, like, if we're trying to rewrite the society, but if after 40 days, if you guys wanted to spend money, you haven't used anything, you're like, whoa, oh my gosh, I can now do all these things because I have access to. You guys understand? Like, we're moving away from that, but I just wanted people to understand, like, that's the concept. Remember, dark weaponizes us everything to get us to spend more money. Like, that's their whole goal, because it gets us to go out there more, the spirit playground, the outside world, go to work, get nudges, get poison, get stuck in the system, work, right? And that's where we get poison. All right. Remember, if we eliminate reliance and necessity, we can now choose. It feels different. We start appreciating things more. We start recognizing their actual effect and their value, because we know, like, oh my gosh, when I didn't have that, it was challenging. Now when I have it, I'm like, whoa, it's not even close. Like, this fight is so easy with that. You guys understand? Like, but no matter what, you get to a point that no matter what, you're okay without it, because you realize what is the actual, like, one or two things that you really need. Like I said, for me, it's music and being able to explain my knowledge, create something. Yet I can do that, but like with a mirror and just humming and whistling and singing. Do you guys understand? What does that mean? It means that no matter what they do now, I'll be okay. Do you guys see why I need to not take more risks, or just fewer risks? Because no matter what now, I'll be okay. I know nothing right away. And this is just, I'm talking to myself right now, but I'm like, I know you want to heal everything right away, but it's okay. We don't have to rush it anymore, because we can do this for the rest of our life. Hopefully we don't. We can still teach this forever, but hopefully the world gets better soon. I just want people to know that, let's say you are trying not to get reliant and need, like, right, your ultimate shield, like your girl or something, or whatever it is, right? Or like a video game or whatever, okay? So you create some distance to it. But remember, it's not about distance, but it's just whatever it takes, right? You don't want to rely on that, okay? You can add some recency to the top of your totem once in a while. It's okay. Just don't go fully down the path. Don't go through using your shield to counter or like heal you, because then otherwise you'll never break the reliance. Do you guys understand? So like, let's say like you're like, hey, your girl, can you be in that room for now and I'll be in this room? Just as a reminder to heal. And I'm like, she's like, and she understands why it was happening. She's like, are we creating this? We just have to be quiet with all this stuff like that, right? Like eternal calm. And I'm like, yep. She's like, can I talk to you? And I'm like, yeah, can, but it's just, you guys understand? Like, you can still hold her, you can still grab her butt, you can hold hands, but don't rely on it. Don't need it. And the more you can completely cut it out, just for like a day or two, the better it is, right? Because then the process won't have to go as long. Yet it's good to still have some recency, right? Because if you don't have any recency, they're going to try to nudge some other stuff up there, and you will realize, wow, recency is so powerful. It really is, guys. It'll if anything, it's a good way to realize how impactful repetition and recency is. Out of sight, out of mind, it's so dangerous, right? If they can, like, let's say you stop talking to your girl, stop looking at her, like you guys lock yourselves in your room, like you have food and everything, and you go for like the realm first achievement in World of Warcraft, right? Trying to get max level before everyone else, playing video games for 16 hours straight. You don't see her for 16 hours. And during that time, they're just like nudging you other girls. Like, I'm telling you, like, you're like, what the fuck is going on? Like, it'll feel different. It'll feel weird because they put the recency of other girls and you just don't see your other girl anymore in your head. Like, I'm telling you, it's that powerful. I'm not recommend doing it, but I'm just saying, I want you guys to understand recency is very dangerous. Okay. Because now you can use the boost as a bonus when it helps you, right? You can use it for enjoyment. You can use it when you want to just relax today. Like, let's say, again, I streamed so much more than I thought I was going to. That's okay. It's good. It feels right. So I need to do it. Do you guys understand? So what if tomorrow? I don't know, right? Like, what if I just say, like, I'm just going to do 30 minutes, a little quick push, and that's it? It's possible. Probably not, but you guys understand it's possible. I didn't know I was going to talk about this. I just want people to understand that, okay? Like, I'm figuring out day by day. But so I'm like, I'm just going to relax. I'm going to take the easy path. And the easy path is usually dangerous, but I'm like, no, I'm just recharging, right? And just spend some more time with your girl. Do you guys get it? Now you guys have a better connection. Now you guys are free. There's more trust. You know you can survive. You don't need it. You're not relying on it. It's a bonus. Now you can choose. Now you're not corrupted. Thus, we prevent destruction. This is how we heal the world. All right. Wow, that's really good. I think we already talked about that, right? I just want people to understand, like, a lot of this came from the location attack, right? That I talked about in the first period of just a reminder. Oh man, they just put me to location. So what are we gonna do? Like, hey Leon, you remember when we used to walk around everywhere by the Mormon church? Right? Like, do you guys understand? Like, I just transported myself to a different location, right? Through what I said, they put me to a certain location, and I just did the opposite, just to like change my path. It was good practice, right? Just change your location, your time period, through a little path, right? That's how they do it. They do a little location time period attack, and that's how they baited me down to other problems. Do you guys understand? But it's just a reminder to heal. So when you start to catch that they put you in a location, time period, don't reinforce it unless you're confident that you are going to be okay, because otherwise it's going to slowly lead you. Yeah, it's just a reminder to heal to problems. Okay, so talk around it or rewrite it like what I just did, right? Learn where they insert reminders, how, what, right? Learn what to avoid, learn what to prevent. So you don't have to counter it, right? Countering can tire you out, especially as you're beginning to learn this stuff. It's already so complex, right? Guys, there's a lot to learn, a lot of moving pieces. I hope you're all taking notes, right? I put a little reminder for myself, but like even in YouTube, just so you guys know like how complex this can get. You guys know on YouTube, like there's the pause button on the left, and like there's like the next video and like the volume. Each visual, like even a video game, like when you played that video game, has a time period and a location attached to it. Normally it doesn't have a lot of points. It's not a big deal, right? Because normally they haven't been attacking me through time periods and locations. Or maybe I didn't just realize it. Maybe they always have, right? Maybe just finally figured it out. Maybe that was what always was the connection. I just didn't see it until now. You see, like I'm always figuring stuff out. But when I was trying to mouse over to lower the volume, because remember, now they have created some fear events, and that if I ever have volume past a certain point, my brother's going to rush out of here. Okay, so I try to keep the volume lower. What does that do? There's the next video on YouTube right there. Okay, so I accidentally mouse over it, and it has a visual picture, and I'm like, that visual picture reminds me of a video game of World of Warcraft, League of Legends, of Zelda Tears of the Kingdom, of Elden Ring, right? Of Hades, of what was it when Slay the Spire, right? So like they teleport me to these time periods. Do you guys understand? Like I just teleport myself to 3 different time periods, right? Or maybe when you played Baron Kaitos in Ecuador. Oh, I said it specifically. Like now I'm in Ecuador. Do you guys understand? Like you guys see how if you don't talk around, now I'm in Ecuador. I was about to start a path, but I'm not going to. But you guys get it? Like you could start a path there. Do you guys understand how dangerous things are? We got to leave the past behind. It's gone. We have to write new. We have to create new. We have to create new. We can't look back. We can't look back. Hi, Leanne. You want to say hello? Leanne wants to say hello to everyone. That, by the way, guys, that teleports me to a time period as well. Do you guys understand? Everything does. So what does that mean? You can't get... Oh, I see what's happening. Travel hero path. Hello, my little shepherd. Once a shepherd, always a shepherd. We got to use the shields at the right time, right? We got to know their location and time. The N1s, because they teleport us to different situations, right? I thought that rewriting an attack is enough. Or like if we focus on the positive, it's not. Because it has still time period and location attached to it, right? Like my dog has things like, where did I get him? But you see, like he's been following me along in so many different places. So he's a neutral. Do you guys understand? Like Leon, the hero, my little shepherd, he's a neutral. Okay, because he has like 4 different N1s attached to him. N1s are those why I was fear for. You guys understand why it's so scary at first until you break the chain of it and get it under control, but it's not easy, okay? Because it can start paths, right? So he's associated like with 4, 5, 6 different locations and countries and states and stuff like that, right? That means that depending on my lens, he can serve as a continuation for any of them. Do you guys get, like, it's also dangerous, but it's really cool too, because that means I can use him. I need to remember this. I can use him to teleport to any time period. Hold on, Leon. I need to write this down. This is really cool. You really are the hero, Leon. Holy fuck. This is really cool. You guys see how I'm figuring shit out live? Do you guys see why you need to do this? I say this to you every day. I can use Leon to teleport to 5 different places. That's really cool. There's like one that I'm not gonna ever use him for, right? So if I know that if I get nudged that one, I need to interrupt it right away without using him. But you guys see, like all the rest, I can use him to be an immediate reinforcement, right? Because an N1 plus R1 equals path, right? That's all it takes to teleport. And that teleports you physically there. If you just say one, like if I just say Ecuador, it's just mental, right? Like that's still one, but if I then do something else related to it, I'm going to be fully there. Leon, do you remember when we danced, Leon, to Mobius here? Yeah. It's a good one. Do you see, like, some of these things that I'm saying mean nothing to you guys? Do you guys get how this works? But they mean everything to me. Very good. Hero, dance, Leon, Mobius. Even just saying Leon before something else changes it. Do you guys get, like, this is, we're not dumbing it down. This isn't elementary school. This isn't kindergarten. I'm respecting you. Why? Because you got this. Because I believe in you. You're amazing. Do you guys understand? Like, if I talked around it, like, or I tried to hide the message, or like, be like, too many people have been trying to put messages and stories and video games and movies, or songs, but they always talk around it. I'm like, we just had to have someone that had the courage to finally talk about it as is. I'm telling you, everything I'm telling you is exactly how it works. I know everything, okay? If you take this knowledge and you interpret it and you conceptualize it the way that makes sense for you, you win. Because then the whole point is you need to get to a point where you can survive. That's the goal. We just gotta survive. That's it. Just gotta survive. So no more risks, okay? I'm just writing little reminders for myself, guys. Do you understand? Like, what the fuck? It's just reminding me less harmless, but sometimes, like, you get one and you don't actually understand it. But it still has, like, a time period and location. So those are the ones that, like, those are fine, but it's just an interrupt, okay? When that happens, when you get one like that, it's just an interrupt. But I'm like, what could that actually be a bad one? Like, you see, like, if you don't know, don't risk. I guess that's the key, right? If you don't know, don't risk. We're learning our whens and our wheres, right? What are they using against us, right? You're really just learning the code, the attacks, okay? Guys, even songs have time periods. They told you the picture, the thing on YouTube I just moused over, that was count. Songs have time periods, right? And here's the thing, like, I say illusion of Gaia, signs of the past. It has multiple time periods. When I first played it, when I listened to it in different, like, 2 different locations a lot, you guys understand, like, it can be used for different things. Actually, this is really fucking interesting. I didn't think about this. So if it has multiple N1s, you can actually weaponize it for good if you choose to intentionally take you to places. It can teleport me to 3 different spots. Just reminded you. They don't like that I figured that one out. Noise is popping up. It means I gotta keep going. Guys, doves that are outside here, I think I've talked about this already, but I just want to remind you guys. Sometimes they pick up sticks, okay? And sticks could be sticks and stones, can't break your bone. Like, they could have many meanings to you, okay? But yet they picked it up and were putting, like, on stacking it on another dove's back, and I thought that was the coolest thing ever. But I also was like, ooh, this could be a bad reminder. But instead, I now interpret that as keep going, keep stacking. You got this. Do you guys see? Like, we can create new, but we can't even create new meaning. But you guys see how complex it gets? Like, I could transport myself to different locations if I heard the same song in different places, right? Just a reminder here. Like, you guys get all this? This is a lot. I'm learning new things every single day. So why do I say this? Give yourself a pat on the back right now. I'm proud of you. Talking to myself, talking about you. I'm talking to you. If you're following along even 10%, take that back. Even 1%. If you're following along even 1%, and you catch that some things are different than you thought they were, then that means you took the first step. It's only going to get easier. There's going to be time periods where it actually feels more challenging. This is what I'm just being real with you guys, because it happened to me and it really frustrated me because I felt like I was going backwards. Okay. There's going to be time periods where it feels more challenging. It's because you're learning so much, right? It's completely different. It's like, think about like you're just going to school again. This is basically thinking like you guys are going to school again, first grade. Okay. And you have to do everything up to college or high school, whatever. It doesn't matter. But just think of it like that. Conceptualize like that. There was a lot to learn, right? You guys get it? That's what this is, right? There's so much to fucking learn. So if you're even following along at all, then you're doing amazing. I needed to say it because I'm not dumbing it down. I keep saying it to you guys. I'm not. I'm trying to simplify it and explain it in many different ways, right? But I'm not. Because I've got all the knowledge. And they don't get it yet. That's okay. Just go back and rewatch. Go down the full path one more time. You got this. Okay? It's all trying to bring back problems. Trying to reignite the heal insecurities. Just a reminder to heal. Or to dark consume you. Okay? Don't go down paths. No more info. Interrupt. Now you guys know how to interrupt. I keep showing you guys. Right? Just write it down randomly. Have a reminder for yourself so that every time you walk by and you see that, okay, I need to interrupt. Okay? I'm trying to interrupt more as well. I'm really good when I'm streaming, but when I'm not as good at it. Just, you see, like, do you guys get it? That's why like teaching stuff is really powerful, because it makes you do it more often. It'll heal you. Change your course, right? Because they're going to learn your paths. If we stay on a path too long, they dark consume it. They dark nudge it, okay? They plan based on your recency. So if right now, I said I might do a few things during the stream. You bet your fucking ass. I don't know why I said that, but it just felt like the right thing. So you say some random things, right? But sometimes it's not random. I'm telling you, it was probably meant to be bad, but nothing really connected. But it's still just a reminder to heal. Play it safe, right? If they think that you're going to, like, if I'm going to play like one of 3 video games, they might set up some things for all 3, so that if I do any of those 3, I'm just going to try to either poison them or make them serve as reminders that are bad. Okay? We can figure out any attack now, okay? We Sherlock Holmes it, we fueled it, all those things. This is the aftermath of an attack. We deconstructed the attack, okay? Don't be afraid. This is all the knowledge I gained just from an attack, so you will get to this point, but not yet. But I'm giving it to you guys up front so that you can start seeing, like, wait a minute, something similar happened to me. So then try countering it the way I tell you. Do you feel better? If so, keep exploring. Be very cautious. Don't take unnecessary risks, guys. You have no idea how many. Basically, like, so many. Here's one for everyone. This is fucking hilarious, actually, now that I think about it. The majority of the human race, it's funny, when they describe themselves to the other people, it's really interesting what they say. The majority of the human race claims that they're not risk takers. I would put a bet. I would bet the very few things I have left around me, just that I would say the majority of people would say they are not risk takers. How much info people are consuming. If you go to work and spend money, you're taking so many risks. If you browse any social media, if you search anything online, you have no idea how many risks you're taking. If you went outside and you didn't detox and reset or interrupt your path and go on your own path, and now you read something, right? I just want people to understand like how it happened. Like my brother fabricated an attack, helped them fabricate one, right? There's an event. I'm just going to quickly go through it. I'm not going to go down too much the path, but just think of it like there was a knock. If they knocked, don't open, okay? It didn't change my path because remember what I talked about yesterday? I'm not going to let them change my path. But I changed it a little bit. I was just like, it's fine. They can do whatever the fuck they want, okay? I'm not afraid. But there was negative conditioning with some of those things that happened, right? I have negative conditioning through knocks. I'm not going to, there's many reasons why, but there's other things that are related to it. But think of it like just your alarm clock, guys, okay? Do you guys have negative conditioning to it? Probably. Or maybe a phone call. What if you got a phone call every single morning at 8 a.m. from your abusive boss? Do you guys understand? Like you will now have negative associations with that. So if you wake up to a phone call, you will start a fear path. Do you guys get it? I'm just trying to show you guys it's time to interrupt now. All of you need to figure out an interrupt for yourself right now. Do anything, okay? Because I don't want you guys to go down a fear path. You guys understand that I just found a random hair. And you guys see this? I don't know if you guys can see it. It looks like the letter U. Do you guys see that? I'm telling you that they can spawn some things like this in your castle. Small things like this. That's enough to start a path or nudge you. Why? Because what does that mean to me? What do you guys heard what I call this, right? My you, my spirit. We're two gods working together. So that was a positive one. But what if it wasn't? Do you guys understand? What if that letter meant something bad for you? It doesn't for me. Like I might have hurt someone right now. I just want people to understand this. By saying the letter U, I might have hurt someone. And that's completely valid for them. Do you guys understand why this is so complex? Because it's all based on what the other person has been repeated and what's their recency and what they've been seasoned and what they've been seeing. Do you guys get it? And their condition, like it's all valid for them. That's the problem. So that's why if you get dark consumed, if you're not healed, then it's like they nudge you to do the things that hurt the other person because they know the vulnerability of the other person. So you don't think you're doing anything because it doesn't mean anything to you. But you're like, you say a random story, a random sentence. You're like, I don't know why I feel like saying this, but I'm going to say it. Or I don't feel like why we should listen to this song, but I'm going to do it. And it's because it's meant to be an attack for the other person because you're dark consumed. Like they're doing it to hurt the other person, but they're using you because you're dark consumed. You don't know how to heal. You guys get it? So they fabricated knock. In general, I don't like knocks because that's how they start storylines, that's how they activate events that can progress things or present info to you, right? You want to, even if you can't think about it logic or like spiritually, because I'm telling you, if you don't answer the knock, 99% of the time, nothing's going to happen. Okay. It's just the event never continues. The thing about it is that they're just saying, hey, we want to invite you to the barbecue that's going on downstairs in the apartment, right? Now you might actually go to it. Do you guys get it? It's okay. It's just a reminder to heal. Just from a knock. It wasn't even a bad thing. Maybe down there that's where I met my my goddess, right? Let's just say, like, I'm just giving you guys this example, right? Like it could even be a positive, but do you understand? Like now there's other people there those are nudges. I can hear sounds. Someone might like walk by me, like, and start talking. It's just a reminder to heal. Look, they don't like this that I'm telling you because I'm just showing you guys how it's done. We always think that it's going to be something terrible, right? But I'm saying it could just be as simple as you've been isolating, hibernating because you listen to me and you know that's the answer for 38 days. And at day 38, all of a sudden there's a knock. Don't answer. It will start an event because it's going to present info. Do you guys understand? Or if it's not going to start an event, it still gave you they got access to you. They presented you a nudge through either visual, sound, words, anything that you wouldn't have had otherwise. That's how I want you guys to think about it. Just think about it. Just conceptualize that. You just, if right now I search on YouTube that song that I want to find out soon, what I think it was the Metallica song called like Fight Fire with Fire Fuel. Just think about that, guys. I just gave you a nudge. If you've never heard of that song before, do you guys get it? It's part of my figuring out shield, which is part of the Shepherd shield because I'm a startup man. Do you guys understand what I'm trying to say? Like, now you have info. You know of something that you didn't know of before. So let me ask you something. Did it exist for you before I told you that? Did it exist? You're like, of course it. No. What I really want you guys to understand is it didn't exist for you. People are like, what do you mean? Are you doing the forest thing where like if a tree falls in the forest, if no one was there, it didn't happen? Yeah, it didn't happen. Do you guys understand? It just truly just did not happen because it didn't happen for you, right? There's nothing processed. Like the nudge isn't in here. There's nothing there mentally, and there's nothing there. Even if it actually did happen in the world narrative, do you guys understand? That's irrelevant. If the info doesn't get put into your head, if it doesn't go on the mental conveyor belt that we talked about, like either day 6 or day 7, and then you don't process it, like if you don't see it or hear it or whatever, it doesn't actually exist in your reality, like in your head. It just doesn't exist. You guys get it? So like even if they put something on your door, but you didn't see it, it never happened for you. Do you guys understand? So what if I could put something on someone else's door and I know it would cause them fear? So what if I caught it and I just like, I'm just gonna rip this off from someone else? And they never saw it. Like I knew that if that person gets consumed by fear, when they see those things. So I just ripped it off and I took it away. And I'm like, they never saw it. Do you guys understand? As far as they know, nothing happened. Do you guys see what I'm talking about? Do you understand the danger of a knock? Do you guys understand the danger of info? Why we have to limit all ins and access? Because it changes things. Remember what I told you guys yesterday or 2 days ago? That's the magic lamb, right? Wait, isn't that we can all be a lost sheep or a lamb once in a while because we got dark nudge and we got on a dark path? Wait, which one is it? Magic lamb or that one? You guys see, like, I'm nudging you, I'm suggesting things to you, and that can, now when you see that, I'm like, oh, that's the magic, that's the one, the startup might calls that the magic lamp. You guys see, like, you might see that picture now. Like, go on Amazon and you can see nudges. The things that are suggested for you, the for you on your Amazon app, those are nudges. And what are those nudges? The spirits can just be recommending, like, hey, you probably should clean the floor. Like, there can be floor cleaners suggested to you, because I should probably clean the carpets, right? But I don't need to, but I'm just showing you guys, like, they can nudge you like that. And is that a negative? Not necessarily, right? It's a good thing. Oh, remember, I should do the laundry too. And all of a sudden there's like a laundry detergent in the Amazon for you recommendation of what you could buy. I'm not going to buy anything, but do you guys see? Ooh, I need to charge here soon. But do you guys understand what I'm trying to say? What am I at? Oh, we're still okay. We're at 20%. We got this. So I got an interrupt, which is a good thing. Are we still connected to the... Can you guys hear me? You see, like, they interrupted my path. So that means we're going to take just a 5-minute break, and I'm going to finish this. I just need to finish this because they didn't want me to talk about that. But I just want people to understand, like, straight up. That's how you can catch the nudges. Like, they can tell you what to do like that. Like, go to your Amazon for you, and they're going to be nudging you. So, like, your light spirit might have put things in there. recommendations for what you should do. Why do you think people are like, how did I know that we are going to have a kid? Diapers, stuff like that. Do you guys understand? But they might not know. They might be encouraging you to try it for a kid. Like, it's not telling you need to get that, right? But for you is they can manipulate that. I just want people to understand they can curate that to you. Do you guys get it? Okay, we're just going to take a quick break right here. I need to do a quick interrupt, but we're going to finish. The parasite's going to die. We're getting closer every single day. 1 second. Quick break. Okay. Let's finish this. So, I didn't think I was going to talk about that. I just want people to understand. Like, I went down a nudge path. Do you guys get it? It's okay. It doesn't matter what they do anymore. We're ready to finish this. It's reminders to heal. I went down a nudge path because of the interrupt that I did on myself. And I saw that they basically put a little like white hair there, right? From my dog. They moved it or they spawned it. One of the two. They can do that in your apartment or your castle, your house. They can make some things appear, okay? So I don't want you to worry about too much about that, but I just want people to understand like there's some things, right? Like that can be a nudge, right? Even trash, like or things in the ground. So just remember, everything holds points. Everything has associations. Everything teleports you somewhere. So just be careful, okay? But the reason why it just led me down the path because it reminded me of how how they nudge us along, right? But I don't want to scare people. I want you guys to catch all those things. But here's why I wanted to. I was a good interrupt because it was teleporting me down time periods, which could potentially lead to bad. So it was actually good. Like the AirPod thing happening, even though they did stop me and they interrupted my flow because I was giving away a lot of information that people should know. Here's why it was a good interrupt. One, because it stopped me from going down a path that could potentially lead to problems later, right? Because I was going down too much. So you never want to go down a path too much. Two, it actually doesn't matter. Like that was how I started learning how they do it. You guys understand? Like I just gave you a little bit of the background of how I figured it out. Okay? Once I realized what it was. But it doesn't matter, right? Like that part doesn't matter. Don't look back. Don't go searching for it. Here's why. I'm just trust me, follow me, and I'll set you free, okay? See why they're trying? We're ready for it. We're good. We got this. So, me is the star diplomat, shepherd, creating disciples. Iron's coronation. Right? Progression. She's incredible. Right? Like I'm just teleporting myself to different time periods, right? All right, Leon? You want to walk by the Mormon church again? And dance to Mobius? Okay? Like I'm just trying different things just to sort of no path develops fully. You guys see like why that's really important? So my AirPods running out of charge or getting low battery right then and like disconnecting temporarily you could say a bad thing, right? But anytime that happens, this is a perfect end to this whole day today. Like it couldn't have gone better. It really couldn't have. So thank you. If you made it happen. And if it wasn't, it was an accident, then you see like, if it was an accident, then I made the best of it. Do you guys get it? Like, so I guess really that's what I'm trying to say. Like, don't go searching for like this information. Just trust me, try it out, but don't go trying to experiment to see the fabric. Here's why it's dangerous, right? If you guys don't know what you're doing, I'm telling you, you're gonna get destroyed. If you don't know what you're doing, you're gonna get destroyed. Someone like myself who spent every second on this, still, I told you guys I was fully healed. Okay, I am fully healed, right? I have so many shields. I know everything that I'm doing, and yet I let down my guard for 1 second when I went outside earlier. I didn't go outside on this break. Do you guys understand that? I learned from a mistake. I'm like, I can't risk it right now. Like they probably expected me to. I'm like, I can't because I didn't want to. I just want to finish. I'm so close to the end of covering everything I wanted to talk about today. I was like, I just need to finish and talk about this stuff. Because if I don't, and they interrupt, like I could change it. And they were trying to present some interruptions. They've had a music playing, and then they made YouTube present 3 videos at the bottom. Like, they scroll it up, and those are, I just didn't even look at them, right? You could just, you're focused, right? I was just like, close the screen. I'm like, I don't want to look at that because here's why. It might have been actually be positive. All those things might have been a positive, but they all change your path. Do you guys understand? So it doesn't matter now what happens. Follow me, I'll set you free. That's Sonic, right? Like Bethlak, World of Warcraft. Like, you guys get it? Like Elden Ring? Wait, are we talking about Elden Ring? Like, So some things can have two location time periods, right? Like, so what if it changes to your location time period and your nudge path, your interpretations, all this stuff like that? So don't go exploring if you guys don't know what you're doing, and most of you don't need to, right? Like, I explored to get the answers, right? Like, think any explorer in the world, right? Any place that's been discovered. When I said that, I got presented. Think of it like I got presented two paths that popped up in my head, and both of them, I basically considered both of them. Like, wait a minute, if I talk about this one, this has reminders to this time period of these people. This, like, you guys see, like, it gets this complex. You get this powerful as you develop these skill sets. I'm like, the other one, I'm like, this one doesn't really have anything, but could it be attached to other things? I'm like, you know what? Let's just talk around it. Let's just talk in vague things, and vague things can be dangerous, right? Because it makes people think. So maybe you create your own meaning and then they nudge you something and you're like, you guys, so you see, like, it's so complex. But the best thing you can do is still break free and just think for yourself. So for me, like, the video game Elden Ring can have two locations attached to it. Like I said, songs can have two locations attached to it. Could be like when I played at level 1 and when I didn't. Like, do you guys get it? Like, I could just say Elden Ring level 1, Elden Ring not level 1, and that can teleport me to, and I can, if I keep repeating that, I can now know myself from my head, my mind, which one I mean and which location I'm talking about. Do you guys get it? So if I wanted to transport myself to a new location right now, I'm like, Elden Ring level 1, that takes me here. Do you guys get it? Like, that's how powerful this is. It's repeated and what's recency, right? Their attacks are mechanical. They're designed. They're curated. They're planned. They're not random. Right? Like, I just want people to understand, like, it all started through a knock. Started out as a feeling, and then grew into a hope. Quiet word and the quiet, loud roar. Sorry, just making an interrupt, right? But I started a path last night, right? And they created an event that brought me to an area because I thought they wanted me to go outside, but maybe they did, but they could have planned to go right and to go left, right? So they presented two things. And then my dog smelled something, sniffed, like I call it sniff. He sniffed something, and it made me like, that's not a good idea. It's not a bad idea to, like, consume that right now because I didn't bring my phone so I can't listen to music. And then I looked at something, and I'm telling you, like, it was, think of, like, there's like 10 books, or like, think of, like, in Harry Potter. Like, see, I'm nudging you guys around. If you guys see, like, I'm nudging you. Pay attention to this. Think about, like, Harry Potter or like Narnia or like anything like that, right? And there's or an order of books, and there's an order of, like, the movies, right? So most people would watch it in the order, right? It just makes sense. Just around here, it just makes sense, right, guys? Like, you would do so. So there was, like, this group of books that I hadn't read yet, right? So let's say I chose to read, like, I wanted to read. I was like, I'll read a page or two of Narnia. Let's see. I don't have nothing better to do right now. I'm waiting to see what their fabrication, what happens. I was just kind of, like, analyzing the event, like, paying attention, because I was trying to avoid info, right? So I was like, okay, I'll read this for now and see what happens. And immediately I'm like, wow. It started positive but it started on book 3. So it's like, think about, like, you started on Harry Potter book 3 or you started on Narnia book 3. Okay, I don't even know the names of those. It doesn't matter. But, like, 1 and 2 was missing. I'm like, why is 1 and 2 missing? Like, where's 1 and 2? But oh well, I guess I'll start with 3 then. I could have started on 6. I could have started on 5, but I was just like, well, you normally start from the beginning, right? So I started at 3. And I flipped to the front page and said, remember, this book you should read from the end, and you should read from the right to the left. So, like, it was telling me how I should do something. Like, if I would have done it actually from the left to the right, like, I could have interpreted it differently. So, like, if you watch my stream from the end to the beginning, it's going to be different for you than if you watched it from, like, let's say you go here, you watch 20 minutes, then you go another 20 minutes back. Like, I'd be curious, actually, the experience, how that would change it. It'd be interesting to watch. You guys see, like, but it changes it because the pre-nudge is down different. It changes your interpretation lens. It changes the path development, right? Maybe it could be worse. Maybe it could be better. But you guys get it? Like, so I pre-seasoned myself the night before, and then they attacked me a little bit during the night and the morning. And then an event happened, and there were some things that have association that teleported me to time periods that had fear related. So I was already going into it with like, I didn't understand that there were fear events that I remembered them fear events afterwards. I'm like, oh shit, of course that makes sense. Right? So sometimes I even forgot all those things, but I'm telling you, everything has points attached to it. Okay? And remember, I've also negatively deconditioned myself to have an aversion to knocks because of their events. Okay? But we're going to make another interrupt here. Guys, a blue lid means multiple things to me, but this one means something related to my goddess, my sexy lit girl, right? You guys don't know what I'm talking about, but it means something to me. I just want you guys to understand this. I'm going to keep showing this stuff like this because it's all personal to you, right? You can create your own meaning, but they can also attach their own things to it. So I started reading this and I'm like, what the fuck? Like, this is positive. I'm like, wow, this is really nice. And it brought back good reminders, and it brought back like my progression challenge runs, right? The hero path. Okay. Because that's what it is. This is all leads to the hero path. And we're going to stop there, but I just want people to understand, like, I kept going, I got baited. It's how it led me to the destruction time period. You guys understand? They fabricated an event, and then I went somewhere. My brother, for some reason, took away book 1 and book 2, or like movie 1 and movie 2 of like Narnia or Harry Potter. Okay. I'm just saying. Do you guys see what I'm saying? It's planned. It's curated. He took them away for a different reason. Do you guys understand? Like, he didn't do it to hurt me, as far as I know, right? Like, I truly believe that now. He didn't do it intentionally. They nudged him to grab book 1 and 2 of Harry Potter and of Narnia. Do you guys understand? But book 3, with what I was pre-seasoned and what I read of Harry Potter and of Narnia and of Prince of Egypt, deliver us. Brought me down a path. And that's how they reminded me of a bad thing. And the only reason why I kept reading was because, and I rewrote it, right? Like, the only reason why I kept reading was because it's positive. That's why I read Harry Potter 3. Dudley Demented, right? We were like, I don't know, in Germany, Europe, who knows where, right? Wait, that was book 5. Anyway, do you guys get it? Like, I'm saying it's to that level. Do you see now why we have to heal? Sort of, because if my brother was healed, if he was on a light path, or if he knew how to prevent himself from getting dark consumed, he wouldn't have taken book 1 and 2 right then of Harry Potter. He would have maybe taken book 1 and 2 of Narnia the next day, but I wouldn't have gotten attacked. And also, I could have prevented it by just not doing it, because I know that it's info. I could have avoided it by being like, wait a minute, why don't I just read book 5? That makes no sense. But they know that the majority of us will start from the beginning. Do you guys get it? Like, they kind of expect that you're going to get that info based, and even then, but still, the recency is still so powerful that it wouldn't have even mattered that much. But do you see, like, all these things matter? So, disciple, if you made it this far and you're following along, so proud of you. Know your reminders, know your counters. Remember that they're going to encourage shields related to something, right? To counter, like, they know you're going to counter something. Yep. They can poison something before, and so you use that to counter. And they're going to try to attach things to it, right? I'm telling you, like, my goddess, my sexy lit girl, they keep trying to attach things to her. And I'm like, nuh-uh, you're not going to get fucking to her. She's mine. She's my girl, right? That's what makes her so special. That's what makes it special. It's like, she's my goddess, right? I'm her god. And I'm working with another god, right? I'm the shepherd, star diplomat. Me. I'm started by me. Do you guys get it? Right? So even if, do you see why it's so dangerous when you get seasoned or you go on a path? So, that's the end path. We'll get there in a second. It doesn't matter. We're just going around everywhere. It ruins what we were planning. Because you do the next activity with a poison lens, right? So it can lead you to down other paths that can cause problems. So or like I said, it poisons it, right? Your shield, your associations, whatever. So once you learn this knowledge, you're like, shit, they brought me to that time period, so I probably shouldn't do that hobby or that shield. Do you guys get it? Like, even if they didn't ruin it and you caught it, you interrupted, you countered it, do you guys still understand? Like, now that you shouldn't continue down that path because it opens you up to things. Do you see why I'm fighting so hard to change this world and why I want everyone to finally heal? Do you guys get it? Like, even that teleported me. Like, just doing this, do you guys understand? Like, as shadow, like, it teleported me back to the time period when I first was streaming and doing this because I had a light in a different spot and I got that shadow. Do you guys get it? Like, these are the approximations that now I see all the code, right? You might not remember it, but I'm telling you, even if you don't realize it, if you did that, your brain remembered it, but you didn't because you don't know your code yet. So you might start a path accidentally and you'll feel worse and you don't understand why you felt worse. I'm telling you, all of you guys are playing the game of life blind. You don't understand anything. And yet you guys do think so. If anything happens, positive or negative, it's completely just, well, it's them controlling, right? But if some good happens, it's just you stumbled into it. Like when I did World of Warcraft progression, or sometimes when I played video games, there's some attempts where I defeat a boss that I didn't fully learn all the attacks. Like if they would have done one attack more often, because I never figured out how to avoid it or how to counter it, I would never have defeated the boss. Do you guys understand what I'm trying to say? Like when I was doing my World of Warcraft progression, there were some mechanics, which are basically things like attacks, right? Strategies that have to be figured out. If they target certain players, we lost every single time. They didn't know how to do it. They didn't learn it. There was times where we defeated it earlier than we probably could have or should have, because I say should have because if everyone didn't learn it, were we really ready to defeat it? Sure, maybe, but sometimes all the 7 players who learned the fastest got targeted on an attempt and we killed it. And then when we tried to repeat the kill the next week, because we would do that, right? We couldn't do it. Like it took us quite a while. And I'm like, why did that happen? I couldn't understand it back then, but now I get it. It's because the other 17, 18 people didn't learn to fight fully. Understand? Like it won't take us as long because now just the simple concept that people believe, right? Like that's the power of belief, right? Like now they believe that we won and we already know it. But also you see how it can cause dark consumption, because now they're like, wait a minute, we should be killing this. Why are we struggling? Didn't we already kill this? People thought they were better than they are. And I'm not saying that they're bad, but it's just they never had to learn it. You guys understand? Like, since they never had to learn it, they thought that they won because of them, but it wasn't because of them. So, like, I have a feeling that the light spirits were carrying some of us back in the day. And I don't know if their power they got more enslaved and they got more limited, but I feel like it went away for a while. And now it's finally coming back and the game is being equalized. But that means that they might have covered for you guys and helped you and done things for some of us without us even realizing it. I'm like, wait, like for example, I healed once almost all my insecurities, the majority of them, and started a path to heal the rest of them because I got an aesthetic treatment with money and tools and a crutch. Remember, that's why I said no reliance in need. Do you guys get it? Like I never actually learned how to fully heal. I learned a lot, but I didn't learn it fully. So that's why I couldn't do it anymore. When I got destroyed again, when I lost that crutch and I couldn't do it again, heal that way, I'm like, why am I struggling so much? Do you guys get it? You guys see? Like, so a lot of you have never had to deal with some of these things before, or you didn't understand it, but it was happening. And if you won, it was pure luck. Or maybe someone healed you and you didn't even understand why you like. I'm just saying, like, sometimes things happen. Like, we're like, why did like our team win this tournament? And people don't understand why it happened. And I'm saying it's because someone or something got you guys on a light path and you guys stayed on that light path. Or the other teams got dark consumed and no one interrupted or figured out how to heal. I'm saying if you're progressing, you guys are performing well, it's because you guys got on a light path and you're staying on a light path. And what's momentum is just that it's easier to stay on a light path when things are good. Do you guys understand? Like, if no one's getting dark consumed, like, even the dark consumed people are now happy because they're winning. Like, for them, their conditioning chain and their lock was, hey, I want to look my appearances, right? I want to be winning. Like, if we're now considered the best team, that defeat that shields them, right? So now they're not dark consuming the team anymore. Do you guys understand? So now all of a sudden the team is full light. So now they're gonna win. Like, it really is just that. Or dark can push a team to win by destroying them, right? And they're gonna try to win by getting back at all the other teams and like exploiting. But that usually won't work long term, right? That's usually why the champion don't win again, right? Because now they expect it, and now all they have to do is cause some problems, and some of the players are going to get dark consumed. Like, why aren't we as good as we used to before? And they're going to keep dark consuming, and they never win. Do you guys understand? There's a reason why the champions usually don't win again. It's because now they have that expectation that they need to do it. So all they have to do is cause some problems or make some players make some mistakes. And they're like, we're the fucking champions. What are you guys doing? And it starts, now they're dark consumed. So when they're dark consumed, they're going to start poisoning people. Just a reminder, heal. Do you guys get it? This is everywhere. It's everywhere. So teams don't understand why they win. Teams don't and companies don't understand why, maybe why sometimes some products work, or or one day, why did everyone perform so well? It's just, I'm telling you, it's all dark paths or light paths, nudges, recency, repetition. If there was consumption or not, do you guys get it? It's all, this is everything. This is everything. This is everything. See how they alter our story, you guys? We have to get to the point where we can just say, fuck it. I'm rewriting that to say F it, right? But they changed my story because I got reported on LinkedIn for saying fuck it. And I'm like, are you kidding me? Do you guys see? I even changed my behavior because my brother, if I play music even just one notch too loud, it's almost like he's a program. At the moment, if it gets to 21 volume versus 20, he shows up. You guys understand? I don't know. It's the spirits can now be like, okay, now he crossed the threshold. I can do it. I don't understand if it's but that doesn't matter. I just want people to understand how it happens. If he shows up right now, my behavior is even changing a little bit, and it's not for bad, right? There's no reason for me to raise my voice. So I can communicate the message like this. You guys understand? Doesn't mean it's always for bad, but do you see how they still alter our story? We don't want to get hurt, right? We want to avoid risk. But if you can't say F it, when something happens, if right now this pen just flew in the air, I'm like, maybe I should turn off the stream, guys. I'm kind of scared. My pen just flew in the air. Do we understand? That's all it takes, something like that, and it changes our path. But if we can't say, you know what? Well, now the entire world knows that they can just move things. You guys just saw it live, right? Do you guys get it? If I took it that way, I'm just keep walking forward. It doesn't matter. I'm not looking back. I say F it. All right, cool. Well, it was a little scary, but guys, now you guys see what they're capable of. Thank you guys for giving it away. Now people finally believe. No, wait, they still won't, but we're getting closer, right? Do you guys see? Do you guys see the problem? It just shouldn't be like this, right? It just shouldn't be like this. We all need to heal, but they shouldn't be able to control our stories, right? Through little attacks, through everything, right? I'm just saying, time periods, locations, everything, right? When did we experience said event, right? When you get nudged or something, or they're trying to build something up, what are they doing, right? Think about that. Where? When? Where were you? Right? Think about this stuff. Who are they trying to attach it to? Who are they keep trying to bring it back to? Like those are your problems. Those are your weaknesses, your vulnerabilities. That's how they dark consume you. Doesn't make it better. You're like, what? Just it is what it is, okay? So just create counters, find ways to interrupt it. Just know that they're trying to always bring you back to those things. Because even if, like, I let you guys know, like, it doesn't completely bother me at all. Like, that what the reminder is, because I'm healed, right? Like, I know it's all bullshit. I know it's fabricated. I just want people to understand this. It annoys me because I'm like, first of all, I don't care about the past anymore. I'm trying to build only new. There's only a select few things, but those bad things are not the things I want to remember. But they're only trying to remember that. So first of all, that's annoying, right? But second of all, you're like, wait, they can attach things now to things. They can change my conditioning, but I broke my conditioning, so that doesn't have an effect anymore. But still, I'm like, they're attaching things to things. That means that it's going to be popped up more now. And they try to attach to your positive. You guys get it? Like, it's that. And it could change interpretation. So that now, even if like you don't react, even if you're like, okay, here we go. It's just all this fake bullshit stuff again, right? Even if you focus on the fabrication of it, that's why I'm giving you all these guys. Rewatch the streams, right? Day 5 and day 6 really powerful. The what's your answer, right? What's your answer to creating new? What are you going to create new? What are you going to explain? For me, like, I want to heal the world, right? That's when teachers want to become healers, disciples. It's just a reminder to heal, right? Like, and if not, I have my other tactics, right? My shields and all that stuff. We went over it. I'm just keep repeating it so you guys get it. Once you learn this, right? Just something like, when did I listen to the song? When did I play this game, right? It's going to surprise you guys, right? It's going to surprise you what everything. It's just, if you don't realize you got seasoned, you just have no chance. All of a sudden, they keep building up, and you just feel bad, right? And then you're so down the path, and you talked about it, and you thought about it, or you embraced it, right? And then just turn around and heal. Not even negative. And it just makes it harder to break, guys. Her white bikini, right? You gotta always change your paths. Because it's so hard to rewrite it. Because you have to keep repeating it, right? It's excessive. Like, you guys hear, like, I'm rewriting some things, right? Leon, thank you for being the hero. You're starting a shepherd path for me and saving my life. No, I'm the star diplomat, the shepherd. Me. Do you guys realize, like, this, it's everywhere. Do you guys understand? Like, this is not a joke. Even if it's plus or minus, like, even if it's so positive. Remember, like I said, my dog has so many N1s attached to him now that he can teleport me to. Do you guys understand? But they weaponize that. Right? It's just, if they can't get you to feel destroyed, they'll try to get you at least to feel a little negative, so they attach some associations, guys. Just 1 point, right? But that's the path starter. So that's why you have to break the fear of the path starter. But do you guys see, like, until you understand that, all of you are starting paths all the time without even realizing why it's happening. That's how they start poisoning things. Now they just have to repeat it. The first time, nothing's going to happen. It's barely going to pop up in your head. But I'm telling you, I changed locations, and at first everything was great. And over the course of like 4 months, all of a sudden, from like 1 week to the next, I'm like, I'm completely destroyed, and I don't understand why. And like, I started noticing repetition, but I'm like, it just slowly built up. And before I knew it, everywhere I looked, there was poison. And that's what's happening to all of you. Do you guys see why we just need to quit our jobs? We need to break our reliance and need for money. Just get quiet. Just hibernate. So I've taught some of you guys how to detox, how to rewrite things, right? I want people to understand that don't take the risk right now, especially you guys don't know what you're doing yet. Just wait. So like if right now I started a path, right? Like, I don't know, like with the cocoa powder, I hope this is not a mistake, but I'm moving this. Remember, I don't know if you guys watched my stream yesterday or not. You should watch it. I think it was yesterday. It was not 2 days ago. It all blends together now. And I did a crazy cool interrupt with this where I put like cocoa powder on my nose. And I thought it has a good reminder of when I was a kid and something fun, right? But it was also just me breaking my conditioning, right? Very good. So I'm started when I'm shepherd, right? And so I'm rewriting it, right? Like I've attached clothes, I'm doing all this stuff like that, right? But now I can rewrite this to be attached to the stream, right? Like it was a prop, a tool that I used to explain something, to show something. You guys get just like like I did with the banana, right? Like guys to explain artifacts and like conditioning and invisible germs and all those things, right? Do you guys get it? Like I'm rewriting it, but I have to repeat it. But let's say that, remember I told you like there's still some negatives just around here with like the banana and stuff like that, right? But if they have to start a path first, there's a connection there, right? You guys see like the cocoa powder thing, what I told you was a good thing. This wasn't a bad thing right now. It was just they knew I could handle it. But you guys see like how complex this is. That was like a light nudge. I believe that. That thing that I told you was a positive. I see now where the connection is. Okay. Holy crap. It teleports me to a time period. So that means that we're going to play Legend of Zelda Tears of the Kingdom. Because it's progression, right? But we're going to play it in Utah. Or we're going to play it in Colorado. We're going to play it in Mexico. Or we're going to play it in Ecuador. Maybe Guatemala. Maybe. You guys see like I changed my location path, okay? Because if I don't, a path can continue. That was really good. And actually, I don't know if that was light now. Now that I look at it, you guys understand? Like, I had to counter pretty well, but it could have been. But you see, like, you don't know. Like, this is the reason why nudges are dangerous. You just don't know if it's good or bad. So you see, like, how I have to be careful about doing that again now. Because now I see that it has a connection to something. Do you guys understand? So what should I probably do after this? Because I'm probably going to put this away for now. This cocoa powder thing, and just move it away. Put it in the pantry, because we're going to do the pantry challenge. Oh wait, that teleports me to time period too. You guys see like words to even teleport us to time periods. Okay. But now we're doing the arc here. The 40-day arc. That's the challenge of that. 40-day arc. Okay? It's just, if we're being pre-seasoned, or if they're nudging us a lot of things related to that time period, just put it out of sight. Do you guys understand? Like if that time period is what they're trying to bring up right now, let's put it out of sight. Do you guys understand like what I'm just doing right here? Like I just want people to get what's going on. Like you're just ensuring that if you catch that there could be some attacks going on. Hey, they were prepping for this for your end. I'm like, oh, okay. Like they were seasoning me for it because I've been trying to rewrite something, and you guys get it. Like they're trying to prevent me from rewriting something that I'm trying to rewrite incorrect. That they poisoned me with. Because I am the star diplomat. I'm the shepherd. Me. I am. Just kidding. I'm not dark consumed. But you guys see, like, I can just do this now. So perhaps I rewrite this tomorrow. Maybe I don't sing that other song. We'll see. Maybe we'll see how we feel when we get there. Do you guys understand? Like, so many of us will then be like, well, now I wanna cleanse all of these things, right? And you don't have to rush it, but I might be ready for it. Do you guys understand? But you guys don't have all this knowledge yet, on all this experience. Should you risk it, right? Do you guys get it? Like, I'm like, crap, that got seasoned, like, or that's got a little poison and corrupted. So you know what? Just put it away. You now know that it's a path starter. You now know that it's a nudge. So should you do it, right? Do you guys understand? Even if I attach a really positive to it, to my stream, right? Do you guys get it? Do we understand how this works? This is why you guys make mistakes. This is because all of you, like, I'm not going to go into specifics, but like something happens, like, right? Like with like maybe families or jobs or whatever, like, and there's like a conflict or something. And then people keep like reminders related to like those like people or jobs or whatever, right? Thinking that they're like, oh, well, there's some positive memories for that time period. There are, right? Like, there's no doubt about that. It's just a reminder to heal. You guys understand? But it still teleports you to time periods, which they're going to use to either poison a word. Why? Because they're just trying to they're trying to do anything to bring you back to that time period so they can bring you back to your actual problem time periods, your problem issues, your insecurities, your fears, your sad events. That's all it is. I'm telling you, like, these reminders are positive that they're trying to attach to things. Do you guys understand what I'm trying to say? Like, the things that they're nudging me are good on paper, but I now know that where it can potentially lead to, right? We're going to have to interrupt here. Guys, this is the hero path. This is the shepherd path. Do you guys understand? We have become the shepherd. We have become the star diplomat. We've made a connection with our you. We are creating snap out of it moments, right? We've dropped our mask. Life will change. Da-na-na, da-na. Persona 5, right? Da-ba-ba-ba. Learn which shields take you where. Okay, guys? Do not do those as it continues recency in the path, right? All right, I think we've repeated enough. I think we got the message across there. Oh. Okay. All right. Let's finish. We got this. So, don't forget, you guys expected reaction, intended reaction. They learn it, okay? I need to add more recency to my sexy light girl. I got it. But not yet, right? Like, I can choose now, right? Because I broke the reliance and the need. But every so often, right? I'm just like, hey, remember blue bikini? Remember when we drank coffee together, right? You guys understand, like, all right, I'm just repeating myself, which is really good, but that means that we're at the end. We got this. So what's the key? Balance. No paths. Do your best. No chains. No locks. Means we can always choose. Only use all those things, the shields, to counter. Okay? We can make them react to us. I want people to understand this. We can make them react to us. This is super advanced tactics, but I want to put it out there so that if people are following along, they can learn this. Maybe it makes sense to them and they don't have to follow along. It just makes sense. Like, wow, I can do that. So we can control them, the dark stuff. We know that they're going to use anything that tries to heal us or help us. We know that, right? So we can start going down one path. And now they're going to attack that path. deliver us. Send a shepherd to shepherd us. Prince of Egypt, Moses. Right? House of Surgery, Baldur's Gate 3. The shepherd. So, do you guys understand? Like, if you go all in on one, right? And then we reinforce it and we whistle. Robin Hood. Decline. Dark Knight. Why do we fall? Right? Illusion of Gaia, Signs of the Past. Which one? Where are we going to go? Those all mean something for me, and they teleport me to places. So I make this wish, right? But is it here or is it over there, right? Everything has connections. They're going to use anything. I just want you guys to understand. Anything. Anything. It's progress check-ins, right? See how far you guys see how far I came? How far did you guys come? Anything, the moment a path starts, right? It's just attacks, guys. Anytime a path starts, you're going to see it. They're going to send attacks, right? It's just, you can't unsee it once you know, right? You just can't. But you can control them by that. They don't want you healed. Anything that helps you. Anything. Remember, guys, what I guys told you. They tried to interrupt my bread program. Do you guys get what I'm talking about? Just that whenever they do something, I go and eat some bread. They tried to ruin my serial conditioning chain thing. You guys understand? Why would they do that? You guys get it? So just out of sight it, out of mind it, until the path is altered. Remember, you can radio menu it, but the problem, the one that the most recent, the one they push the most, is going to be the first one that pops up. And until you guys learn how to resist, it's the one you're going to go down. If you listen to me, you can now choose. So you can choose which one you go down. Okay? And you can self-nudge yourself down those paths. And the goal is to never have a path, so you can just choose by default, where you want to go. Right? The whole goal is we want to be free. It's difficult though. It's not easy. So don't get baited. If they got to something, push it away for now. You guys see the Star Diplomat, the Shepherd doing it. Do you guys get what I'm trying to say? Take this seriously. Don't get overconfident. Just one last repetition. What are the answers, right? Counters, right? Time periods and locations with time periods and locations. Spam repeat. Spam repeat. If you get senses presented to you, present senses. Fight fire with fire, right? Figuring out shield. Sherlock. Fuel. Dun, 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 right? All the stuff, right? Shepherd. Sherlock. Got it. We're okay, though. I pushed the limits here again. That's who I am, right? Do you guys understand how this works? Detox is powerful. We have to detox, right? A few things. But most of them, we're going to have to leave behind. Especially if you don't know how to do it. Or if it's complicated for you, because it is complicated. That's why we got to move forward, right? We got to move forward. Keep walking forward, guys. It's just a reminder to heal. Keep walking forward. Learn from your mistakes. When something is presented, when they try to change your story, say, F it. And just keep going. Do we understand? All right. I think that's good enough. See why creating new is always the best, guys? Even if they're trying to attach past to something, we can still move forward and create something new. But we have to keep doing new from our castle, not from the outside. And there are a few neutral paths, right? Areas, time periods that maybe don't have a negative yet. Or maybe you can just transport somewhere else, right? So try to find those, right? But just focus on creating new, right? We're creating new meaning. We're creating the future with everything that we do. Past is only for positive shields and to reset our paths. We must keep walking forward. This is so complex. You're going to get overwhelmed. But are you better today than you were yesterday? If so, then we won. So I'm going to sing a song. And I might sing another one, but we'll see. I'll see how I feel. This is from Sonic, right? I'm going to pause the music. All right. So this is the theme of today, right? What happens when one journey ends? Just got to keep walking. When I don't show off, don't criticize. I'm just living by my own feeling. I won't give in and compromise, 'cause I only have a steadfast heart of gold. I don't know why I can't leave it, though it might be tough. Where do we go next? Oh no. Oh, there we go. But I'm out of control, just living by my word. Don't ask me why, I don't need a reason. I got my way, my own way. It doesn't matter now what happens. I will never give up the fight. As long as the voice inside drives me to run and fight. It doesn't matter who is wrong and who is right. Don't look back. Walk forward. It doesn't matter. We got to place all our bets on what you think is right. So with that, I say, it doesn't matter now what happens. Join me in singing. It doesn't matter now what happens. I will never. Oh, here it is. Give up the fight. As long as the voice inside drives me to run and fight. It doesn't matter who is wrong and who is right. Dun dun. You guys see, guys? You just give them a little intro when that happens. It's predictable, right? We just know every single thing that they do. Okay, you guys hear it. I got to see live on stream now. This is how it happens. All right, it's something that helps them, and they still will try to stop you because it helps them. They don't want them to be helped. Right? They're all under control. Okay, you guys saw it. You heard it now. Now you guys see it. It's on live. The whole world now knows. You guys see? See how it's done? Do you guys get it? They learn their fear trigger, and that's all they do. And that's how they control them. So with that said, I'm going to sing this next one a little more quiet because I'm being currently enslaved. But it is what it is, right, guys? I don't even know this song right now, right? Because you see, like, I got interrupted. So with that said, maybe I shouldn't do it right now. Because this is a great end to it, right? Or maybe we just say fuck it, right? Can't stick around, got to keep moving on. Guess what lies ahead? Only one way to find out. Must keep on moving ahead. No time for guesses. Follow my head instead. See, I lost my flow, right? Do you guys understand what this does? Here we go. We'll just start here. Take my lead. I'll set you free. Or here we go. Follow me. Set me free. Trust me and we will escape from the city. I'll make it true. Follow me. Set me free. Trust me and we will escape from the city. Da-na-na-na, da-na-na. Doesn't matter so much the lyrics, guys. It's about just saying F it. Doesn't matter if your slaver shows up and tries to stop you. Doesn't matter if the dark tries to stop you. Because remember, it doesn't matter now what happens. Follow me, set me free. Trust me and we will escape from the city. I'll make it true. Follow me and you'll be free. Good night. Take this very seriously. And I'll see you guys tomorrow. Who knows what we're going to talk about or how long, but we'll figure it out. Good night.